Chapter 1 Beginning Wake. The night was cold in Kanahegakure. But for the ninja that called the village hidden in the leaves their home, it was business as usual. The streets were empty, save for the occasional drunk and beggar. Lights were sparse, and far in between as most homes were sound asleep at 3 in the morning. The shifting shadows of the Umbu patrol disturbed no one as they made their rounds, keeping watch over the peaceful village. Well, in ideals at least. The faces of 4 Kages looked over the entirety of the village like titan gargoyles, their faces unique to the one next to it in both shape and headwear. The 4th face looked the kindest out of the bunch though. A sort of passive mask was etched in the stone, giving the man it was modeled after a look that showed just how much the spiky-haired Kage had treasured the village he had protected. Out of the sea of darkened buildings, only one stood out. At least, only one had stood out to a passing Umbu patrol. Leaning fully into the soft embrace of his chair in the Hokage's office, one of the men whose face was carved into the monument overlooking the village sat behind his desk. Sarutobi Hiruzen was shifting through letters and notes stiffly after being informed by his most trusted ninja, the Umbu captain, of something that had every fiber in his being lock up in anger and hate and regret. "You are certain the villagers are the cause?" the old war veteran asked in a hard and tired tone. He really didn't want to believe what he had just heard, truly wishing that it was just some sick joke that the captain of his Umbu was playing at, hoping that he had just cracked under the pressure of his own life. A kneeling man in an Umbu uniform lifted his head, his dragon mask hiding the entirety of his face with only his gravity-defying gray hair giving any details of his identity. "Leave me alone," the dragon-masked captain recited in a monotone voice. Though Hiruzen could hear the hidden sea of anger lurking just beneath the surface of it. "Go away." The masked shinobi's fists clenched noticeably, and if his hands weren't covered in fingerless gloves, they would without a doubt show quivering white knuckles. "Not a monster." The gray-haired Umbu let out a silent sigh. "Those were just the start of what I could make out on the walls and floors of his room. All of it, written in blood, and not a sight I would mistake." Hiruzen closed his eyes and swallowed the guilt of a night he would never forget. The two stayed silent before the tired voice of an equally tired old man barely spoke above a whisper. "Go." Hiruzen didn't need to open his eyes to see the nod that he got in return, and the swift exit that followed. For a while, the Sandaime simply sat there, letting the silence of the room engulf him as the gravity of the situation set in. He was a moving statue of emptiness as he got back to the pile of paperwork on his desk that never seemed to end, turning over pages of reports that he wasn't even retaining as he read them. Over and over again he read through bits and pieces of the titleless papers, putting them down and flipping to the next one without a blink. Each paper he read through, he skimmed each line but registered none of it in his head. For minutes that seemed to be hours, the old man stared numbly at the blurred pages until he finally stopped with a sigh, and was held hostage by himself. He couldn't ignore it anymore, feeling the clawing sense of being watched, and soon found his eyes staring weakly into the framed picture of the Kage who was meant to replace him. The Yondaime. The blond, spiky-haired man in the picture was an undisputed mirror, albeit a fully grown version of the boy that he had the pained and shame-filled responsibility of personally admitting to Konoha's hospital. In a near-robotic fashion, he had the son of one of his most treasured friends placed in his personal medical room to make sure, most regrettably so, that no further harm would come to the boy that had worked his way into the deepest crevices of his long-since battered heart. Hiruzen's face grimaced as he drank in the photo of the young Kage, smiling in the picture, as he hugged his pregnant red-haired wife from behind. "This isn't what you wanted," sighed the now aching leader, "and I've allowed it to come this far." The former mentor of Konoha's revered Yellow Flash forced out with a weighted whisper, the likes of which were only allowed and meant for himself. He was supposed to be a hero to the village, not the village's vent for revenge against the thing that forced you to make your sacrifice. The once calm and collective man who analyzed and planned everything before he so much as stepped in and out of his office, suddenly smashed his desk in splintering halves with a forceful grunt and failed attempt to keep his frustration from reaching the surface. The reality of failing one of the closest friends he ever had and would have was made obvious on his brow, and placed a weight on his shoulders that should have been there from the start. He had allowed his closest friend's child to be tormented to lengths that should never have even been possible. So disgusted with himself was he, that the old veteran couldn't so much as feel the burn of the sake he was now gulping down. A bottle of fine product that he hadn't laid hands on since the day he had bought it. The bottle he was supposed to share with Minato after he and Kushina settled in their home as a family, with their child resting in the nursery they had built in preparation for becoming parents. Furious, he brought a leg up past his shoulders and whipped it down, obliterating one of the newly formed halves of his desk. But he wasn't finished. As soon as he smashed the desk, he spun on the foot he had kicked down and sent the metal lamp that stood next to it flying into a nearby bookcase with a very noticeable dent in the middle, as well as embedding it a good number of inches within the wood. With a few regaining breaths and a brim-filled cup of sake, the now determined man sat back down into his chair and proceeded to rest his wrinkled forehead upon the support of his right palm. This ends today, signaling the loyal Umbu who instinctively left their lord to his thoughts. The old Kage cursed his title and wished that there hadn't been so much for him to do. For this night could have avoided if not for the destruction left in the nine-tailed fox's wake. That, however, was no excuse, and he knew it. Upon ordering his guards to return they, without a moment's pause, trailed alongside and behind him as he once again continued to tear at himself with his frustrated and self-loathing thoughts as he made his way to go pay a visit to the hero he was entrusted to watch over. "Forgive me, Minato." Kushina. The weary Hokage entered the Konoha hospital and made for the room that was designated for his personal use. It wasn't supposed to be this way. The sounds of a child's labored breathing and running water could be heard echoing through the empty hall leading to a bathroom. The light from within it flickered on and off as if it were possessed. The walls of the apartment were bare, as were the floorings. Even the bedroom only had a single mattress with a ruffled blanket crowded at the foot of it. What would be the living room only held a single coffee table, and a chair that was thrown off to the side with only a single leg. The door to the entrance of the small one-bedroom apartment was sealed shut. Two of the missing chair legs were nailed into it and the section of wall beside it, keeping the door from being opened. The other was being used in an attempt to barricade the only window in the somewhat spacious room, going across the shattered panel of glass from one bottom corner to the top. It was all done poorly, and red finger and handprints stained much of the surface of the legs, windowsill, and door. Footprints of the same red rust-like color littered the ground, as if someone had been pacing around aimlessly. Though if one took a closer look, the faded murky footprints were much too small to be that of an adult. A harsh gasp hissed from out of the bathroom, and a small frail figure emerged from the room. The dim light of the old light bulb flickered in and out still, but revealed a floor-smeared and seeming flooded floor coated with a thick crimson liquid, and the small frail body left a print behind with each bare step. Hic stupid hic stupid. A boy no older than 5 years of age stumbled down the hall, his body fumbling from one wall to the other as he kept losing his balance and tripping over his feet, carelessly slipping on the remnants of the blood that he was trailing from the bottom of his feet, and leaving crimson streaks along the walls where his hands were being dragged on them to keep himself steady. Won't they just hick me aloe cough any? The boy clenched his head in agony, his wrists and forearms showing many jagged cuts that were starting to scab over, and other blood-stained lines depicting areas that he had cut before, but were now healed over without a mark. Demon! The boy shuddered as his eyes darted across the empty space in front of him, quivering in instant horror. "And no," he muttered weakly. "Murderer." His body was quivering now, with his shaking legs just barely able to keep him up. Naruto," he protested aloud. "I'm not a murderer." The voices of the villagers had come back. They'd been plaguing his thoughts for a while now. Beatings, shunning, and name-calling. The whole bit. Now, though, he couldn't even escape the hell of his life in his dreams anymore. The villagers had found a way to torment him in them too. "You damn demon brat. Get out of my store." Tears were streaming down his face, making the dried blood that was smeared on his cheeks and chin drip down along with the small liquid trails coming out of his eyes. Uzumaki Naruto. He wasn't a demon. He didn't do anything wrong. He sniffed again as his breathing became erratic. The image of a man holding a thick piece of wood approached him, and his head snapped to the side as he turned his body with the blow he received, only to be sent down to the floor by another image that had appeared behind him, with his leg still sticking out in front of him. I won't disgrace this home with your presence. It's because of you that the orphanage doesn't have any more room. Naruto curled into a ball and clenched the rusty kunai tight in his trembling hands. I didn't do anything, he cried out, and shielded his head from the incoming blows of the villagers. An older man who was missing an arm kicked him in the face. You killed my daughter. He yelped in pain from the blow. I didn't. A young teenager with a Konoha headband stomped on his stomach. You killed my sister. He choked out the air in his lungs as he hugged his midsection. And no! A man with burn marks on his face and neck kicked him on the side of the head with enough force to make him flip the other way. You killed my family. More images started to crowd around him. Everywhere he looked, all he could see were the hateful eyes of the villagers, and faces turned into snarls of rage as more and more closed in on him. Their voices melded together into a roar that he could hardly make out. All he could hear in his head was you. A little girl holding her toy away from him protectively glared at him. You. A rebellious-looking teen smirked as he watched Naruto pick himself up from the floor, just like he did when he had pushed him down the flight of stairs at the park. You. His head was bleeding after being hit with a large rock, and the woman that he had asked for help looked at him for only a second before turning around, completely denying that he even existed. You. They were in his face now, prying Naruto's little hands away from his eyes, forcing him to take in all of their hate, punching, kicking, and cursing his name at the top of their voices. Finally, his eyes flashed red and his pupils turned to slits as he raised the rusty kunai up in reverse. You! Fire seemed to shoot through his veins as his vision blurred, and the only thing he could feel now was anger. His small heart thundered in his chest, the adrenaline flowing through his body making him numb to everything but the ones doing harm to him. I didn't do anything. His voice a menacing growl that should not be able to come out of a child's body. Naruto plunged the rusted blade into the hand that was hitting him and pinned it to the ground, making sure he could hear the opposing limb hitting the floor with force. The voices stopped, and the villagers disappeared. And then, nothing. Silence engulfed the apartment as Naruto's harsh panting slowed, and gazed down to see that the hand that he had stabbed was his own. His eyes shook, still glowing red as he stared at his hand dumbly, before he could hear the voices of the villagers coming again. Fearing another onslaught coming, he clenched the kunai tighter and dragged the blade down. Rea dash. Asterisk gasp asterisk. Naruto awoke with a terrified intake of air, his small heart beating erratically as he woke up expecting a fist or at least a rock to be flying his way. His body felt tired, exhausted, and his head felt like it had a hot nail going through the middle as he gripped the sides of his skull in pain. The echoing sound of dripping water filled his ears, and Naruto's young mind slowed to a standstill as he felt the moisture of warm liquid underneath him. He was there again, the part that lay within him that he had visited multiple times over the duration of his escape. This time, though, it was different. It wasn't like it had been before, where it was as if he were floating outside of his body and looking on into black nothingness. No, this time he was there. The smell of calm and subtly shifting water reached his child's nose and threatened to go in it with each time he bobbed in the warm water. A sort of peace befell him, as if there were no way anything could hurt him so long as he lay still and let the water he was floating in hold him up, as would an equally calm lake or pond hold up a leaf. But something else was different about this place. He couldn't quite pin it down. Vibrations in the once still water alerted him to a presence, and the sound of shifting movement perked his ears. Subtle to the point as if there were an invisible wind playfully weaving through the leaves of a tree, the young boy found himself listening to the sound of a deep turbulence, the likes of which he had heard before, coming from himself at any given time he so chose to listen. It was the drawing and release of breath, the simple and most unthought of action one could make. Except this one was different, for it was not his own. The breathing he was hearing didn't seem too far away, but the length of time it took for a single breath to be drawn made whatever it was that was breathing seem limitless in size. Naruto knew that whatever the breathing belonged to, It was big enough to make him appear minuscule in comparison. That much was clear. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity spent laying there, Naruto started to pick himself up. As if rising from the ground for the first time in his life, and taking another age for him to find his feet, Naruto finally stood up. Steadily, as if expecting something, or someone to appear before him that he hadn't met for a very long time. The whole thing was strange to the blonde. The expectance was something he hadn't yet experienced, and would find that what followed next would be something that he would never forget, something that he would never wish to forget. The deep and warm breathing sounded out once more as the small, and now ant-like boy, when compared to the behemoth that dwelled not too far for comfort from him, began to turn his head to take in the both majestic and petrifying sight that waited not 1 foot behind gargantuan iron bars. The pillar-like beams of metal seemed to disappear into the distance of the forever going black that he could only assume was the ceiling of whatever place he was in. Azure blue eyes met blood red as they seemed to peer into his very soul, his very source of being, and with a final exhale of breath, pushed his expressionless mask back and replaced it with a look of shock that could stop the largest boulder from free-falling to the earth if it were caught in his gaze. "So, you've finally come." A deep, mountainous voice bellowed out like gentle thunder, and made his whole body thrum in tune with each word spoken. "As I have been expecting you to make my acquaintance." A massive body slowly emerged into dim but well enough view for the wide-eyed Uzumaki to see perfectly within the darkness of the titan-sized cage. Piercing crimson-red eyes gained a rim of black fur, and the rest of the hidden figure was revealed to be a body of orange fur of monstrous proportions with a red tint. The upper portion consisted of a very human-like torso that turned into that of a regular fox past the midsection, and ended at the swishing of 9, equally sized if not larger in length, fox tails that seemed to carelessly sway from side to side. Their nonchalant sway looked as if they were all moving for the sake of just moving. All in all, the being behind the gate was a force of nature in pure size alone. A fox, the likes of which only heard in bedtime and scary stories, lay outstretched in front of the 5-year-old boy, who could do nothing but stare back with eyes wide enough to be mistaken as diner plates. The Kyūbi no Yoko, the bijou whose name would set off any alarm within a 100-kilometer radius, stood not 20 feet from him. "Though you are a good deal earlier than I had first expected you." "How peculiar." The massive and near-mythical being chimed nonchalantly with a deep and almost resonating voice, the likes of which could be mistaken for Kami himself. The giant eyed the boy, who still stood frozen, with a curious gaze. Whether out of fear, shock, plain awe, or even a combination of the three, it didn't matter to the Kitsune. As if reading the boy's blank mind and an attempt to reset it, the being spoke again. "What? Nothing to say or scream?" The great fox mused with a slight twitch of an ear, and a sly foxy smirk of mischief. "I'm hurt." The body of pure and immense power lazily spoke as the blonde shifted from shock to confusion. A deep chuckle and near laugh could be heard as the fox sat on its haunches, peering down at the insect-like human boy that stared almost straight up with his mouth agape, trying to say something but the words could not make their way out. "You have no need to fear me, boy. If I truly wished you dead, you would be so already." The bijou's tails flicked in agitation. "If not for me, your futile attempts to end your pathetic life would have had you passed on already." The enormous fox spoke with a visible look of growing annoyance appearing on its fur-clad face. "Which you will pay for when the opportunity arises, as soon this is over with." The 9-tailed fox continued in a matter-of-fact tone as its human-like hands tapped the flooded ground in patient beats. At this point, saying the boy was clueless as to what was going on and how he should react would be the understatement of the century. Naruto had absolutely no clue where he was, why the Kyūbi who had been thought to be dead was there in front of him in what looked like a prison, and to top it off, he had no idea of how to carry on a conversation with the godly fox. As if it could read his thoughts, the giant Kitsune nodded with a smirk. "All excellent questions, Kit. Might I say that I must commend you for not replying with anything stupid." The way he said it was as if he had expected him to reply with something cliché like "Whwa what are you?" or "Are you the Kyūbi?" which made Naruto grow a quick flash of balls for a moment. "Oi, furball. Just because I'm barely old enough to enter school doesn't mean I'm stupid." The tempered Uzumaki retaliated with somewhat of a lethal glare, for a 5-year-old that is. The furball, as he called it, shot him his glare, and what little fight he had was again surprisingly reluctant to leave him. Impressive for a brat." One giant ear twitched. "You pass for now," the fox stated as he retracted his glare and replaced it with a look of minor, and an "I have no other option" sort of approving look. Pass what firm, Kyūbi? I can't make him mad, he'll squish me," answered the once more surprisingly intelligent boy who had enough common sense to not piss off the tailed beast whose nostrils were more than 3 times the size of his body. Speaking of nostrils, the bijou smirked a foxy fong revealing smirk and snorted at the small boy's remark. "It's going to be rather interesting with this one," thought the fox in its head. "You pass as possibly being worthy to be my potential container," replied the Kitsune with a puzzled-looking Naruto gazing up into his eyes with a look that caught his attention. It appeared as if Naruto was also hearing whatever was happening outside of his mind. The Kyūbi had noticed the whispers that had started up a few minutes ago, and were slowly growing in volume and frequency. Both took the time to tune each other out and see if they could get a clearer input of what was happening around them. Outside Naruto's mindscape, "Hokage-sama," began a male blonde shinobi whose appearance seemed to be worrisome for a certain senior citizen, who needed no cane to beat some sense into anyone who dared try to cause a hair to go out of place on Naruto's head. Though it would take the eyes of a Hyuga to detect a change in the spiky forest that made up the top of his head. The shinobi seemed to be distressed because of the small boy currently slumbering in the bed not 3 feet away from where he was sitting in Hiruzen's private hospital room. "If what you're telling me is true, how do you plan on dealing with his aim of becoming a shinobi? With his mental state being in this condition, there's no telling what could happen should he be allowed into the academy," the teal-eyed man reasoned. This really wasn't what Hiruzen wanted to hear. Sure, Naruto was in a fragile state, but with this shinobi's help, perhaps that could be changed. "Inoichi, please just do this for me. Not as a shinobi under my command, but as one of the few who have my absolute trust and can call me friend." The old Kage pleaded tiredly. He hadn't slept since he admitted Naruto into the hospital the night before. It was well into the morning now. Inoichi, the head of a clan of ninja who specialized in ninjutsu of the mind and capable of altering, destroying, and in some cases even implanting memories within other shinobi if they so choose to. Some of the more experienced within the clan could also invade the mind of other people, giving them access to their memories and psyche. A skill that have them the ability to make friend turn on friend, a useful and intimidating tool in battle. Inoichi found his current situation particularly difficult, however, as a shinobi of the interrogation unit. His professional opinion would be to deny Naruto any chance at becoming a ninja, simply because of the danger he would pose to his comrades since he was now clearly suicidal, and at such a young age as well. With that being said, the seasoned ninja was torn because of another factor. The Sandaime, his leader, trusted friend, and not to mention the one who bore the name the Professor because of his extensive knowledge and ability to see things through. He had just asked him to basically erase the events of the previous night and allow this 5-year-old suicidal boy a chance at becoming a ninja. A profession where life depended on other ninja to have your back without question, and the same in return. A mentally damaged ninja would get you killed in no time if given the opportunity, and the Sandaime was asking him to do just that. Thinking hard on it, Inoichi came to the conclusion that not once has the Hokage ever lead him or the village astray. Even when the opportunity presented itself for him to rule with an iron fist came along during the wars, the Sandaime proved true his loyalty to his village. His decision was made. He had never doubted his leader's intentions or reasoning, and he would not start now. In Naruto's mindscape, "It seems we will have to save this for later, Kit. It's time for you to go back and make sure nothing will happen to your body. Lesson number 1. Even in sleep your senses must be alert as if you are not." And with that, the fox slowly faded away into darkness from which Naruto had originally gotten into the landscape of his mind, which he took to calling his mindscape as he exited out. The feeling of floating was upon him once again, though this time it felt as if he were on a cloud, if he could imagine what a cloud felt like. Slowly opening his eyes, Naruto found that the dim light in the room was enough to sting and irritate his eyes, as if the amount of light he needed to see was much less than what was being allowed into his twilight-veiled room. The next thing that he took notice to was the fact that what should have been whispers before, he could now hear as if they were normal spoken words. If that wasn't odd enough, he could also distinguish the slap-like sound that resonated when someone smacks their hand into water. His irritated eyes looked up to see an IV, the source of the annoying crack every time the liquid dripping from the bag dropped into the section where the tubing went up his arm. Well, that's new, thought the little blonde, as usually a drip would be the sound that he would hear coming from something like that, not a amped-up clap. Though what fully woke him next was the stench that threatened to blow his brains out of his head from the headache it was giving him. Gigi really needs to brush his teeth. Very well, Hokage-sama. I'll get started. Inoichi bowed and turned around to get to work, but was immediately shocked still. Sitting up on his bed, and who should be completely out for well over a week after what had taken place not 10 hours ago, was the very boy Inoichi had been asked to give a mental tune-up while he was unconscious. Not knowing what to do, the interrogator ninja immediately turned to his leader for instructions. Hiruzen couldn't believe his eyes. What was once a little boy on the verge of death and damn near the same color as the bed he was laying in, now was propped up and fully awake, looking around as would a little kid surveying unfamiliar surroundings, just as he should, for he was, in fact, supposed to be just that, a little kid. Then, it hit him just like the smell of his surrogate grandson's blood had the night before. The Kyūbi, taking everything within him, not jump up and rush in to embrace the boy in a hold that could quite possibly put him right back to sleep. The old veteran rose an eyebrow and voiced the only words he could form at the moment. Naruto-kun. How are you feeling this afternoon? Hoping not to startle the boy in any way after such an experience, though he was only there to see the aftermath of it, Naruto stood in his propped-up position for a few moments before turning his little head towards his grandfather figure, and the sight that Hiruzen bore witness to broke his heart more ways than he could count. What came into view was a face not belonging to your average, bounding with energy toddler. What looked into the old man's eyes was an expression that could make even a dead man look away, for the sight was not normal to see on one so young. The deadpan face that was once one full of radiant laughter and joy that could cheer up a fellow toddler who had lost his favorite toy, now stood lifeless, as if the candle that lit up his face and eyes had suddenly been blown out, and it was almost instantly followed by an imitation of that former face. Like a clear mask had been put, Naruto's face turned from still and without a spark of life to a hollow imitation of his once usual smile. The sight was truly tearing the old Kage apart, with every fake emotion displayed and sound aloud as the boy began to speak and forced the war veteran to struggle to keep the frown from appearing on his wrinkled brow. Hey Gigi. The obnoxiously loud boy sounded out with a now empty replica of his famous ear-to-ear grin. Upon continuing his sentence, Naruto proceeded to change his expression to that of a confused look and arched his eyebrows. Where am I? At this point, Hiruzen didn't have the slightest idea of how to answer his surrogate grandson's question, fearful of how his reply may cause the small boy who, if he hadn't have carried him out of his personal hell, appeared to be perfectly healthy with not a scratch on him. You are in the hospital, Naruto-kun. Not 1 second after his words were allowed to escape him did the boy's face undergo a rapid storm of emotions. A face that should only appear on one who has witnessed true terror and agony, such as the old survivor himself. Do you remember how you got here, Naruto-kun? The Sandaime dared ask. Inoichi was now once again stuck in between decisions, not knowing if his request to alter the tortured boy's memory was still valid, though something told him to stay put and see how it panned out. The smaller blonde, who could only look down in shame and defeat slowly, as well as painfully replied in a regrettable whisper, yes. At this point, there was really nothing Naruto could really do or say to get him out of his current situation. The once almost ghost-like elusive boy who could slip through and in between a village whose sole purpose seemed to be to seek him out and give him his daily dose of hate and blame, found himself unable to slip by this time. The only thing Hiruzen could ask was a 3-letter word that would decide the broken boy's fate. A boy who he had grown to love as his own. Why? The single-worded question would set in motion a line of events whose ripples would be felt across the elemental nations and the fabrics of the world itself. The tiny blonde looked directly into the veteran's eyes, with eyes that should not belong to one so young. A look that could make even the healthiest and fullest flower wilt and wither as if a plague had been set upon it. Eyes full of defeat and sorrow, the depths of which one could only achieve through years of unending pain and torment. A short and simple answer was given to the short and simple question. Why not? Naruto replied. sending the lurched forward body of the leader of his village immediately into the full support of the chair he sat on. The old war veteran looked at him with a loss for words, not knowing what to ask or even say that, not knowing even how to continue what he had set out to do. About to let loose another sentence, he was stopped dead in his tracks by what Naruto had to say next. "I know what I have inside me, Gigi." The young blonde began as his expression shifted into a state of blank stillness. "It's why the village hates me." Hiruzen looked on at his adopted grandson in both astonishment and horror. Astonishment that he had found out, but horror as his thoughts drifted to just how he had discovered the truth of his burden. Now sitting on the side of the bed and straightening his posture, Naruto spoke again, a cold, icy tone beginning to form as his words spilled into the dull silence of the hospital room. "I'm not going to let them make me do it again." The boy's face was etched with determination, and his eyes held scorn with a hint of underlining hate in them, serving to both reinforce his statement and effectively scare the old man with the almost coin-flip change of emotion and body language. An occurrence that almost never occurred to the old-time veteran. Tiny hands bunched up bits of the plain white hospital blanket as Naruto clenched his fists, and an all-too-familiar presence made itself known, though it did not show. It didn't have to, for the old war hero could feel the tailed beast in his grandson's shadow as his small body shook with anger. The limited light in the room seemed to dim as Naruto continued, "I'll never let them hurt me again." Had his eyes not been the deep blue that they were, the old man could have sworn he could make out the blurred image of the Kitsune that was sealed within his grandson. Making its presence known as the shadows behind the eerily still Uzumaki seemed to quiver and fluctuate like smoke as he imagined the commanding presence of the great fox staring him down. And only the stress of metal being compressed and glass shattering broke the unending silence that consumed the room. If this was the power of the fox as he was sealed, one could only imagine what it was like when it was in no such prison. Glancing behind Naruto out of the corner of his eyes, the Sandaime could see the handiwork of the boy's hatred for those who had led him to his self-infliction. The IV the hospital had Naruto on was all but operational. The pressure from his anger had made it compact on itself as if it were in some sort of press. A plausible side effect from being attached to the boy's arm via needle. Hiruzen could do nothing but sit there and continue to stare at Naruto with his still unwavering look of fearful shock. Of all the years he had lived, of all the years he had fought, of all the years he had spent conquering and surviving everything that was thrown in his way, all that time proved for naught, as he had absolutely no idea of what action to take. Looking back at one of his only true friends, he signaled for the man to sit down. Something was telling him that his request would no longer be necessary. The next couple of weeks would hold supervision and constant observation of his behavior. Naruto knew that his Kage grandfather figure would be watching him close, but it wasn't a troubling matter to him anymore. It wasn't like he ever had trouble staying under the noses of ninja before. Alright, made a few slight changes to the AU to let people know the story is no longer under overhaul, but the same rules apply from before. Am I repeating my mistakes? To the veteran readers who restarted the story. Some people do that, including me, which is why I'm putting this. Are the scene changes so far a little jumpy or workable? How is my current style of write? Is it okay? Or do I still need to do some adjusting? And lastly, Chapter 2, The First Steps. Waking up from a rather unpleasant dream of reliving the time he had spent in the same apartment he had woken in, only in a much more far-gone state, Naruto found himself sitting up and saying good morning to no one in particular. A habit that he'd had for as long as he could remember. It was a comfort thing, he supposed. The comfort of having someone to greet him in the morning. Even if it was himself. It had been about a week since he had been allowed out of the hospital after his attempt on his own life, and he found himself at a loss at what to think. His head was empty, void of any feeling or thought. The only thing that existed in his mind at the moment, the only thought he could hear clearly in his head, was live. The only question was, how exactly was he supposed to do that? He had nobody to look to for guidance. No father to show him how to will his way through the hell that was his life, and no mother to tell him loving words to keep him motivated. He was all alone, right from the start. Naruto got up from his small worn-out mattress and headed into the bathroom to wash up. He said nothing as he started running the cold water into the half-stall, half-tub of his shower. His apartment complex was abandoned, and that meant that any maintenance was halted since no one wanted to go near the demon. The water was either freezing cold or steaming hot. The mornings usually cold. The light was working properly now, and he went on to wash the drowsiness of waking up from his body. Well, that's what he would have been doing anyway. The small blonde was wide awake and clear-headed even at 6 in the morning. The last time he had glanced at the clock in his room, the hour had been 4, and that was before he finally decided to lay down to try and sleep. Had he been daydreaming? There's no blood, and the kunai that I got from the training grounds is missing. Naruto looked around, noticing the distinct lack of any and all traces of the would-be kind Samaritans that had cleaned his blood-stained walls and floors. He nearly missed the absence of the thick, slick sap of coagulated blood going around in trails. The smell of iron and spice was gone as well. Gigi must have had some of his umbu clean up. The small boy spoke out loud to himself. It wasn't like anyone was around to judge him or do anything to him. It made him feel like somebody was with him, and he didn't care what people thought of him anymore anyway. Not when he was somewhere that was his domain, his place to control. With his morning shower done, Naruto put on some clothes to head out for the day. A simple black t-shirt with a red spiral on the back and dark orange shorts to go along with his navy blue sandals. Hiruzen and Inoichi had explained to him that if he had any chance of still becoming a shinobi for Konoha, he would need to be mentally stable and evaluated to make sure that he would be fit for duty. The entry age of the academy was 6. That meant that he only had 6 months to prove to the 2 veteran ninja that he was mentally healthy. Or at least pretend to be. And so, with nothing better to do, the Uzumaki headed out to have a stroll through the village that hated him. A village that he hated with equal or more intense measure in return. In the Hokage's office. It was a relatively peaceful and non-eventful start of the day for the Sandaime, as he had created a few shadow clones that reluctantly burdened themselves with completing all the paperwork on his desk while he caught up on lost sleep and contemplated on what actions to take regarding a certain Namikaze and Uzumaki heir. His dreams were plagued with visions of what he had seen in that cursed apartment of his surrogate grandson. Several different versions even ended with Naruto's death. The war hero had many demons haunting his conscience, and even more his dreams. But this was one he was not be able to suppress as easily, because there was no possible way he would be able to forget the decision he had made to keep Naruto in the dark about what he held within him, on top of the fact that he was still hiding the knowledge of his heritage from the boy. The things that they were permitted to do, the things that they were ordered to do, and the things that they did outside their orders hardened the hearts of all ninja. It allowed them to do whatever was necessary to keep themselves and their families alive and safe. But even a ninja like Hiruzen had his limits. He would burn in hell for what he had allowed to happen to his best friend's son, if he weren't already heading there for the sins that he had committed for his village. What he had pulled Naruto from was, with lack of a better word, a nightmare. A nightmare given reality. Blinking away from his tired thoughts, the old man sat up and looked towards the door, which had been struck by a few knocks. So distracted was he, that the old war veteran hadn't heard or sensed the owner of the knocks coming. Perhaps he was getting too old to be wearing his hat anymore. The elder Hokage groomed himself a bit and placed the bearing weight of the hat signifying his position upon his head, and nodded to his tired image in the mirror that he pulled out of his desk. Enter. If it had been any other day before the recent events, Hiruzen would have found Inoichi stopping by an enjoyable presence. They had always gotten along rather well. The two were like friends who caught up with each other every time they met, even if it were only a few hours or a day since the last time they had met. This time, however, was a very grave meeting. For the mutually shared experience that the two shinobi had taken part in, they would also both give much for it to have never happened. Stepping into his leader and friend's office, Inoichi wore a smile of reassurance, signaling that the news he brought with him was good. The sight was already cheering the worried man up as he bowed in respect before speaking. Hokage-sama, I have news that I think you'll find very relieving, and you're going to laugh when I tell you who is at the center of it. The blonde jonin spoke with an underlining of humor, as if saying, "Why am I not surprised?" with the little shake of his head that he gave. Seeing the relief in his face along with the obvious glee that went along with it, The Hokage smiled along and nodded his head. So, who does this good news revolve around, Inoichi? A soft but solid smile extended itself proudly upon the blonde nin's face as he continued. Well, it seems as if Naruto-kun has made himself a friend. Inoichi reassured with a nod as the Hokage's brow shot up in a questioning manner. And that number will be raising this afternoon if I know that girl. The Hokage couldn't be happier. And who might his saviors be, Inoichi? Asked the Hokage with a reference to Naruto's hard, but shattered state a week prior in the hospital bed. Inoichi looked down a little at the subtle, but obvious reference to what had transpired with the little boy who was more a wreck than a POW stuck in an enemy's interrogation headquarters. But, thinking back to how his daughter had unknowingly pulled the tortured boy out of his pit, even if by just a bit, was enough to leave him without a doubt that he would be okay. Well, it seems Ino has seen something in him. They barely met the other day and aren't separable when they're together. Ino was truly humbled, realizing how much impact having people acknowledge and befriend you can have on somebody. The Hokage could do nothing but smile at hearing the words of his friend, assuring him that his grandson was indeed getting better, and so soon after the horror of his demise at that. It seems she takes after your wife when it comes to healing people's spirits? Any Inoichi? The old man spoke with a knowing and sincere tone. Said blonde shinobi blushed a tiny bit and smiled harder at the statement, bringing him back to the time when he and his wife had been courting before their marriage. Or rather his wife courting him as he was very shy and at the time in a difficult place after the Third War. Asterisk chuckles asterisk yes. She's just like her mother. The teal-eyed man blushed in even more embarrassment as he ran his hand through his hair and clenched his little ponytail as he wondered just how much she'd resemble her in time. I haven't known Naruto personally for long, but I'm very happy that they've become friends, and I hope that they'll stay friends. He continued as his joyous smile returned in confirmation that he may have gained a new party member at dinner, as Ino often invited Shikaku and Chose's boys Shikamaru and Choji when they weren't being trained by their respected clansmen. Hiruzen did what Inoichi had never thought he'd do, seeing as how he was the leader of the village and expected to be an object of strength, nearly making him take a stumbling step back. The hero of the three great ninja wars, the god of shinobi, and the professor all rolled into one wise and powerful shinobi. Embraced Inoichi in an almost suffocating hug as he could only choke a single word out in gratitude for the blonde father not trying to distance himself or his daughter from his surrogate grandson, quite possibly saving his life in the process. The only word to be sounded, but whose feelings were felt nonetheless, was a solemn and shaky, "Thank you." The words were all but whispered out, but every ounce of gratitude and honor was conveyed. And though Hiruzen had already expressed his attitude, he still felt the need to shake the Jonin's hand before he saw himself out. Sitting back into the comforting embrace of his chair, the old and a little less worried man found himself taking up the picture of the yondaime again, and smiled as the smiling figure in the picture seemed to know what he was going to tell it already. With a waist-level bow to the framed picture, the sandaime retired to his bed, and went on to dream of nothing in particular. Just the sun-filled grounds of the Konoha Grand Stadium. A picture-perfect day, with a cool breeze lazing its way throughout the empty bleachers and benches below his balcony. A strange, but beautiful display of silky feathers dancing about the cool air of the large structure. In the streets of Konoha, the civilian-littered streets in the shopping district were full of chatter, and the occasional grunt of someone in a bad mood. Though some of those snorts and various sounds of disgust were the cause of one Naruto Uzumaki, minding his own business as he walked through the streets. Look at them all, he thought to himself. Each and every one of them would stick a kunai in me if they didn't know that Umbu keep a close watch on me. Naruto looked a few of the villagers he passed in the eye. Each one of them held looks full of hate that were as easy to pick apart from the ones who simply ignored him, as it was easy enough to tell a Hyuga with their bloodline activated, or at rest. It was all in how they looked at him, and they wore their distrust of him like a badge of honor as they turned their heads to follow his receding form. You are most certainly right about that, Kit. You should know that each and every person around you has the capability to act on their hatred. You are a monster in child's form to their eyes, and all it would take for them to attempt to slay the beast that they see is the right push. The Kyūbi spoke in Naruto's mind on such suddenness that he almost fell out of step. He noticed that a few of the villagers shot him a look when he stumbled slightly. Like a pack of rabid animals, they locked onto him and just waited for him to do something that would warrant them a chance to cause him harm. Parasites. He growled inwardly, not really knowing where he had actually gotten that word from. Getting out of the heat of attention, Naruto turned a corner sharply and sped down the alleyway after he noticed the more daring of the villagers follow him. He had always been a nimble body, and for reasons he now knew the cause to, he could move however fast his body would allow for much longer than anyone his age. He simply didn't tire from running and jumping around. So hightailing it out of the alley, the small blonde sprinted and leapt from dumpster to wall, and finally over the section of fence that surrounded the part of the shopping district that he was at. He had a good ways to go to the park that nobody usually occupied. A perfect place for him to get away from it all. Speaking of which, what do you mean everyone can act on their hatred? If the bijou was talking about their usual rounds of throwing hard objects and their attempts to beat him, he already knew that. A slight warm haze filled his head as the feared voice of the Kitsune within him boomed in his mind again. I mean just that. To truly display their emotion, in this case, the hatred towards you for simply housing me within your body. Not the petty public humiliation that they subject you to day in and day out, but to actually seek to claim your life. It is human nature to attempt to destroy what is out of their control, and if they cannot, then they destroy themselves instead. Naruto lowered head a bit, to where his hair shadowed his eyes. He had always assumed the mob beating that he had to face at times was the extent of the village's cruelty. To learn that there was even more that they would be able to do was just more weight on his already scarred young mind. So, you're saying they would kill me if they got the chance. It wasn't a question, but a statement. A menacing growl was the agreement that he got in return. Though Naruto had an idea that the display of anger wasn't directed towards him. If they so much as breathe in your direction the wrong way again, the spineless worms will find themselves missing the hand that they tried to harm you with. Hearing footsteps approaching from some was behind him, Naruto felt the urge to conceal himself, to decide if whoever the person tracing his tracks was no threat or an enemy. A young troublemaker-looking genin boy walked by shortly after the young Uzumaki dove into some nearby bushes. His orange shorts would probably get him noticed, but laying down, his black shirt would keep him concealed. Now, if only my hair wasn't so bright, he mumbled under his breath. Naruto watched as the unsuspecting genin walked right by him while muttering tasteless insults about the demon brat and how he thought he had spotted him. After all, you are not as helpless as you once were. The bijou added after Naruto's comment on his hair, because now you have me. Furrowing his brow, Naruto crept out from the bushes and took off at a jog for the empty park after he felt it was safe enough to venture out in the open. You did that. Usually he just ran like hell whenever someone started trouble. Half the time, the people going after him were ninja, and the only training he had was self-taught toilet training. Hiding wasn't exactly in his list of things to do when being pursued by a mob of angry villagers. He figured if he did hide, the shinobi in the crowd would just get an easy picking at him, genin or no genin. I can influence you, use my power and presence to point you in the direction I wish, but I cannot control you. The seal that imprisons me keeps me from doing so. Sighing, Naruto sped by a group of villagers in his way, slowing down and moving through the abundant foliage in the village to keep from being spotted. He had never thought about traveling like this before. It would seem that the bijou knew what he was talking about. So you would control me if it weren't for the seal. The small blonde was feeling more alone with each passing moment. The demon fox snorted in amusement and mild annoyance. Would you believe me if I told you that I am not as cruel as you mortals portray me to be? The Uzumaki smiled a little after successfully sneaking past the group of villagers. Now it was a straight shot to the park where he could have a rare slice of peace. More than I would believe someone who told me that the villagers were good people. All but seeing the boulder-sized eyes roll after another snort, Naruto made short work of the distance that was left until reaching the park. Then that is at least a start, which is much more than I can say for any other of your kind, Kit. The Uzumaki smiled a little as he picked up the pace and dashed in and between the various trees and bushes that lined the park. Well, all but one. It was a rather beautiful sunny midday in Konoha. The sun was drenched the leaves of the trees and filled the thick blades of grass in the park to the brim with light. There was a slight breeze gliding throughout the area, and the whole place seemed to be alive with the way everything danced along with the wind. The only thing that was still was the trio of little kids waiting impatiently for a certain blonde who was running late. A small girl whose platinum blonde hair was multiple shades paler than a certain sun-kissed-haired whiskered boy was waiting anxiously for her newest friend. One Yamanaka Ino was fearful that Naruto may had been kidding when he had promised to meet her at the park with her two pretty much birth friends. One was tall for a 6-year-old boy, and was currently occupying himself with absolutely nothing as he laid down against a nearby tree with his hands behind his head, smashing his pineapple-style haircut to the side lazily. Her other, hungrier companion to say the least, was on his third bag of potato chips and munching his way through it as if it were second nature to him. With all the constant chewing, it was a wonder to the other two kids how the red spirals on the thicker boy's cheeks didn't deteriorate under the constant motion. His light brown hair was spiked as well, but that wasn't as important as his ability to eat his own body weight in chips. Minutes went by and not so much as a sliver of a sight of the wayward blonde nervous wreck was to be seen, and the little purple-clad platinum-haired girl awaiting him was just as nervous as her new friend was when they had first met. "Come on, Naruto, where are you? I'm gonna beat you up when you get here." The little sky-blue-eyed girl began to tap her foot on the ground with a pout as she began to get the feeling that the source of her anxiety was near. Flashback. Settling home after her fun-filled day of playing with her friends with the addition of a golden blonde boy that she had just met, Ino was happy. Plain and simple. She now had 3 very good friends and was making herself nearly bounce out of her shoes when she started thinking that in only 6 months, she and her trio of best friends would hopefully be entering the Ninja Academy together. The possibility of them all ending up on a team together, or at least with one out of the group if they were to be split apart, was very comforting. Ino knew they had at least some kind of edge on everybody else because, as she would put it, they were totally pro at playing ninja and were very good at hiding. Well, all except for Choji, but he would find something he's really good at besides eating soon enough. Ino was sure of it. Leaving her room and making her way down the stairs leading to the living room, Ino was starved from the day of play and was ready for dinner. Upon entering the dining room, she noticed a few things that were off, and they were out of place enough for her to actually pause after walking in. She looked to see the table had already been set, which puzzled her. It was usually her job to set the table. The next thing she noticed were her parents already sitting at the table, waiting for her. Ino knew she wasn't in trouble because they greeted her with a smile, so figuring that the whole deal was just because, she smiled back and sat down to go on having a nice dinner with her parents. A nice, normal family dinner. After eating their food in peace and taking a few minutes to talk about how each other's day was and what not, Inoichi turned to his daughter. "So Ino, I heard you've made a new friend. Uzumaki Naruto, if I'm not mistaken," he said with a calm but strong voice. The young Yamanaka was wondering when this would be brought up. Ino wasn't stupid, even if she was barely going to be academy age. Having a ninja as a parent made her brighter than the average civilian. She didn't think her parents would bring it up the same day that she met Naruto. However, Ino was prepared. She had known from the moment he had run into her who he was, seeing as how you were considered special, for not knowing who the demon brat was. Why she gave him a chance to play with her and her friends was simply because she did not judge anyone without knowing them first, as she would hope that people would do the same for her. What she saw was a peaceful, caring, and gentleman of a little boy. He was no different than anyone else, and if anyone said differently in front of her, she'd give them a good kick in the shin. There was a reason why a certain clumsy Nara clan head was always weary of her when she was in new clothes, in his presence, while he had a cup of any form of liquid in hand. Ino took a deep breath and stared down her father as best she could. "Yes, father. And he's not who people say he is. He's my friend, and anyone who says different will have to answer to me," the little blonde fury exclaimed as she flexed her little arm, showing what pain awaited those who would challenge her view of her newest best friend. Ino expected a fight from her parents, a glare at the very least, but all she got was laughter. Inoichi couldn't be prouder of his daughter, for being as sociable as she was. He was afraid that Ino would follow the crowd and hate Naruto just because everyone else did. Seeing as how this wasn't the case, he smiled widely as did his wife and both nodded in approval. "I'm glad to hear it, Ino." He chuckled with noticeable glee on his face. Looking towards her husband in a humorous manner, Ino's mother, Keiho, continued for him as he was probably occupied with conjuring up countless different reasons as to why his daughter is his princess, and will always be his princess right about now. And we'll be expecting one more addition at our table next time we have your friends for dinner. A hazel-eyed, shoulder-length brunette beauty with fair skin spoke in her husband's wake with equal glee. Ino could do nothing but smile and hug her parents. They had accepted her newest friend whom she would enjoy spending time with, and that just meant easier playtime all around. Flashback end. The talking to that she had gotten from her parents, particularly her father, really made an impression on her. Later on that night, Inoichi had come to her room to discuss Naruto's upbringing. Though they were the same age, Ino couldn't believe that he had been living basically by himself since he could walk. Her father had told her that the orphanage had barely taken care of him, and he had been given his own apartment at the age of 3 with Umbu to help teach him things. As young as she was, Ino knew they came from 2 different worlds. Naruto was the same age as her, but she felt like he was a genin already. She couldn't explain it, he was just different from everyone their age. But that still isn't an excuse for being late, the tempered girl pouted as she closed her eyes with a humph. Moments passed in silence before a lazy child's voice rasped out over the crunchy sounds of the huskier boy eating chips. What's got her all grumpy? The black spiky-haired kid in green shorts and an olive shirt didn't so much as open an eye as he voiced his thoughts. The thick boy sitting not too far away from him shrugged. Asterisk munch, I dunno. A tired sigh came out of the lazy boy laying against the tree. Asterisk sigh, asterisk troublesome. The bristling of branches and the thumping of footsteps got the trio's attention as a vibrant blonde-haired boy leaped over the fairly tall bush and landed in a crouch. Landing on his feet with one hand on the ground to balance his landing, Naruto found his azure-blue eyes staring into the sky-blue orbs of the girl he had met the day before, who also had an awful temper building up as her foot was now tapping at an intimidating pace. You know, I just remembered that I made a friend yesterday, and that I was supposed to meet her here. A sweat drop began to form on the side of his head. Half an hour ago. Dark chuckling erupted in his mind. Kakik. You'll remember next time. Naruto started to get nervous. And why is that? You will see. Naruto smiled nervously and scratched the back of his head. How's it going, Ino-chan? The anxious boy began to sweat, as he could almost feel her anger sparking in tune with her eerily twitching eyebrow. Ino. Looking at her, he knew he was in for it. Ino's eyebrow and foot stopped twitching/tapping simultaneously, and she scanned him over. He wasn't hurt, so he couldn't have been late due to an injury. He didn't seem to be sick because he wasn't sneezing or anything else along the lines of being sick. What she did notice were the bags under his eyes, and how groggy he looked. It was decided. He overslept. Bracing for impact, Naruto took one for the team. Crap. Didn't think ahead to see if we had enough time for all the chit-chatting earlier. That chit-chatting, as you called it, happened to be important, brat. The bijou chimed in nonchalantly. But out of this Kyūbi, he really didn't need this right now. Kakik. Naruto was broken out of his miniature banter by a fist to his head. Naruto baka! The little blonde terror shouted as she hit him on top of his head, waking up the sleeping boy against the tree and stopping the chubby boy mid-chew with her yelling. I thought you were supposed to meet me here an hour ago. Naruto flinched and looked down in an unforeseen shame and defeated nature. If Ino didn't know any better, she'd swear she had heard a remorseful and almost shuddering sigh escape her fellow blonde's mouth. Worried she might have gone just a little bit too far, Ino placed her hand upon his shoulder and proceeded to lighten things up. I'm sorry, Naruto. Maybe you were really busy and came here as fast as you could. I mean, you did jump over the wall of bushes over there at top speed to get here. Looking over to the bushes she was referring to, she then realized that the feat Naruto had pulled off was impressive. Really impressive. The bushes had to at least be almost 2 meters tall, sparking curiosity as to how the boy managed to vault over, top speed or not. Turning to her fellow blonde to question how he managed to vault over, she was stopped in her tracks as the boy was still looking down as ever, though with an empty look in his eyes. Naruto-kun, are you okay? Ino asked sincerely as she was beginning to worry that she had really overdone it. Naruto let out a sigh as he rubbed his hands together. I'm sorry for making you and your friends wait, Ino. He put his hands in his pockets, never looking up from the ground. I'm already causing you trouble and we've barely even met. You must hate me. Ino was taken back at his remark. Sure, she had blown up a little bit, but that didn't mean she hated him for being late. She was just teasing him, even if she was a little upset. Seeing as how she was only 5 years old, just like Naruto, she didn't quite have the capacity to think further into his behavior, so she decided to just salvage the situation and continue on with their play day like they planned to. It's okay, Naruto-kun, really? Nothing to fuss about, the little girl said with a smile. Without anything to fight with, Naruto could do nothing but nod his head in agreement and put on a small smile as her other two companions seemed to be into the commotion he had unintentionally been making. All right, Naruto-kun, these are my other friends. The now ecstatic Ino was hopping up and down as she called over her two best friends. She gestured her hand at the tall 5-year-old with a pineapple haircut. This is Nara Shikamaru. The girl giggled as the boy stifled a yawn. Yo! Was all that was said before a whisper, that only Naruto could hear ever since waking up in the hospital, made him chuckle under his breath as the boy named Shikamaru was muttering troublesome, under his breath. Ino moved on to the now frowning, thick boy who had just finished his last, third, large bag of potato chips. And this is a kimchi choji. Ino rolled her eyes as the boy was still fretting over his shortage of snacks as his stomach made the problem audible. Naruto nodded in acknowledgement, surprising both boys as he greeted them since he was proving pretty much every rumor wrong so far. Nara-san, Akimichi-san, very nice to meet friends of Ino-chan. He spoke with as much respect as he could muster, not wanting to miss or mess up another opportunity of possibly making more friends. It wasn't in Naruto's nature to play the respectable role. With him, what you see is what you get. He was true and honest with the people he interacted with, and expected nothing less in return. That, and if what Ino had told him the day before, her dad would be watching him close. He needed to try to be normal for himself, as much as he needed to get his approval for the academy. A win-win situation. The boys looked at each other and the Nara just shrugged with a smile. Just our first names are fine, Naruto. Friends of Ino's are friends of ours. Shikamaru said with a smile while pointing back at Ino in a hitchhiker fashion as the thicker boy nodded with his mouth, since it was too full to speak, as he somehow managed to procure another bag of chips out of nowhere. Naruto could only smile. For the next couple of hours, the group of kids set off to play ninja, Choji being it multiple times as he was always easily caught. For a while, Naruto wasn't sure if he just felt out of place, or if he truly didn't belong with anyone his age. But soon enough, the Uzumaki was smiling and playing with as much vigor as Ino, and managed to only get discovered once. Far off into the distance, however, a certain ponytailed shinobi observed the group of playing children with a critical eye. Mumbled the interrogator ninja as he was off resting in a tree while watching his only daughter play with her usual friends, and the addition of the broken boy he had seen but a few days prior. If he hadn't had looked into the young boy's psyche for a split second before the walls of his mind came crashing down in a baffling defense, Inoichi would have never had been able to tell him apart from any other kid running around and playing ninja with their friends before entering the academy. The proud father couldn't help but smile as his daughter had done the simplest, yet most life-saving and life-changing decision that she would have in her life. Taking one last glance to the energetic bunch, minus one particular Nara, he once again smiled as he saw the real version of the fabled Naruto smile, with every bit of vibrant joy present in it while he stalked off back to the interrogation headquarters, as his lunch break was over. On his way home, young Naruto had stopped by Ichiraku's to tell Tsuchi and his daughter Ayame all about his new friends and how they had spent the whole day playing. The humble owners of the shop were so excited and happy for their might-as-well-be surrogate son/brother, that they had offered him unlimited ramen for a week, not caring if they had to restock their inventory 3 or 4 times, seeing as how the boy could finish a whole cauldron by himself. Where that food all went into his tiny body is a question that they asked themselves many times over and just left it to be one of the wonders of the elemental nations. It was about 11 at night now. The streets of Konoha were quiet as activity died down and everyone had already settled in for the night, having completing their necessary everyday tasks hours before, and were now either sleeping off the day's activities or doing something else. Walking through the empty and darkened streets, Naruto couldn't help but feel as if something was wrong. He was in the outskirts of the shopping district now, maybe 10 minutes walking distance from the red light district and another 20 to his apartment since he lived in the heart of it. Usually even at this time of night there were still people buzzing around, either heading home or heading to one of the many brothels in the red light district. But as he stood in the crossroads between districts, the streets were empty. He couldn't even find any stray animals rummaging through the garbage littering the poorly kept alleys and overflowing dumpsters. The only thing he could hear and practically feel was silence. It was then that Naruto felt an ominous presence on him, and seeing as how there was nobody around that was visible, the boy came to the conclusion that he was very familiar with. In fact, it was something that he had developed a sort of sixth sense for. He was being watched. The crescent moon shone like a warped star as Naruto gazed up into the dark, clouded sky. Here we go again. Growing up under the eyes of a shinobi village's guard, being watched and having to sneak your way around just to get to a quiet place to rest or even go out to get his essentials to live, Naruto had developed a sense of stealth that shouldn't be present until he was already a trained ninja. Though the village had saw to it that he were primed and ready to enter the academy well before he ever reached it. Sensing his body was in danger, and clearly hearing a thrown object sailing through the air heading straight for him, Naruto instinctively dove forward and circled behind a dumpster in a nearby alleyway. Only a moment passed by and he already knew what was happening, for it had not been the first, and it would not be the last time he's had to deal with his current situation. Albeit this time he truly was fearful for his life. Looking through the crack in between the dumpster and the alley's wall, he could vividly make out the gleam of a shuriken, embedded halfway into a wooden post that was next to him just a second ago. His little heart racing, and knowing that hiding wouldn't probably do him any good, Naruto ran for his life after catching a glimpse of a figure in the dark. It was relatively small in size, but the figure with a masculine build was wearing a headband on his forehead that bore the symbol of Konoha on it, signifying that he was, indeed, a ninja. That's new. Judging from his size, Naruto would say he's a genin. But however green he may be, it still made him deadly to Naruto, and he knew it. The small blonde's pace just increased even faster, far exceeding one of his age at the rate he was going. He had never been pursued by a ninja before. They had only ever gotten a few hits on him before having to leave before the arrival of Umbu. But now he had to face his sudden enrollment into Crash Course Flee from Ninja 101. Head-on. Not stopping, the blur that was Naruto raced straight through the middle of the village, not bothering to call for help, for he already knew that would only see to it that others joined the one that was already chasing him and intent on taking his life. Hour-long seconds passed by as his pursuer didn't let up, and the full-on sprint that Naruto had taken off in, pushing past any speed he had reached before, had him panting heavily as he was desperately trying to get away to save himself. If he could fight, he would, but Naruto knew that if he stopped now, he would be dead. Dipping his head away from the sounds of shuriken whizzing by, and taking with them the tips of a few of his blonde hairs, Naruto took a chance and did a hard right turn, into another alleyway leading out to the training fields. Lose him in the forest. Not looking back, the boy maneuvered through and around the long alleyway debris, as if he were a seasoned acrobat content on winning some sort of prize, the prize in this case being his life. Dodging, juking and jumping from and on top of dumpsters and various discarded debris littering the long alley in between a random warehouse and a large apartment complex, Naruto began to notice something. His movements started to become more fluid and precise, as if he were getting better at running for his life. His pursuer was also surprised by his sudden increase in acrobatic ability. He thought he would have ended the demon's life minutes ago. Seeing him now was sending a chill running through his spine since right now it was only 5. Imagining what it would be capable of later was all the more drive for him to kill it now. Chancing a glance back for only a fraction of a second, Naruto could clearly see the shape and glint of a kunai being palmed and gripped harshly no more than 10 yards behind him, intended on finding its way into his little body. Facing forward again, he dug deep and raced even faster while still avoiding shuriken. Suddenly, time seemed to stand still as his heartbeat slowed from almost a bursting rate to miles in between each thump. The once moonlit alleyway was then clouded over in a shroud of darkness growing from the edges of his vision, just as half his eyesight was blackened, leaving the center in a blurred tunnel vision. A warm and fire-like feeling flowed through his little body and his sight exploded into clarity. For a moment, he was nearly blinded because of his now extremely sensitive eyes. Power surged through him, He felt light as a feather and yet stronger than he ever thought he could be as he leapt from wall to wall and taking off on all fours as soon as he hit the ground without so much as a fraction of hesitation. The raw power and killing intent that came of Naruto in tidal waves froze the rogue in place, and even caused him to cut himself as the gray-clad shinobi crashed in a sudden stop. Naruto didn't look back after that, and found himself sprinting on all fours like second nature. His eyes were still adjusting to the sudden ability to see completely clear in the dark, but he didn't miss the way the village blurred past his vision as he didn't let up his pace for a moment. Naruto saw a large building in front of him, and knew that the only choice was to go over it. Going around would give his pursuer a chance to catch up, and that simply wouldn't do. He couldn't form coherent thoughts at the moment, he was running off pure unimpaired instinct. Getting closer to the building, Naruto felt like he was dreaming when he saw his hands palm the floor like an animal, and could feel his legs coil. The next thing the small blonde knew, he was sailing through the air. He regained some higher brain functionality then, and waved his arms around frantically. If he could, he would have screamed, but he was still in his trance-like state, so the only sounds he could hear was the panting of his breath and the thundering of his heart. Landing on the roof and rolling to disperse the impact force, Naruto continued to just look through his own eyes as his body seemingly moved on its own, and leaped over a table and a small wooden fence that was on the roof, before jumping off of the 4-story tall building, only to land on the ground with a crunch before using his arms to push himself back up and kept on going. Seconds? Minutes? Hours? Naruto couldn't tell how long he had been running. His vision was completely blurred over now, leaving him almost blind. He had lost all sense of time as soon as the massive surge of power exploded in him. Naruto had expected his vision to clear, but it didn't register in his mind that it was actually deteriorating as he kept on moving. His body felt like it was full of lead now, and his vision was veiled in gray, as if all the color was taken from the world. Finally, at what seemed like the worst time possible, racing alongside a line of bushes that ran through several training grounds on all fours, Naruto felt as if he were pulled by whatever force was pushing him forward. He was thrown down deep into what he thought was a hole in the ground, and fell for what seemed like eternity as he watched the light of the moon and stars fade away from view. The curtain of bright starlight morphed into only a single ray of veiled light as he finally crashed into the ground with a loud thud. Toppling and flopping on every part of his body possible, sharp pains invading him every time he hit the floor and fell again. Stairs, Naruto thought as he finally hit solid ground and slid for a couple more feet, feeling like it took minutes for him to come to a complete stop. After he inevitably slowed to a standstill, Naruto coughed out the breath he had been holding in, and gulped down air as the warm feeling flowing through his veins subsided. Slow building panic and exhaustion started to take hold, because now he was truly starting to realize the gravity of the situation he was just in. Crap, crap, crap. Naruto tried to move, but couldn't even growl in anger when his body refused to twitch a finger. Damn, now what do I do? That genin is going to gut me. As much as he was fighting it, the exhaustion was catching up to Naruto, and the small boy was putting all of his will to keep his eyes open. Hush, Kit. You're safe now. The bijou inside him finally spoke up in a relieved manner. Though Naruto didn't really notice, he was too focused on trying to keep his eyes open, but to no avail. His body was battered, weary, and completely drained of energy. Another warmth spread through his body, only this time it was faint, like a low flame steadily burning with dim red coals underneath. Rest now, Naruto. I'll watch over you, and take care of any fools who attempt to tamper with you. The demon fox waited patiently for Naruto to stop fighting. Sleep, you earned it. Naruto didn't have to be told twice this time, though he still reluctantly slipped into unconsciousness and allowed his body to rest. The Kyūbi observed his sleeping form as his body had already shimmered into the mindscape. For a while, the bijou simply sat on its haunches as Naruto let out quiet snores. The ancient fox played the events of the night over in its head, analyzing how the small boy had reacted to the life or death situation that he had been in, seeing that while he fled, it had taken a considerable amount of courage to act the way he did, to survive. The giant fox closed its eyes after a moment and slowly settled its head on its paws, 3 of its tails wrapping around Naruto and brought him in close to its body. Naruto never knew it, but he often appeared in the mindscape while he slept. Seeing as how the Bijou really had no reason to hate the boy, having had no choice in becoming a Jinchuriki, the Kitsune slowly warmed up to him after watching him having to endure everything in his life. All for a village that wanted to kill him as gratitude. The Bijou hadn't told him yet, but she could see through his eyes, hear what he hears, and feel what he feels along with hearing his thoughts. She had been there every step of the way so far, and it hurt her to see this innocent boy being subjected to such treatment. As much as it had annoyed her when he had tried to kill himself, the Kyūbi understood why Naruto had done it. And though she didn't show it, it rattled her heart seeing him that way, feeling what he kept buried inside as he attempted to take his life in order to escape a world that condemned him or saving them. Even if he wasn't a Bijou, or even a fox, no offspring that young should ever raise a hand against itself. The Bijou had already made up her mind to bind herself to this boy, and watching him go through yet another gamble for his life so soon after their meeting only cemented her will further to help Naruto change his fate. For it would be a fate that determined the journey of so many others. After all, she was a sucker for a child in need. 2 days later. It had been a week of troubled sleeping for the Hokage, as he had yet another bout of endless nightmares of past mistakes and regrets. He sought to make as little disturbance for himself as possible as his sleep deprivation-induced headache was making every word of his paperwork annoyingly hard to retain, and he often had to reread sentences so as to not accidentally sign a request from one of the civilian council members to have Naruto imprisoned, for safety reasons, or have him exiled from Konoha altogether. The most the old man could do was sigh. He was growing increasingly tired of their pointless and antagonizing attempts to make the innocent boy's life harder than it already was. After about a solid 2 hours of constant signing or vetoing forms and requests, a deep and forceful knock sounded from his office door, making him glance up regrettably, for chances were that this couldn't be anything good for a change. "Enter," spoke the tired and already burnt-out old man. A trio of long black-haired men strode in with a visible look of elegance and expected reverence in each step they took. The look on their faces spoke the silent words, "I'm better than you," with every non-existent expression that they made. The Sandaime looked to the clock on the wall beside him and raised a brow at the sight of the three nobles. 9 in the morning? Much too early for a Hyuga to be inconveniencing themselves for a demand. "Hokage-sama." 2 of the now deemed Hyuga men spoke and bowed silently. The third man in the middle gave an acknowledgeable short bow and spoke. "Hokage-same, there is a matter of which I, as the head of the Hyuga clan, have to discuss with you, personally." A bit of venom was issued at the mentioning of himself being the clan head, which only the old Kage could detect, while the 2 men beside the clan head bowed to both the Hokage and their clan leader before exiting. Not one moment after the door closed did the Hyuga lord let out a tired sigh as he sat himself in the chair in front of the Sandaime's desk, his aura losing all radiance of nobility and becoming that of just a simple man. "I take it the elders have been pestering you about the emissary sent from Kumogakure?" asked the seeming all-knowing old man with a small friendly smile. The gray-eyed Hyuga gave another sigh and nodded in confirmation. "Yes." The man looked towards his longtime friend and mentor. "As you know, this will directly affect my daughters." He eased out with a restrained and worried look. The Sandaime looked down a little and nodded. "What will you do, Hayashi?" "They are requesting a truce." Though the old war veteran knew better than to think that's all Kumo was looking to get their hands on. The man now named Hayashi gave another worried look, as this would make things much more difficult. "You and I both know that they will be sending a capable emissary to not only try for a treaty, but to see if there is a Byakugan that is unsealed and available to obtain." Hayashi's hands balled into fists at the thought of Kumo trying to steal a member of his family, let alone one of his daughters. They had always been greedy for bloodline limits, but not as ravenous in their attempts to gain more than they had been with his clan. Seeing as how all of the branch family is sealed, that leaves only the main branch vulnerable to abduction. Elders, genin and younger, the next generation is most at risk while they are still being raised as ninja. The Sandaime rubbed his temples as he thought the situation over and saw only disaster. He knew what Kumo was up to. You don't go from mortal and near lifelong enemies to suddenly wanting peace in the blink of an eye without suspicion. Needless to say, the Hokage knew for certain that the Raikage had no intention of peace, but rather an easy opportunity to get his hands on Kekkai Genkai, as he was still overly obsessed in making his village powerful after its defeat by the Yondaime himself during the Third Great Ninja War. Both men took on a grieving look, both thinking the same thing. The village of warmongers would be after one of his daughters, given the fact that they both were unsealed and carried the same blood of the clad head, making their abilities probably more than exceptional when compared to the rest of their generation. I will have no choice in Hinata's protection, seeing as how her training has already begun. She is expected to rely more on herself than her bodyguards. The tradition of the Hyuga deem the young ones to be strong from an early age, and there are no exceptions. Hayashi caressed his forehead. He had gone through the same thing at her age and was even separated from his twin to make him more self-sufficient. Hanabi, however, will not leave my side. She is not under any such restriction. Hayashi did not like this at all. Rather, he loathed and resented it. Being the head of a clan was more of a shackle than a freedom when it came to family and clan affairs. Having to make his decisions for the majority, ignoring the individual's side as a cost. Being a true father to his daughters was extremely difficult, mostly because he was politically forced to raise them not only as his daughters, but as future clan heirs. Though he was hard on them, he wished he could spend his time with them doing what normal fathers would do. He longed to read their children books, teaching them simple necessities instead of having a servant do it for him. How he longed to just embrace his daughters wholeheartedly without care and full of love. They reminded him so much of his wife, Hinata and Hanabi, more so with Hinata. She was a near reincarnation of her mother. This made his pain of restraining his love for his daughters all the more torturous. He just wished that they could go about their lives as normal people, normal shinobi. But alas, this was not the case. They were Hyuga, famed for their jujitsu, the Byakugan. Their all-seeing eyes whose vision could see as far as 10 kilometers when a skilled user focused on long range and see through solid objects with X-ray-like sight. All Byakugan users could see both chakra and the chakra network in a person's body, but skilled users could also see the tenketsu within the body. The small pressure points in the chakra network that act like checkpoints that allow chakra to flow through the body. Nothing noticeable could be done, though the Hokage would not let any in his village fall prey to their enemies, and would see to it that a squad of ANBU would tail Hinata in case of a probable abduction attempt. ANBU will see to it that your daughters are safe, Hayashi. Family is a precious thing, and a father will do anything in their means to protect it. The old man lowered his head a bit as his eyes closed. Behind them, images of a certain blonde smiling at him flashed in his head and was quickly followed by that fateful night and the bloodied boy he had taken to the hospital. Hayashi saw this and knew what the old man was thinking about. Being one of the few people Hiruzen could truly call friend, the old man had confided in Hayashi whether or not it was wise to let Naruto into the ninja corps. As a clan head, and as a father still raising his children, Hiruzen had hoped the Hyuga would have a more individual outlook on Naruto in contrast to his own opinion. Hayashi saw what others would think as a weapon in Naruto's hands, to be a shield for the boy. Being a ninja would not make Naruto any more dangerous than he already was, but instead, give him the tools he needs to pick himself up and protect. He knew the boy would not harm anyone outside of being an enemy or for self-defense purposes. Hayashi's eyes allowed him to see many things in the village, and he saw something much more than just a living prison for the demon that had once plagued his village. "When are they expected to arrive?" asked Hayashi, breaking his thoughts away from one of the many regrets that he held on his conscience. Hiruzen sighed as he took out his pipe and gave it a puff. "Hard to say. I received the letter of their departing just this morning. I would prepare any plans that you have for your daughter's sake soon. They won't be more than a few days at best." The Hyuga nodded, soothing his headache with a rub of his brow. A small smile formed on both men, and the smile only grew as Hayashi slowly brought out a bottle of fine sake that he had kept in his robes. "Until then, would you like to drink your worries away?" Hiruzen chuckled and fished out 2 shot glasses from his desk. "I'd love to." Hayashi cracked open the jar with a nod. His headache wasn't going anywhere, so might as well numb it down while he was there. Ugh, damn, that hurt. That was all Naruto could muster in his mind without having a shocking pain bolt through his little body. Thinking back on the previous night's events, he found that he could recall it all perfectly with the exception of the point in time before he reached the training fields. Only fractions of what he had experienced was left intact in his memory after that surge of unknown power surged through him like a stream of hot, but freezing fire. "Lay still, Kit. Your body is still recuperating," spoke Naruto's demonic tenant. The small blonde scrunched his face in confusion, and regretted it instantly when his whole face felt like it was being run through an electrified grinder. "Recuperating from what? I feel like I was put through a blender and had needles go into the mix too." Even breathing sent Naruto into a twitches of sharp pains that seemed to swim all around and within his body. The Bijou muled over how exactly she was supposed to explain the current situation to the 5-year-old. "Listen to me carefully, and do not interrupt. During your escape yesterday, you were using everything you had, and were running on empty while that coward was hailing shuriken at you. You were essentially slowing down into death, seeing as how you were matched with an assassin bent on taking your life." Naruto mentally nodded in content since doing it physically would just cause him pain. Taking his silence as her cue to continue, the great fox did so. "On the last stretch, I flooded your chakra network with as much of my power as I could force through the gaps in your seal." Naruto took on a mentally puzzled look in his head, not quite understanding what the fox was getting at. But the boy found that letting the Bijou finish usually led to answers, so he decided to just stay silent as she explained what she was telling him. The Bijou figured that she'd have to explain in great detail everything that was currently happening to Naruto's body and what changes are occurring, seeing as how he probably only knew the very basics at best about chakra and how the human chakra network worked. Sighing, she dedicated herself to a comfortable position in her prison and went on to break it to her container just what was happening to him, because there was definitely no turning back for him now. "Kit," the great fox began. "Dive into your mind so you can focus on what I'm saying and give yourself a break from your body's changes for a while." Naruto found no problem with that at all, seeing as how the pain wasn't going anywhere. Now that he thought about it, the pain was actually growing gradually. Whatever was happening to him was already spreading all over his body, but at the same time seemed to overlap and layer itself. If that made any sense. This had the boy completely dumbstruck and almost in a panic, but he forced himself to save that for later and listen to what his tenant had to say. Inside Naruto's mindscape, the familiar piece of silence, followed by the sound of single droplets of water hitting a still lake, rang in Naruto's ears, signaling that he was inside his mindscape. Naruto looked at himself and found nothing was wrong with his body aside from a few tears in his clothing. It seemed that whatever mental image of himself that he had before diving in is what shows in his mind. He looked off a ways and saw the Kyūbi laying lazily on its side. He took a few steps forward and slipped through the giant metal bars of its prison, seeing as how it was no longer necessary to remain on the other side of the gates anymore. Taking a cross-legged seat beside the arm the Kyūbi was resting her head on, Naruto leaned back on her, searching for comfort. Having never had anyone to coo with after surviving an ordeal like the one of the night before, Naruto was hoping now that they were on somewhat friendly terms that he could share his relief with his tenant. He had survived yet another try on his life. The boy began purging himself of any fear, and the waning pressure of having nearly been killed was sinking into his psyche, just as his body was sinking into the reddish-orange fur of the nine-tailed fox. Seeing as how nothing was done to resist his attempt at comfort, Naruto found himself relieved and sank further into her fur with his body curled, shielding himself from an imaginative force, as if the assassin were right there staring at him. The ancient fox noticed her container's attempt at soothing himself with her aid and made no move to push him away. She had already decided to present him the contract to bind them to each other, to be at each other's sides through thick or thin. Her contract basically made them a form of life partners, a sort of family tie, and she would not offer such a bond if she wasn't able to deal with this side of her container. The exposed side. She wouldn't do much, but would allow him to use her as support. That alone would have sufficed had it been any other time, but within the vicinity of 2 weeks, the 5-year-old had attempted to take his life, found himself making his first friends and attempted to fit with them, and just recently survived an attempt at his life from an unknown enemy. Needless to say, the boy was a typhoon of emotion and thoughts. Kurama thought to herself and decided if she was going to hold up her end of the deal once it was made, she would have to deal with everything that came with being bound to this boy with both her honor and her life. Coiling her once straightened tails into herself, she surprised both herself and her trembling container as she wrapped her tails around them both. shielding them from whatever force the boy thought was coming after him as he was curled in a tight ball, shaking without restraint. The age-old bijou resembled that of her image, a fox curled in its den with her cub tucked tightly at her muzzle's side, kept warm by her seemingly impenetrable tail and her body at its back. The boy's body stopped shaking after a while of silence, whilst Kurama was dealing with her own conflicting emotions. She, a bijou, an embodiment of power, was nurturing a mortal boy. It wasn't the fact that he was human that was eating at her, but the ease of which that she could do it, was doing it, to make herself able to nurture this tortured soul. The tailed beast could hardly fathom it. She found herself thinking back to someone who had told her something that she had lived by long ago, but quickly shook those thoughts free of her mind as she had to take care of what was at hand first. Taking a deep breath as the boy basked in her warmth and fur, the great fox continued, putting aside any remarks towards her pride as she did not find this as a proper moment to jest, though it would have before. "Calm yourself, Kit. You're safe, remember." The mountain-sized fox spoke as the boy continued to shake. He dug himself deeper into the fur of her body, as if it were the only thing keeping him alive, though in truth it might as well be. Nodding in acknowledgement, she went on to explain what was happening. "What is now occurring in your body is both shock from having my chakra infused with yours and the activation of your chakra network." She paused, letting everything sink itself into him. Usually when a mortal's chakra network is activated, it is done around your age for the purpose of being a shinobi. Now, seeing as how this was your intent anyways, this isn't the problem. The problem, if it even is considered a one, lies with how yours was activated. She paused again and let her container voice the question that she could hear in his thoughts. "What's wrong with the way my chakra network was activated?" There was more curiosity than fear in his question. Kurama thought of a way to put it in a way that a child could understand, but found it difficult having never been in this type of situation before, and decided to just wing it. "In theory, there isn't a real problem dash." "Then what's the problem, Kyūbi-san?" The fox's ears twitched a bit. "If you would be so kind as to remain quiet, I'll tell you," the bijou growled out impatiently. "Oh." The now little more energetic boy gestured. "Sorry, he." The great fox sighed as she figured it was his nature as a child to question everything presented to him, and coupled with his past, every alternative as well. "Pay it no mind." Taking a glance at the boy who was running his hands through the fur of her tail, the bijou decided she might as well start the process of her contract while she was at it. "Also, Kurama. My name is Kurama." A three of her tails flicked, uncertain how a mortal would take to calling her anything other than her demon name. Naruto's eyes widened a bit, not expecting a bijou to have a name. "Okay, Kurama-san." The nine-tailed fox chuckled at his nervousness. "Just Kurama is fine," she assured the boy with a nudge of her tail that was still keeping him warm in his mindscape. That was also part of the reason why she had instructed him to go into his mind, seeing as how it was rather fresh in the underground space they both were currently stuck in. She lifted the boy with her tail and laid him back down in front of her, so that he would have all of his focus on what she was going to tell him. For what she was going to tell him would be a large part of the foundation that would lead him through the long and twisting roads of his life. Naruto found a comfortable sitting position on his tenant's tail, which had him placed in front of her once fierce gaze, now turned to a softer sight. Kurama gathered her thoughts and proceeded to explain to the boy the miracle of which was partaking in his little body. "As I said before, there isn't a real problem. But what is happening to you isn't normal either." She waited for the nod of confirmation as she didn't want to repeat herself if the boy didn't understand. With her own nod she continued, "Normally when you mortals activate your chakra networks, it is done by another mortal with an ample amount of precision, so as the one being activated is not harmed." Naruto nodded. "What occurred yesterday wasn't anything near that practice. Firstly, because I am not normal. I am a demonic embodiment of chakra with a consciousness. A chakra monster, if you will, albeit much more elegant. Secondly, because of the situation you were in, I couldn't risk not giving you enough of my chakra to ensure your survival and instead filled your chakra reserves to the brim, stretching your chakra network to the size of one twice your age as a result." Naruto nodded slower, thinking of what this may mean for him and what may become of him because of his tenant's actions. The reaction was nothing of what I had first expected. As you know, you heal incredibly fast for a mortal. Compared to others, you regenerate almost 10 times faster than any human alive. What you, and probably no one else knows, is that this ability of yours isn't originally derived from my power. I simply gave it more strength. The regeneration was there before I was ever sealed inside you. The result was having it doubled in speed and capability. Naruto was wide-eyed at the new discovery. The whole time he had thought that his ability to heal like no other was because of having the Kyūbi sealed inside of him. When he found out about her, that is. Now, why I bring this up is just part of what's happening to you, but what is happening to you wouldn't be possible if it weren't for this ability of yours. Naruto was now puzzled. This is why it's happening. But it wouldn't happen because of this was making him dizzy. What do you mean, Kurama? He asked. Well, with the amount of strain that I put on your chakra network and body with the sudden surge of my chakra, your body should have burst with the amount of power trapped in you by all rights. An increase in breathing started up as the fox held up a human hand-like paw. I would not have put that much if I wasn't sure your body couldn't handle it. I was depending on your enhanced healing to keep you together. Literally, they both thought. The duo looked at each other and the boy laughed while the bijou let out a rumbling chuckle. Now, that's just it. Naruto looked at his tenant with a nervous face as his laughter died. Your body underwent an unbelievable change. The boy looked with more curiosity. He figured if he was still able to do the things like walk, talk, think normally and whatnot, it couldn't be that bad, right? Kurama smiled. It's not bad at all, Kit. Naruto let loose a sigh of relief and vowed himself to be silent until his partner completed her debrief. With another smile, she continued. Your body did struggle to keep itself together, but your healing pulled through and actually did something that I would not think possible until I saw it happening. Do you think you can do something for me? The Naruto nodded. Can you imagine a large piece of grass about the size of one of my claws? He was puzzled a bit, then shrugged. Sure, why not? As he pictured it in his head, he found that the act drained him a bit and made him tired. Looking up, he saw a large 12-foot strand of thick grass standing tall in front of him. Kurama picked it and held it up. Say this is a normal mortal's chakra network. What I did would normally fill this up too quickly for it to grow enough to hold the amount of chakra that I pumped into you. Make another that is twice as big as this strand if you would. Naruto slumped. Great, more work, but did so anyway and was now exhausted again. Kurama paid it no mind. It was much too amusing and resumed her explanation. A chakra coil, which is the center of the chakra network and is where it is distributed from, of this size. The bijou held up the shorter strand, would burst long before growing into a suiting size in the amount of time yours did. To showcase that, the bijou pumped chakra into the grass and both watched as it splintered apart, unable to contain her power. Holding up the other strand, she went on. Your coil and network along with it expanded more than double its size to hold the chakra that I pumped into you. Though there was a complication. Holding up a paw to ease her container as he began to protest, Kurama continued. Seeing as how there is only so much room in the body of a 5-year-old, your chakra network had to do something so that it could fit itself inside of your body. Taking the remaining and much larger leaf into both paws, Kurama then folded it in half. What your body did was essentially evolution, or to put it simply, adjusted itself to your body. The size of your network and coils were too large to fit inside your body, so instead, it compacted. She then twisted the grass to where it looked like a tightly spun rope, seeing as how it was about the same thickness as a rope that would be used on a shipping vessel. When it wound itself tightly like this, it also made itself stronger and more efficient. Like how string gets stronger the more you spin it into itself, just like I did with this grass. Naruto understood that much perfectly. He had used that kind of thing before so he could climb around all over the place. As of now, you have the chakra network and overall power of about a quarter of your Gigi, as you so call him, in comparison. Seeing as how you're currently barely able to be entered into your village's ninja academy. Having a fourth of the power of the strongest ninja in the village at the age of 5 isn't too shabby. To say Naruto was dumbstruck would be worthy of receiving the lifelong label of Captain Obvious stamped into the forehead of whoever pointed it out. With all that being said, and with the fact that you have a much more powerful and efficient chakra system, which is also what your healing ultimately derives from, your healing is also twice as powerful and efficient than before. In comparison to other mortals, you are a freak of nature. Naruto's jaw dropped along with his nearly exploding eyeballs. Welcome to the club, Kit. Kurama added with a laugh instead of a low chuckle. Gusts kicked up by her laughter made him nearly fall from her tail as she calmed down a bit. All of that made sense to him, but he still had one question left. Is my chakra network evolving the reason why my body is hurting so much? He asked, unsure of what to make of the pain he had been experiencing before. That is in fact why you were hurting so much. As you know or will learn soon enough, the chakra network is tied into every cell of your body. Every living thing has chakra, just as the earth does. Though as for the world's chakra, that is a subject for another time. It will serve you no purpose until you master your own. Naruto nodded. Anyways, because of your chakra network having to wind into itself so it could fit, this has caused your body to take up a few physical attributes that have never been seen before. One of them being your healing, that which you already know. Another is your body itself. It is much more durable and all around the closest thing to human perfection when observed medically. Naruto looked at his arms and legs curiously, not finding much that was different from before. To put it simply, you are faster, stronger, and more durable than most mortals. Your muscles have done the same as your chakra network, for example. Each fiber grew a new one and wound about each other to fit your body's current capacity. Naruto stared at her unblinkingly. He obviously didn't know the finer details but figured he could learn them later. So what do we do now, Kurama? Am I ready to go yet? The boy was rather energetic, and with the activation of his chakra and the abnormal amount within being increased nearly threefold, needless to say, Naruto had fuel to burn. Be it that your healing has drastically been increased, it still does not mean you are invincible, Kit. At least not yet. Kurama spoke with conviction in her voice as she neared her sentence. She would hold up her end of the deal indeed and make Naruto worthy of being her container, evolved chakra system or not. Though this quick conversion back to her old mindset was short-lived as she felt similar thoughts reach her, whose origin was the very boy she was thinking about training near death, if that were possible. Sensing that the boy would do everything she instructed without question as long as it meant that he would have the strength to protect himself and what he held dear, she made her silent vow known. Kit. She gained Naruto's attention. I told you before that you held potential to be my container, and you've proven that so far. The fox then held out one hand-like paw and cut the palm with a claw. A crimson bubbling liquid leaked out from Kurama's palm, and it swirled down onto the water-top ground of the mindscape, collecting in a large cylinder-like shape. Us Bijou have a contract, one that binds us to any mortal we wish. It is what we all once did to keep the peace in this world long ago. The ancient fox's eyes wavered for a second, before she shook her giant head. But that time is gone. This is my pledge to you, partners, against all those who would aim to harm us. The glow of crimson red receded, and the glowing chakra shrunk into itself, absorbed into a large scroll that was within it. The giant scroll was laced in a thin veil of the chakra that it originated from. It stood around 10 feet in height and towered over Naruto. The blonde looked on to see the great Kitsune motioning him over with one of its giant claws. The young blonde walked over to the giant seal, riddled with ancient kanji without hesitation. The Kurama nodded to herself mentally, positive about her choice, and sat on her haunches, observing the boy as he settled next to the towering scroll. Her tail swayed aimlessly to and fro as if a carefree breeze was guiding them. The small boy looked to the scroll and back to the being that called it forth with his own essence. He was intelligent enough to know that for Kurama to conjure the contract from its own body, for a human such as himself, was of great importance, and he would not disrespect the probably honor and delicacy of the act. Kurama chuckled. An honor indeed, Kit, and a great one at that. The proud fox showcased the mysterious scroll with a gesture of his claw-bearing paw, indicating to the blonde that it was indeed allowed for him to inspect it. He took it in, every withered line and crack in the parchment. It looked old, very old. And a sort of presence emanated from it, a vessel full of untouched and untold power. A looming feeling of fear took hold of the blonde as he looked it over and back towards the fabled fox that sat watching him not 15 meters from him. What I am offering you is something that I haven't offered any since I was first sealed over 200 years ago. This contract binds a tailed beast such as myself to whomever we choose to be our companion. It states that I, the nine-tailed fox, will be bound to you for as long as you shall live, as you will be bound to me. Kurama continued as she cut the tips of all 9 of her tails, and both of her palms as she marked her name at the end of the contract. All of my power will be bound to you as well. I won't be able to kill you, or any other you deem out of my reach. Any harm done to you will also be done to me. Any course you decide to take will determine my fate as well. Naruto was at a loss for words. Not only that, but was overwhelmed with the fact that he, the cursed boy to a fate of despair and hate, had the opportunity of being bound and receiving the full cooperation and loyalty of the most powerful being the elemental nations. When grouped into a whole, the idea of being friends with the most powerful being in existence was very tempting. But even Naruto knew that good things come at a cost. He had learned that lesson very well. It wasn't that he didn't trust the bijou. Well, not entirely. The point was that Kurama had treated him better in 2 weeks than the entirety of the village had in his entire life. He thought hard in a very short amount of time, and really didn't want to press his luck at having such a chance slip away from him. What would you want in return, Kurama? A being as powerful as yourself wouldn't want his power being lead around like a boy like me. Naruto asked innocently. This triggered something that would surprise him every time he would think about it. Firstly, I am not a male. The Kurama quipped as her tails flicked in irritation. She couldn't really blame him. Really, she was a giant demonic fox. But still, I'm female. The boy could do nothing as his jaw hit the floor in disbelief. The bijou caught that and craned her head forward a bit. Can a supreme being such as myself not be female? The ancient fox growled with a hint of offense and anger as her tail swished ever so slightly in an aggressive manner. And no problem with that, Naruto replied instantly, waving both hands in an attempt to calm the impatient fox down. It was just unexpected is all. The blonde stammered out as he scratched the back of his head in a nervous tick. The fox did nothing but grunt as her tail settled down. Anyways. A now flustered Kurama got back to the point, seeing that there was no harm done. I only want 3 things in return for my cooperation with you, Kit. She began in a serious tone. Firstly, I am not your slave and will be treated with the proper respect, and will have no obligation to share my power unwillingly if I see no need for it. She paused to glare at the small boy with a try it, I dare you type of look. Naruto got the point and nodded. Secondly, while I am loyal to you, you will in turn be loyal to me and heed my words with the utmost importance when I ask or tell you to do something. I will not ask you to do anything you will deem dangerous to the village, either, as I will not abuse this as an attempt to gain leverage over you. I have more honor than that. The she-fox spoke with an honest tone, merely trying to look after her kit, since she was basically going to be parenting him from here. Naruto was struck with her words. A sense of belonging crept over him as he understood to an extent of her intended kindness behind her second request and nodded with a warm smile. Lastly, and I will take back my contract if I am denied this. The fox went on laying out her terms and reverting back to her commanding presence. I will do everything in my power to ensure that you die a natural death of old age, but when you do I will reanimate shortly after. My final request is that my freedom is ensured and will not be damned to another Jinchuriki. I never intended to attack this village, and was imprisoned before I could so much as take a nap after being freed from my last container. My final term is freedom. Promise it, and we are life partners until the day you leave this earth. Kurama had spoken with an especially disgusted and hateful tone when she mentioned attacking the village, but Naruto had no reason to pay it any mind. Thinking of how he was going to break it to Gigi, Naruto bowed on his hands and knees, having made his choice. I, Uzumaki Naruto, vow to ensure your freedom and serve to the best of my abilities as your Jinchuriki. This I swear on my life, which will be yours if my promise is broken. Naruto spoke in an equally serious tone, though laced with a feeling of sincerity and gratefulness. He was also thankful that he listened in on a lot of his Gigi's talks, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to pull of his miniature speech. He couldn't see it, but he could feel the sound of her body moving as the mini-gale was caused by her movement. The Kyūbi no Yoko bowed in return, and lifted his head with one of her tails. I, Kurama, the Kyūbi no Yoko, deem you my Jinchuriki, the bijou said in return. Taking a claw to Naruto's small hand, she surgically cut his right palm with the tip of one of her index claw. Bind us, she said with finality, in a tone and feel of that which he could only imagine as the likes of a mother's tone when she spoke to her child, ensuring him or her that everything was going to be okay. Naruto nodded, holding up his hand in a thumbs up with a look of determination in a silent promise, and plunged his hand onto the contract, next to his tenant's name. The moment his hand touched the parchment, and his blood soaked in, the all-too mysterious cloak enveloped him, and surged into and all throughout him. A searing hot but freezing cold feeling shot through his body. Needles were piercing him all over as his chakra network was stitching itself back together in an accelerated rate. With a grunt, Naruto's body swayed and hit Kurama's tail, panting and sweating from the ordeal. Meanwhile, Kurama just looked him over, as if inspecting a jewel. You want to protect yourself from the villagers, from anyone who would ever try to hurt you again. It wasn't a question, but what the fox knew from both watching Naruto, and from the bond that they had just knotted, his tired form finding enough energy to scowl at the thought of the villagers. I will help you become strong. Strong enough that those pathetic villagers or any who so much as gaze upon my own with ill content will not live to draw another breath to dirty us with. The sudden burst of undisputed rage and hate would have sent Naruto hurling back if not for Kurama's tail holding him. Having been with Naruto from the beginning, she had felt and experienced everything that he had gone through, and though she could not harm the village, that Naruto hadn't so much as given a second thought aside from the individuals he had his own quarrels with, that did not mean she wouldn't give every ounce of help and power to her newly bound partner, so that they could vanquish any who dared show them anything but the respect that they rightfully deserved. Feeling the rage within himself build as well, blinking hard with his head looking down at his hands whose shape were that of claw-growing fists, Naruto's breathing turned ragged. The once deep blue orbs were again replaced by a pair of vibrant blood-red eyes, and complemented by the all-too-familiar demonic slits in each of them. The fury, and the nearly savage hatred and rage could only be matched by the great demon in front of him. Though Kurama would love to let her kit run wild, she knew that he still had much work to be done, and she would be there every step of the way. So, gently pulling her chakra away from her container, Kurama watched as the anger and power left his form, leaving him tired and barely awake. I'll leave a bit of my chakra in your system to help you heal. It'll let you sleep. Your body had essentially broken itself last night, and is under repair right now. Rest, I will be here when you wake up. Naruto hadn't heard a single word, and fell face first into the bijuu's muzzle, out like a light. Kurama gazed at him, taking in the sight of the small, broken boy completely wrapped up in her tails. You will be strong, Naruto. I promise you that. The following day. It had been nearly half a day since Naruto opened his eyes after spending nearly 3 laying on cold concrete flooring, unconscious, while his body was going through unremarkable changes. The feeling of 1,000 red-hot needles covering every centimeter of his body was gone. Instead, he felt as if nothing would be able to hurt him again, as if all feelings of self-pity and loathing had been expelled through the pain of his trail the night before. The first things he noticed aside from his body's feeling of rebirth was the underground room of which he had fallen in. Numerous weapon racks lined the walls of what Naruto could only guess was some kind of basement, and a king-sized long table stood in the very center of the spacious room 10 yards behind him, with chairs spread out randomly in no particular order. The boy looked around the poorly lit room with little difficulty, and was welcomed by the morning singing of the various birds that were common in Konoha. Wait, the blonde thought as he propped himself up on his elbows. I shouldn't be able to hear birds. This place is pretty deep underground, and the nearest trees aren't very close to the hole that I fell in. Naruto had known for a while that aside from his overly adaptive body, his senses were unlike any other with the exception of the Inuzuka clan members. The clan of feral humans with their canine companions all had heightened senses, and made people question whether they considered themselves more animal than anything else. It wasn't uncommon for an Inuzuka to hear things and smell things that nobody else could, but Naruto was hearing birds from a tree line at least 15 meters away from the entrance of the shelter he was in. Even if he was only hearing the echo resonating off of the walls, the fact that he could pick up on the ricochet sounds and process them as if he was just underneath the singing bird was nothing short of amazing. The next thing to reach young Naruto's attention was the concoction of scents that he was picking up. Yet again, seeing as how he had a rather feral creature sealed inside of him, naturally his body took up specific traits because of that. His sense of smell was not on par with that of an Inuzuka, but now it was more than just equal at the very least. Seeing as how Naruto's senses were all natural and not chakra-enhanced yet, It was safe to say that with practice, he could very well put the Dog Clan trackers to shame. Deciding to stop amazing himself with himself, Naruto thought that it would be a pretty good idea to figure out just where the hell he had been laid out for the past however long he had been down there. Expecting to feel a soreness that would last for days, Naruto was slow to get up at first, but found himself lifting his body from the ground with ease, as if he were light as a feather. This is going to take some getting used to, thought the astonished blonde as he stood himself up and gazed around the dark room, the only light source being the streaks of the morning sun poking in through the small entrance at the top of the stairs. The surprises just kept coming as Naruto found himself having to shield his eyes, though part of his eyes' reluctance to accept too much light was because he had been in a pretty dark hole for a while. Anyone would be hard-pressed to just walk straight out into daylight without blinking a couple times first. It seems even my eyesight is improved, the boy murmured in his head while he walked around the underground room, observing the place he had taken shelter in for who knows how long. Much of you has improved since the last time you've been awake. Kurama chimed in with a softer tone than what she had originally started off with. I take it this has to deal with my chakra network evolving? Asked Naruto. Correct, the bijou confirmed. As you already know, the chakra network is entwined with every cell in your body. As your chakra system evolved, so too did your body adapt and improve with it. She added on in a lazy tone, her 9 tails swaying from here to there as carefree as the wind while her enormous body was laying down in the prison of the seal. Naruto thought it over, before a question formed in his head. How are my senses so high if I'm not even using chakra? Unless I am right now. I have no idea how to use chakra though. Everything was just confusing him now. Kurama breathed in slowly, roping in all her patience. It is as I have told you, Kit. Your body adapted to conform to your chakra network, and underwent extreme changes as well. The ancient fox paused to nonchalantly buff her claws. Chakra is not needed for you to reach the level of senses you have right now, because that is their natural state. Naruto nodded with a nervous gulp, not really sure just how much more his body had changed. Though I will teach you how to mold chakra very, very soon. We have much work to be done. Naruto thought it over and figured that there really wasn't any need for worrying. His body had changed to fit his chakra as his chakra had changed to fit his body. It made perfectly good sense to him. You even think much more clear and process information very well. This is definitely going to take some getting used to. The time must have passed pretty quickly while the Kitsune was explaining all that had happened to him while he was asleep, because more sunlight was beginning to pour through the hole that led to the outside, and revealed the expanse of the basement that he had taken refuge in. The symbol of Konoha hung proudly over on the far side wall, on the opposite side of the entrance. Looking from here to there, Naruto's eyes fell on everything from canned food, jugs of water, kunai, shuriken, and a whole assortment of weapons and medical supplies. Naruto pressed a hand to the seal on his stomach in a self-soothing gesture. He had fallen into an old war shelter. He had been inside this cave-like underground fort, changing, his body molding itself into something he didn't quite know what it was yet. We'll have some work to do before we can come and stay here. We wouldn't want people waiting for us in here when we drop in at some random time. Naruto started coming up with ideas of routes he would take to get to the underground bunker, thinking of how he would keep safe and secure his newly found safe haven. Everything will be set as soon as your training begins, Kit. In the meantime, clean yourself up and head to your Hokage. We have matters to discuss. Naruto looked around the room once more and nodded, making his way up the stairs and through the opening after grabbing a metal object that had piqued his interest before leaving. He did a double take once he got to ground level because looking at the opening from the outside, the entrance looked like it was just a boulder that had been taken over by the growth of the bush around it. Clever mortals.
À permanence.
This was, without a doubt, some type of stronghold or hideout. Naruto looked it over and thought it was a very clever move indeed, and would serve as a decent cover until he found a way to better secure what he would soon make into his hideout. Setting out at what seemed to be a normal pace to him, Naruto dodged many disgusted looks after he left the training fields behind and took to the rooftops. He hopped one building after another, heading towards his home to wash off the filth of the past night's chase, and to wash away whatever pity he had for himself that remained. Glancing back at the war shelter he had stumbled upon, Naruto looked to the Hokage building and to the monument right after as he landed on the balcony to his apartment. He couldn't help but let a small, almost reassuring smile pull at the corner of his mouth. He now had a form of purpose and a goal in mind that he fully intended to meet. He wouldn't just protect himself. Now, he would be protecting the friend that was sealed within him, and the friends he was making outside his body too. Though they weren't completely in his heart yet, he knew it was only a matter of time before he saw them as reasons to lay his life on the line if it meant their safety. He was going to be a shinobi, after all. Stepping inside his rundown apartment, he put down the ebony-hilted ninjato with silver wrappings onto the center table of his living room. It had stood out from all the other weapons in the old war room, so he snatched it before he had left, figuring it would serve much more purpose with him rather than stay on the long table he had found it on collecting dust. The ebony hilt of the ninjato was complemented with a simple, pitch-black sheath with a silver metal tip. The tip of both the sheath and hilt had a strange symbol comprising of 3 tomo that looked to be spinning in a circle. Pulling the blade out, he could see the tiniest scratches on the spine of the blade, signifying that it had been used before. Looking it over, he saw that the blade was still sharp enough to cut a strand of string, which he had plucked from his shirt, in half just by falling on it. Whoever had been using the weapon had taken very good care of it if the mirror-like blade was anything to go by. The weapon was simple, but seemed demanding in both respect and practice in order mastering it even as his tenant informed him of the rigorous, not to mention tedious, practice of swordsmanship. Committing himself to putting the beautiful blade down and taking a shower, Naruto removed his clothing and took a moment to look himself over before entering the steaming bath. Looking at form in the cracked mirror of his bathroom, despite the dirt, he found himself staring at his little body, taking in the sight of his well-growing body even though he hadn't had a decent meal apart from the occasional bowls of ramen at Ichiraku's. Breathing in and exhaling a deep breath, he stepped into the shower and stood in the steam, content with just listening to the hot water run for a while and the sound of the droplets hitting the floor. The steam, enveloping his body and the air around him soothing, like a warm embrace. His favorite part about showers was the simple sound of the water hitting the floor. He rather enjoyed the rain. Chapter 3: Burden of the Kill. The sunrise of the morning after leaving the war room that had served as his temporary home was rather beautiful as its golden rays crept up over the mountains and pierced through the thick canopy of leaves overhead. Seeing the village slowly light up, awakened by the warm-lit glow of the sun as if the whole thing was in a deep sleep, was a breathtaking sight. Some might even call a sunrise like that majestic in a sense, though no one appreciated a sunrise as much as Naruto. Having spent all night in the mindscape, the small blonde had saw fit to sit atop the Hokage monument to just watch the shifts in the sky. He was in need of more inspiration of what else to put into their personal world. He had altered it into something more of Kurama's liking. It was the least he could do after all. She had given him so much. On more than one occasion, his very life. And while he had been giving his tenant a proper home, the better part of his time spent in his mind was spent beginning his training. Though he hadn't gotten the Hokage's permission to train under the fox's eye, she figured he could get a head start. Literally. The regime the Bijou had started him off with was brutal. He expected nothing less. Time, to his amazement, went at a fraction of normal speed in his mindscape. Needless to say, he and his furry tenant had plenty of time to start off his training. After spending what would equate to an entire day outside of his mind, Kurama determined that he was making progress at speeds far beyond the norm. It would seem that after his most recent brush with death, something within Naruto just switched on. He had a level of focus and natural talent that was very rarely ever shown in one his age. Naruto quickly found himself able to mold his chakra to his will. His control was nowhere near what Kurama wanted it to be, but for a first-time user, he had a natural niche for controlling his chakra. It almost seemed like using a limb for the first time, rather than trying to manipulate an actual force. With enough practice and dedication, which he was all for, molding chakra would be second nature to him if it wasn't already. Off of one training session, one of his main problems that became apparent was the tendency he had of exerting too much chakra for what he was using it for, a problem easily fixed by training on finer methods of control since he didn't need to learn how to release his power. His first step in her training was already leaps ahead of anyone his age. While she was tempted, Kurama didn't see a reason to start off his taijutsu training just yet. The boy had a sense for battle, having had to fight for his life on several occasions already. The bijou furrowed her brow from within the mindscape. From her observations, Naruto actually learned and responded in the heat of battle, with his life on the line, far quicker and far clearer than he did when he was training with her. The way he moved during his chase was as if his instincts were aimed, given purpose. As if the threat on his life brought out movements and reactions that seemed to come from someone else entirely. As far as she knew, she was the only other entity to be living inside the boy, where this phenomenon originated from she did not know. But as it was of no concern to her at the moment, she would let it be. It had not failed him yet. As intrigued as she was with her host's behavior at times, she would observe more and intervene only when the time was right. While his tenant was going through a checklist on his body and state of mind, Naruto was stretching out on top of the fourth head of the Hokage monument. His body was a little tired, but that surprised him more than anything else, seeing as how Kurama tested his chakra coils by playing a game of tug-of-war with their chakras the night before? Or was it morning? He didn't know. Either way, the point of the prior night's exercises was to see how strong his chakra was. When two chakras attach to one another and pull from the coils themselves, if too much force is exerted, it's possible to effectively pull out another's chakra as a whole, taking it and adding it into your own coils. Seeing as how this would kill her host, the bijou merely tested his strength. Though minuscule in comparison, he gave a surprisingly spirited fight and never gave up, even at the point of exhaustion until she ended the game. With all the strain put on his coils, exhaustion was the expectation for this morning, so the effect with his already accelerated regeneration, recuperation as a side effect, being doubled from his body's evolution was really showing how much it had changed. It was almost scary. For the next few minutes he just sat on the top of the Hokage monument, on top of the Yandame's head to be exact, sitting there and just taking everything in. As if it weren't enough for him to undergo such extraordinary changes, he was still adjusting to the amplification of his senses as well. The sounds of the limitless leaves fluttering gently in the wind, the smell of the forest surrounding Konoha and the bit of forestry behind him, the near blinding light of the orangish-red glow of the sun as it was still only just breaking the horizon. He felt alive, more so than he ever did before. Taking in the world around him, he regrettably decided it was time to go and made his way down the stairway leading towards the village he called home. As hateful as it was, the few who knew him and accepted him for who he really was made it all worth it. He rather enjoyed walking through the empty streets of Konoha, though it sometimes made him even more on guard, seeing as how he being the first sight of the day made some of the villagers rather cranky and awarded him an extra shot of hate, if it were possible. Glancing lazily from side to side in his black shorts and shirt, coupled with his blue sandals, Naruto smoothly made his way through the side streets, the presence of nature having a sort of comfort to him. Walking along, he found himself being watched. How he knew. He had been watched for as long as he could remember. There are only two periods in his life that he could not remember. One of them was the first 6 months of him being alive, and the second, his 3rd year of being alive. Why the time gap he didn't know either, but that was neither here nor there as he had a current situation that needed his attention. Born in October, Naruto was one of the youngest of the bunch, though not by much. A boy standing in front of him with jet black hair in a duck-like hairstyle, wearing a deep blue coat, bearing the Uchiha symbol on his back with dark tan shorts and blue sandals, was staring Naruto down. Not really an intimidating sight since the boy was only a couple months older, but it was kind of annoying. At first, he couldn't care less, but it was what came out of the boy's mouth next that sparked his attention. With a voice as arrogant as a feudal lord, the boy muttered out in a smug voice as Naruto passed him by, "So you're the demon?" Halfway through a step, the blonde abruptly stopped but stayed facing forward, the opposite direction of where the Uchiha boy was leaning up against a tree with his arms folded. "You don't look like any demon I'd imagine," the boy snorted to add to his taunt. It was one thing to tolerate ignorant adults who see Naruto as the Kyūbi, they had first-hand experience of her unwilling attack, but it was another thing entirely when one from his generation addressed him as such. "Uchiha Sasuke, I take it." Every bit of patience and hesitation gone from his conscience. Another snort, and a near chuckle sounded before the boy's next sentence. "So it seems even the trash of the village know the name of the great Uchiha." The idea and manner of talking instilled in his brain by the council members that legally adopted him when he was 3, even though he had lived with them since his clan's massacre. Truth be told, he hated their pampering, but that didn't mean he didn't like getting what he thought was his birthright. Naruto took a side glance to the boy who did nothing to hide his smirk of arrogance. I could smell your servant-wiped nose from a kilometer away. Sasuke was taken back from Naruto's response. No one talked to him like that before. The most he got in the way of resentment was from the Hyuga. The two families had a history of feuding, since they both possessed powerful jujutsu. The Byakugan belonging to the Hyuga, and the Sharingan belonging to the Uchiha. Both were very effective in their areas of expertise, but for close quarters purposes. The Sharingan was the superior, having the abilities to predict the enemy's movements and memorize as well as copy any they made, including jutsu, was simply too much for most Byakugan users to fight toe-to-toe with for very long. With this possible weapon that had to be awakened first, but at his disposal nonetheless, the young Uchiha thought himself to be above all and only second to the Hokage if they weren't already equals in his mind. To say that he was infuriated by the blonde's insolence in his eyes was an understatement. How dare you, a nameless orphan, address me, an Uchiha, that way? As if the whole thing had been thought out beforehand, Sasuke emphasized his argument with hand gestures all throughout the haughty self-entitled insult. Naruto was already annoyed and needed to meet up with the Hokage to address his business of training to top it off. He had no time for the spoiled brat in front of him. I couldn't care less that you're an Uchiha. State your business and leave. The blonde spoke in a monotone voice, though with piercing cold orbs that shut the onyx-eyed Uchiha up for a moment. Having been audibly silenced for a moment, the raven-haired boy regained himself and continued his rant. Figures. A coward who runs away from the face of danger wouldn't be able to understand the honor of being in my presence. Sasuke spoke with a smirk of satisfaction. He had been on his way to the old Uchiha district when he came across a glimpse of Naruto being chased by the unknown ninja. Naruto turned from ice-cold to searing hot as he closed the 15-meter gap between the two boys in nearly a second. How much did you see? The burning blonde demanded as he pinned the squirming Sasuke to the tree by his neck with his right hand. Sasuke struggled, surprised by the sudden burst of incredible speed and even fearful that it was coming from the demon brat nonetheless. He grit his teeth and glared at the raging blonde and gave him nothing. Naruto was at the end of his already exhausted patience and just grew even more infuriated. Growling, he lifted the black-haired boy up off his feet and pulled back just a bit. The growl never leaving the blonde's throat, he slammed him against the tree, sending a few splinters off here and there while making the Uchiha gasp and tear up as he asked again in a near-savage tone, "What did you see?" The young blonde again demanded as he tightened his grip enough for the boy in it to get the point. Gasping and now crying, Sasuke kicked and frayed, but that only proved to make Naruto's grip tighter. Finally, he latched onto the blonde's wrist and yelped, "I only saw you being chased," the boy cried while trying to pry the iron grip open. Naruto just tightened it more as he stared with an almost burning rage. "I swear." Digging into Sasuke's eyes, the blonde saw that he was telling the truth and nearly pissing his pants. In an instant, he calmed down and released the shaking Uchiha to land hard on his bottom, hitting a large root of the tree with it. Turning on his heel, Naruto dug his hands into his pockets and continued on his way to the Hokage's office. "Thank you for your cooperation," was the last thing he said before leaving the seething boy behind, and without so much as a second glance. Sasuke couldn't stand it. He and Uchiha had not only been bested by a nobody like Naruto, but had also been made to look like a coward. He would get Naruto back for this humiliation, one way or another. It had been a rather slow morning once more for one weary Sandaime, so he was prepared for an unexpected issue that concerned the village to pop up any moment. He didn't even have that much paperwork to sort through, a happening much unknown to him. As expected, his village issue arrived at about noon this time, but it came from his surrogate grandson, of all people, who he had not seen since his proclamation to become an unbreakable will after his darkest night. The Hokage and young Naruto were currently in his office, playing a game of who can stare at each other longer while being in the awkward silence of the century. The clock, hanging high in the corner over a bookshelf on the wall that was adjacent from the door to come in, seemed to count the seconds that were spent in this awkward silence as the two didn't let up, one staring into the other's eyes, the blue pair saying, "That's the gist of it." While the older, brown pair of eyes were staring in disbelief. "You're joking." More seconds of awkward silence went between the two, and neither were showing signs of giving way on their stares until the silence was broken by the older of the two. "So let me get this straight." The old Hokage started while lighting up his pipe. "The Kyūbi no Yoko." He pointed at the visible seal on Naruto's bare stomach. He had taken off his shirt to show that he knew where the seal was, and that he had already activated his chakra network. "Made you her official companion." He continued as he raised his pointed finger to the boy's eye level while putting extra emphasis on the her. "That bit of information was as shocking as the rest he had heard, and she wishes to help you in your training as soon as humanly possible." He finished with a puff of smoke as he lowered his hand. "Not help, she wants to train me. Only her, at least until another teacher is needed for whatever I may need to learn." The boy corrected, successful in making the Sandame's eyebrow rise and nod in an "I see, type fashion. "And you would both like permission to use Training Ground 23, specifically for the hidden war room underneath it that had been sealed," the old man added, while taking another puff of his pipe. "Correct," answered the boy, who was growing a tad bit nervous in this current setting, as if he were awaiting a trial. Naruto watched as his grandfather figure flipped through some papers that were on his desk, mulling over the situation and swashing it around. The old man took on a strange, carefree look, taking a few puffs from his pipe before nodding to himself and sighing out the smoke. "Done," was all that was said as the Sandame nodded a little with a small smile playing on his lips and started putting away his pipe. The blonde was waiting for something to follow the answer: conditions, limitations, mention of favors. "Nothing. That's it?" Naruto asked with an unsure tone to his voice. "That's it? You're kidding." "No, I'm not." "You're serious?" "Dead serious." All throughout the exchange, the old man didn't so much as lift his eyes from the pipe he was cleaning and putting away along with the tobacco and whatnot. Naruto's eyes never left the Sandame's while they were occupied with his pipe. "May I ask why so easily?" The boy was genuinely curious. This wasn't exactly your everyday training regime request. He was literally asking to be allowed permission to be trained by a force of nature in a shinobi village that was attacked by the very same demon he was asking on behalf to train him just 5 years prior. The Sandame took a second to stop what he was doing and looked Naruto in the eye, and looked as if it were just like any other day during any other conversation. "Simply put, I trust you." A moment passed, and I found out about what happened the other night. He continued as he finally put the elegant box containing the simple pipe he used and folded his hands with a pleasant half-smile. "You didn't think I wouldn't find out about a rogue ninja in my own shinobi village now, would you?" he asked as his smile grew to an anime-style grin with a perfect circle blush on his cheeks completed with U-shape, smiling eyes. "I guess it isn't all that surprising then, huh?" Naruto responded while still remaining cautious of his words. He couldn't tell his Gigi everything that had happened. "Not yet." The old man shook his head, reverting back to the pleasant smile. "Let me just ask one thing of you, Naruto-kun." The now grandfather figure leaned forward a bit, with a half-loving, half-remorseful face, eyes filled to the brim with a warm light. "Whatever path you're choosing for yourself, I ask that you choose it not in spite for those who may have pushed you onto it, but instead mold your path into what you think is right." The old veteran leaned back into his chair, having said his piece. Naruto had absorbed the words like a parched sponge. He would not forget them. He nodded a few times to himself, forever embedding them into his mind. He went to say more, but what else could he say? It was all laid out on the table already. Instead he smiled and hugged his grandfather. "Thank you, Gigi." Naruto sounded proudly and bowed at the waist. His grandfather smiled back and nodded, giving Naruto the all-too-familiar shooing hand of dismissal. The young blonde grew a serene smile of one much older than the face it was on. Spinning on his heel, he hopped to the balcony and stood on top of it for a moment, giving one last look and smile back. He then hopped off the balcony, testing out his chakra, pumping the mysterious power to his limbs to increase their durability. The wind whipped past his ears and the pressure from the landing was dispersed to nothing as he hit the ground. A little wave of chakra/dust dispersing along with the force of the fall, startling a few passerbys. Naruto waved them off and apologized, saying that he was just training in case of high falls. He wasn't lying. He started forward and didn't stop until he got to his apartment. He was going to get his equipment and head straight to training ground 23. Today was the official start of his training, and he wouldn't start off poorly. I entrusted her in your care, Ko, the tall, proud, and respected clan head of the Hyuga stated in a stern voice. He was not happy. As a wielder of the Byakugan, and a Chunin no less, how is it that you have lost track of my daughter? Today he was meeting with the emissary from Kumogakure, and setting the limitations and regulations of his stay in Konoha. The last thing he wanted today was for one of his daughters to be alone and without protection. I take great heed to your rules of privacy, Hayashi-sama. An average-height teenage-looking Hyuga replied as he bowed. I give Hinata credit, however, for a child who has only just begun her training. She is very good at being elusive when she wants to be. A headband over his caged bird seal, the young man was a part of the branch family, though he was given special attention and respect for his humble and caring nature. He also had nothing but respect for Hayashi's and his daughters, the foremost of it being reserved for his eldest, Hinata. She was a diamond amongst rocks in terms of being a good person within the main branch family, just like her father and his twin brother. Not to say that the Hyuga were bad people, but arrogance never has the tendency to breed compassion. It won't happen again. I'll find her immediately. Hayashi's escorts arrived just as the young man finished, and the clan head had to suppress a frown. See to it that you do, Ko. Now go, you are Hinata's protection for a reason. Do not make me regret making you so. Ko got up from his bowing position and nodded with forced stoicism. Clan head and servant shared a concealed look of understanding as the clan elder's escorts walked past him without so much as a greeting between clansmen. The teen bowed his head again and addressed Hayashi before taking his leave. It will be done, Hayashi-sama. The gray-eyed man suppressed a scowl as his hate towards his clan's traditions only grew. Ko was a fine young man, and would grow to be a better man than most of his main branch occupants. He was the only one he trusted with his daughter's safety, but he could not show compassion towards him. Not if he wanted to keep the status quo where it was ideally at now. Exiting the main building in the compound, Ko gave nods of hello to his fellow branch members and bows to the main branch members who walked past without so much as a breath in his direction to acknowledge him. It was in these moments that he was truly grateful to Hayashi and his brother. His father had been killed during a mission a year after he had been born, and his mother had been killed during the Kyūbi attack when he had barely made genin. At 16, Ko knew that if it hadn't been for Hayashi ordering his guard over his daughters, he would likely be with his parents far sooner than they would want, if not already. Chunin had come and gone without much thought to it. He was too occupied with giving Hinata a pleasant childhood, though he did still pride himself on his skills. The teenage Hyuga smiled, his mid-back length brown hair shifting in tune with the wind. He had grown to love Hinata and her younger sister Hanabi as his own siblings. Niji was under his wing as well, the four of them were like family. He just wished he could meet the right women so he could show them what it's like to have a mother's love as well. Ko shook off those weighted thoughts. He had to find Hinata first. Now, where did you run off to, Lady Hinata? With Naruto. So, a long time ago there weren't any villages because clans didn't get along with each other, because they thought they were all better than the rest? Naruto asked his bijou tenant while he was strolling over to the training grounds. He had been sprinting over there when Ayam had caught him. Somehow, apparently she saw him being chased by the rogue ninja too, and had spent the last hour trying to calm her down and showing her that he was all right. Damn worrisome Nichins and their obsession for smothering you to death. Yes, as I told you before, mortals aren't the most cognitive of species on Earth. The slightest difference in appearance or power is enough to call for segregation and war. There really wasn't a reason to rush to the training ground now that they had official permission to do so. They would train even without permission had it gone that way, but since they had it, Kurama saw it as an opportunity to get her container more familiar with communicating with her. That's pretty stupid. Pointless, really. Why keep fighting each other when it would be so much easier to work with one another instead? The giant fox chuckled after a snort. That's exactly what I've said for over a millennia. But you humans have a tendency to ruin a good thing. Before Naruto could question what the bijou meant by that, a group of kids huddled together in a group throwing insults and rocks at two figures he couldn't quite make out caught his attention. but he could distinctly hear the cries of pain from a girl, and the yelps of pain from what sounded like some sort of animal. I thought I was the only one subjected to mobs. Anger glinted in Naruto's eyes as the demon fox within him growled. Not anymore. Running hard, Naruto put all the momentum he had gained from his sprint over to the group of bullies into the one closest to the right, since he didn't want to hurt whoever was in the center and their pet, knocking him off his feet and actually launched him a ways. "What's going on here?" the blonde yelled as he stepped in front of a small girl with indigo-colored hair that was relatively short aside from the two bangs that went down the sides of her face, framing her rosy cheeks that were stained with tears. He didn't get a look at her eyes, they were clenched shut, and seeing the place scratches and bumps on her bare arms, which were wrapped protectively around a little reddish-orange furball that was quivering in what he made out as fear, the blonde thought it was about time for the people mobbing on others to know what it felt like to be beaten. Naruto's knuckles cracked as he clenched his hands into fists and swiveled his head around slowly, counting the number of kids around him and sizing them up. "You know, it's not very nice to be picking on girls and their pets." Unbeknown to him, the small girl in a purple kimono with lavender petal designs opened her bleary eyes and stared up to Naruto with her lavender Hyuga eyes wide open in W. "Who is this boy?" The kids ranging from maybe 4 to the eldest being 7 sneered at him. There were 5 in total, and each one started assaulting Naruto with the usual insults and curses to his name. "What are you doing here, demon? No surprise you'd come to rescue one of your kind, monster. You shouldn't even be allowed in the village, murderer. Come on guys, get him." Naruto inwardly cursed and leaned into a punch coming from his left so that it would hit his right shoulder. Once it did, Naruto grabbed hold of the boy's wrist while turning to his right, pushing him with his free hand so that he would topple over and make the rest of the boys go around the girl to get to him. Backing up, he scanned over the 4 boys charging him, looking to see which had any sort of training and which didn't. The oldest boy moved too fluidly for a civilian kid, so Naruto bolted towards the youngest boy who, by some luck, happened to be on the left. The boy on equal level to Naruto had no chance when said blonde leaped in the air and delivered a double drop kick, one foot hitting him square in the chest while the other smashed into his chin. Naruto missed the way the kid was launched 10 feet away from his kick, and flew into the next one after getting up, delivering a Superman punch into his stomach and bringing him down. A kick to his side sent him rolling a couple feet away as the oldest among them hovered over the boy, who was now puking up whatever he had eaten for lunch off to the side. "Get away from my brother, you freak!" The azure-eyed Jinchuriki heard small footsteps and covered up just in time to shield a kick to his head. Gritting his teeth, Naruto pushed off his left leg and was surprised when his body actually went in the air. Having not really expected to push himself a foot or two in the air from the ground with one leg, Naruto snapped out of his stupor to swing his fist down at an angle as if swinging a hammer, and hit the second oldest on the side of the head, knocking him out. 2 boys knocked out and another one coughing up his lunch, that left Naruto with only the oldest to deal with, and the boy he had thrown to the ground just half a minute before. His little heart raced as he panted for breath. Naruto stared down the 2 boys that were still standing and scowled. "This kind of sucks. I have no idea how to fight." Kurama chuckled as her container glared down the 2 boys who were looking at each other in disbelief and anger. "You're doing fine. Trust your instincts, and you'll have them crying back home to their insolent mothers." She finished her little pep talk with a smirk of maniacal glee. It felt good to see her kit dishing it back out to people who saw fit to torment him. The 2 boys nodded at each other and charged at the same time. Damn! Naruto knew he couldn't take both, and he also knew that the older kid was in the ninja academy if the kunai pouch on his belt line was anything to go by. The Jinchuriki was about to throw a punch at the older boy, but was stopped when a teenager in a gray robe with long brown hair suddenly appeared in front of him, catching both of their fists with practiced ease, hitting a few tenketsu points in their hands to make their arms go numb. Now, I know boys will be boys, but 2-on-1 isn't fair now, is it?" The teen had a warm voice and didn't seem to be particularly upset, but when the boys caught in his grasp continued to struggle without giving an answer, his grip tightened, resulting in a cry of pain from both of them. "Is it?" Both boys shook their head no, as fast as they could go so the mystery teen would let them go. "No. Why yeah, whatever you say." Ko glanced over to Hinata's still shaken up form and frowned. "You barely managed to will yourself to strike at me during training. Of course you wouldn't fight back against these boys, Lady Hinata." The Hyuga bodyguard stepped to the side, so he could keep the troublemakers in his sight and check on the boy who had come to his little sister's rescue. I knew it. No one but him could have chakra at that level at their age. Uzumaki-san, I sincerely thank you for looking after Lady Hinata. The humble Hyuga bowed from where he was facing, so the kids who had ganged up on him didn't get any bright ideas. Forgive my irresponsibility. The young Uzumaki didn't quite know how to react to that, so he just nodded back hesitantly. Ko gave him a sad smile before dragging the two incapacitated boys along with him over to where his entrusted sister was still staring wide-eyed at everything that had happened. Lady Hinata, are you okay? His eyes full of worry. The bodyguard pulled out a small bag after pressing points in the kids' legs so they wouldn't run. One stayed still and just sniffled, having been caught, while the other had tried to thrash around at first but was now face down in his brother's puke puddle with no way to get up since all four of his limbs were completely numb. It was just them two now. The other three boys had taken off. One had woken up and woke up the other, while the one who got his lunch punched out of him ran off after his brother gave him a look. The young heiress was hesitant of loosening her grip on the animal who was now in her lap, but did so when Ko gave her a calming smile and went to patch up the scratches and bumps she had gotten from the rocks that the kids had kept doing in their attempt to torture the jumble of orange fur still trembling ever so slightly in her lap. Why yes, Ko-san. Thank you. Naruto's ears perked at the angelic voice that drifted out from the girl's mouth. Hesitantly, he took a few steps forward and to the side so he could get a good look at the girl he had come to help. He blinked when she came into full view. Even with dried-up tears and scuff marks on her arms and hands, she was nothing less than an angel in his eyes. Just wait until you two get older. Naruto blinked again and shook his head with a scowl in his head. You but out of this Kurama? And what do you mean by that? The Biju's nine tails swished around in amusement as she made no attempt to muffle her laughter. Kakik? Patience, kid. Patience. Ko spoke up as he dressed Hinata's small injuries, his voice calm and relaxed. I know you children have grown up during hard times. The Kyūbi destroyed much more than just buildings on that fateful night. But what you boys were doing here is no different than what the Biju did then. The Hyuga stroked the alert, black-furred ears of a small fox no more than a couple months old. There is a fine line between being a man and becoming a monster, even for boys your age. The small kit yipped at KO's hand before diving back into Hinata's lap, trying to conceal itself as much as possible as she wrapped her arms around it again. Ko looked back at the two boys with disappointment clear in his eyes, and held them with his gaze alone after he reactivated their tenketsu. Which are you? Naruto looked on with a look of anger as the kids ran, his face softening when he laid his eyes back on the Hyuga heiress as she calmed the fox pup down. The young Uzumaki didn't really know what to do now. He was so used to everyone chasing him away. Now he was just standing around while that Ko guy took care of that Hinata girl's injuries. Naruto looked between them before silently nodding to himself and resumed his trek to his training ground. A soft voice stopped him in his tracks, his head tilting a bit as his ears were taken over by the little girl's sweet tone. Wait. Ko smiled with amusement as his shy little sister shuffled over to the troublemaking blonde that had come to her rescue. Kitsune wants to thank you. The shy heiress held up the small fox with trembling hands. Naruto eyed them both, finding himself bashful as well, only hiding it better. The Uzumaki reached up and scratched the kit behind its ears. You're safe now, little guy. Try to stay out of trouble now. He finished with a small chuckle. Ko shook his head, knowing that his little sister would need a bit of help with this one, and a blush crept its way across the girl's youthful cheeks as her eyes wandered everywhere except the cerulean orb still looking at her. Ano, and thanks for helping me. Ko nodded behind the bashful girl, and Naruto found himself scratching the back of his head to try and divert his attention from the blush on his face from the praise. Its no problem, hee. Just doing my job. I have a thing for bullies. The timid Hyuga heiress pet the pup's head as it nuzzled its snout into the crook of her arms to sleep, exhausted from the fright earlier. You're very brave. F5 against 1 aren't very good odds. Ko picked up the flashes of anger and sadness in Naruto's eyes as he chuckled with just enough mirth in his voice to be detected. The odds are usually never that good for someone like me. Before Hinata could pry into what the young blonde had said, Ko decided to take a chance and go with his gut instinct on this one. It hadn't failed him before. Well, It looks like you've made a friend today, my lady. Shall we go to the park? I'm sure there's lots you can do there instead of just these trees. Naruto's eyes widened a bit, not at all expecting to be tolerated any longer, let alone be invited to go play with who was obviously of noble blood. Hinata's face lit up with hope and joy that her ever-watchful bodyguard had offered to allow her a playmate. Back at the compound, there was no such thing as playing for her, let alone having any friends over. Her childhood was over the day she was born. As a Hyuga, she was being raised as a clan heir, not a regular shinobi who at least had some level of normalcy in their life. Things don't usually end well when I go to parks, Naruto replied with a soft voice, not exactly giving anything away but sending the message that he wasn't really comfortable at public places. Or welcome. Ko nodded, understanding what the young boy meant by that, while Hinata thought of something else. Why not play here then? That would be okay, right, Ko-san? The Hyuga servant nodded, and looked down at his sister with a smile on his face. Of course, Lady Hinata. Friends are one of the most precious things in this world. A few days later, in the Hyuga compound. It was about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The sun was still high in the sky and its warming beams still saturated the land and its inhabitants as two unmistakably identical twins were strolling through a luxurious traditional garden littered with exotic flowers in intricate patterns of color coordination and blending. The symbol of their clan flawlessly depicted in the largest group of flowers, not a petal out of place. One of the brothers with a hideout fastened securely to his forehead, the other without any such clothing hiding any portion of his stoic face, staring out into seemingly nothing with pupil-less white eyes. The emissary from Kumo should be arriving in about a half an hour. All of our preparations are set. The brother with the hideout spoke with audible worry in his voice. The other, though stoic, gave off just as much worry in his aura. He was expecting the worst to happen. Do you think we are ready? They passed over a traditional wooden bridge that went over a small pool of water that stretched across the estate, nearly dividing it. The clan head of the Hyuga held a stern look in his face. Ko watches over Hinata, and Hanabi is with Yuka. When the Kumo ambassador arrives, they'll both remain either by my side or your own. One can never be over-prepared, but I have confidence that no harm shall fall upon them. It was true. The Hyuga were not known as the magnum force of Konoha for nothing. Who better to protect the future clan heiress and her younger sister than the clan head himself and his twin, equal to him in almost every way aside from the minutes separating their births. Ko is a disciplined boy. Even if he lacks the Hyuga mindset, he will guard your daughter with his life Hayashi. The younger twin spoke with confidence. The elder brother nodded. You mean even though he lacks the stick posted firmly in his posterior like the rest of us? He asked his younger brother as they abruptly stopped a little ways away from both sections of houses. The two chuckled a bit, safe from open ears and allowed to be themselves for only a moment before continuing their patrol. Yes brother, that's exactly what I meant. And Yuka is frightfully deadly with her senbon. She's a fine guard for your younger daughter as well. The now more relaxed twin replied with the slightest smile. His older brother stopping once again to gaze up into the clouds with his eyes that matched their color, and let a frown make its way to his face. They were far enough away, but quite honestly Hayashi couldn't care less if anyone saw. A father has every right to worry for his daughters. His younger brother stopping with him and standing at his side, they both folded their arms in their robes, pondering what may happen over the next few days. Hizashi, the older of the two started, earning a glance from the younger. I have a bad feeling about this. It's the same as the day before Minato gave his life to save this village, to save all of us, and condemning his only newborn son to do it. The sadness and regret completely filling his face and shuddering his voice. So much hurt happens at once sometimes, and it's always the best of people that it happens to was his only thought. It wasn't until Hayashi became the clan head, when he and his younger brother were brought back together once more. All throughout the ninja academy and years after, they were kept relatively separate as the elders groomed him, and branded and trained his younger brother with the caged bird seal, instilling in him to serve the main family until the day he dies. In his place, but another brother all the same, Minato Namikaze, who would later become the fourth Hokage of Konoha, had been his second brother all throughout the ninja academy and years after up until his untimely death. He had known both the yellow flash Minato Namikaze and the red-hot-blooded habanero Kushina Uzumaki before and after they were friends and later married. Hayashi had been there every step of the way until their end. He had the same cold barren landscape feeling in his heart that he did before that fateful day, and he was shaking in his core. Who would he loose next was his thought. Hisashi caught the look in his brother's eyes, and it reminded him of the years he had spent separated from his twin. He had watched over his older brother from afar, happy that at least one of them could live a somewhat normal life. He held no grudge against his brother for taking in another. In fact, he was thankful. For if it were not for the yondaime, he was sure his brother would have turned out to be just as bitter as the rest of the main family. Hayashi could only hope that their son, who had saved all of Konoha by taking on the burden of being the Kyūbi no Yoko's Jinchuriki, turned out to be okay. He would have sought out the boy long ago, but his position of clan head kept him from doing so. He needed a reason to associate with the likes of him, though not by choice, and any he might have sent for him would be persecuted for dishonoring the Hyuga name as well. As far as Hayashi was concerned, he could only ever watch over his best friend's child from a distance, pulling what strings he could to help. Hisashi knew all of this all too well, for it had been him in that position years ago that seemed only a day before when looking back on it. He knew his brother's pain as it was his own. "Do not worry yourself, brother. The trigram twins are together again. We'll be okay," Hisashi said with an earnest tone, trying to cheer his older brother up. Hayashi chuckled a bit and nodded in agreement. They were the most talented gentle fist users in the clan, both wielding the ability to hit all 361 tenketsu points in the body while executing the 8 trigram palm in the gentle fist's field of divination, the secret taijutsu techniques passed down to selected members of the clan. The only reason why Hisashi knew the techniques is through his own talent in gentle fist. Out of the two, he was the strongest. But being born minutes behind his brother Hayashi, he was condemned to the brand and shackles of the branch family. Shaking away those thoughts, he turned back to his brother and saw something he hadn't seen in a very long time. He was smiling. Well, his approximation of smiling anyway. And he couldn't help but smile with his brother. "You're right, Hisashi," the older Hyuga extending out a hand which the younger one gladly took and was brought into a half embrace. "You're always right. For moments or for minutes, neither could tell. But both pulled back and reassembled into their stoic stances with their arms folded in the sleeves of their robes. "Come, brother. Let us enjoy a cup of tea." And with that, the trigram duo headed into a large and luxurious traditional home, Hisashi's son Niji running out to greet his father with a hug. Elsewhere, the sound of 2 children playing in what could be called a section of woods giggled out in youthful glee. Indigo hair swayed and flipped as Hinata searched for her new and only friend through the trees. Golden blonde hair would appear in flashes as Naruto skillfully appeared from out of nowhere to give the Hyuga princess a poke on her shoulder or back, making her whip around and just miss the sight of him disappearing back into the bushes or crawl up a nearby tree like a feline prankster. Then, after several attempts, Hinata would turn around to see that her trickster blonde was standing right behind her with his finger ready to poke her shoulder. This process had been going on for a while Ko occupied his time making sure all of his ninja tools were sharp and in good condition with the occasional glance to his sister's smiling face with one of his own to match it. It was getting late in the afternoon. The moon began to peek through the orange and reddish glow of the evening sky as the sun was halfway set. The horizon, a gloriously deep orange glow, seemingly melting into the ground. Up in a tree, 2 kids who had been playing for hours were now resting, while the teen below was leaned up against the trunk of the tree with a delighted smile on his face. The day had been very good. Young Naruto and the shy Hyuga heiress Hinata were sitting side by side on a branch halfway up the tree. Even being shorter than he was, she could climb very well when she wanted to. Both of them just stared out to the serene horizon, soaking up the picture-perfect sunset into their memories. "I had a lot of fun today, Hinata. Thanks for coming today." The sudden sound of his voice startling the white-eyed girl a bit, her short-length indigo hair whipping from the sides of her face as her head snapped to her left to look him in the eye. Her face getting as red of a glow as the sun out in the distant sky in front of them. "Thank you for playing with me too and Naruto-kun," she adorably replied with her sweet and soothing voice while she pressed her index fingers together. That habit had birthed a few hours before when she accidentally made Naruto trip over a root. He of course rolled into the fall, so he stood straight up without even a scratch, but still, it was the idea that counts. Naruto nodded with a solemn smile. Least she's not stuttering as bad as before. Maybe she's not as afraid of me now that she at least got to know me. He thought as he nodded. It was my pleasure. Resonating snickering could be heard in the back of his head. Or maybe she finds your mysteriousness attractive. Hey! Naruto almost choked on his saliva as he, for a moment, forgot that he wasn't the only one living in his head. I don't know. Do you think we could play again tomorrow? Her fidgeting picking up in intensity. What do you mean by attractive Kurama? I'm pretty sure she thinks I'm fun to play with, if that's what you're asking. Naruto stated in honest confusion. Even with his highly intellectual mind for a child, he was still just that, a child. Innocent in the ways of mature activities and the like. Sure, Hinata-san, we're friends, right? The blonde chuckled. You don't need to ask. Yes, she'll think you are a lot more fun to play with when you two grow older, Kit. She'll be a fine fit for you. Hinata's eyes shot up in disbelief. Her? He wanted to be friends with her? Were friends? She asked with honest and fearful disbelief in what he said. Why you want to be friends with me? She had to be sure it was true, and that he wasn't just toying with her like the other kids did at the compound. Sure, they had spent time together once before, but she had never had a friend before. Naruto was at first surprised at what she had said. His thoughts immediately raced, thinking that she had played with him out of mercy or maybe some sick joke. But when he looked into her eyes, he knew that wasn't the case. In fact, it was the polar opposite. He looked into her eyes and saw a look he had known for as long as he could remember. Fear. And that was something he had to remedy. Of course we are. That is, if you want to be friends. He replied with a solemn smile. He wouldn't push her into it after all. He was the bearer of the nine-tailed fox after all. But something told him that wouldn't matter to this girl, not now, not ever. It was the other look in her eyes that overlapped the other that gave it away. It was the same look he had in his own eyes before they had turned cold but 2 weeks ago. It was the look of hope. As if empowered by his words, she straightened her "please don't see me" posture and held herself straighter. With a smile that rivaled his former signature grin, she nearly cried tears of joy as she hugged him. Of course I want to be friends. The sudden thrashing movement caused them to fall back and hit the ground below them, but they laughed instead of cried from it. Even when Ko jumped to his feet and rushed over to them, which only made them laugh more, they were both too happy to feel pain whatsoever. They mostly laughed at the fact that they had fallen back so easily after appearing to be masters of the climb when they first got up there. Ko had a good laugh too after settling down. He'd halfway expected that to happen at some point. They could barely hang their feet over the massive branch after all. With the day becoming night and the moon now shining bright, regrettably they had to say their goodbyes. When asked if he needed a walk home, he instead offered to walk with them home to see them off. It went smoothly enough up until they neared the giant estate. Naruto found an excuse before getting to close and left before he got them in trouble. Though he did give Ko a good handshake and the blushing Hinata a hug. It might have been the wrong move on his part, he thought, because as soon as he hugged her she went completely red and nearly fainted, which made him wonder what had been different in the tree. It was probably the fall from the tree. I hope she'll be okay. He concluded, the fall from the tree having an effect on her body. She was pretty small after all, even if she was well developed for a child. A strong body she had, but a big one she didn't. The fall must have done her in a bit, he thought as he walked away with a wave. Getting back to training ground 23, Naruto decided with consent from his tenant that he would turn in for the night and make camp in the abandoned warshack he had made into his home away from home after discovering it on his most recent run for his life. Lighting candles he had procured over the past few weeks and scattering them about, he took in the sight once more. It was lit more than well enough for him, but it was just how it was built that intrigued him. The walls were thick with old paint and the untouched weapon racks were scattered about the large underground hall like his candles. The center table, which he had missed the first time around, had an equally old map of Konoha towards one end of it. Looking it over, he could tell it had been a very long time since anyone had truly been in there. The parchment was weathered and the map itself was in poor condition. Only the faintest outlines could be seen of buildings and structures, strategic points and arrows pointing to what may had once been either objectives or points of defense. taking in the finer details of the bunker he had stumbled upon. He found that there were kanji littered all over the walls and ceiling, and wondered what they were for, reinforcing the infrastructure of this room. It was built to last the likes of me and my kind. Naruto nodded. Is this what Fuinjutsu can do? It's amazing if it can withstand even you. He thought in astonishment that such jutsu existed. The feat of successfully withstanding the wrath of a bijou, let alone Kurama, was not easily met in the least. This is but a taste of what Fuinjutsu is capable of. If mastered, the possibilities and application of Fuinjutsu is nearly limitless. What's keeping me sealed within you is a product of Fuinjutsu. Imagine what it can do when geared towards other things with the same effort and capability. Naruto lifted his shirt and made his seal appear with the help of chakra flowing to his stomach. Do you think I can learn Fuinjutsu? Kurama nearly choked on her laugh. Not only will you learn it, but I will personally make sure that you are a master of Fuinjutsu by the time, and maybe even before you reach adulthood. Naruto's eyes shot wide open, and he even took a few steps back from the shock. Can I really do it? He asked. He knew it couldn't be as easy as learning how to handle a sword or a knife. Hell, learning jutsu and how to control chakra was probably easier than Fuinjutsu if he could guess. I promise you, your body is built for combat, and while your mind is equal to your body's adaptability to the heat of battle, it is unparalleled in its build for picking apart and putting back together the jigsaw that is chakra. Naruto was confused. It was his understanding that Fuinjutsu revolved around kanji and the different uses and manipulation of it. How is Fuinjutsu like a puzzle, Kurama? I thought Fuinjutsu is all about kanji and how chakra runs through it. That in itself made sense to the boy. What his furry tenant said was a mystery to him. Chakra by itself is a purest of energy. Some call it spirit energy, others call it raw power. Life energy, if you will. While that is true when talking about the body and conventional ninjutsu, it is not true for Fuinjutsu. Naruto nodded. So then, Fuinjutsu is more than just taking chakra and changing its flow. It's about the structure of it. That's why kanji exist. They're all different pieces of a puzzle that change the nature of chakra. Kurama chuckled. You got it, Kit. But before the blonde could continue, the bijou thought it was best for Naruto to get some rest. He'd had many changes in a very short amount of time. That's something even a healing factor as strong as his couldn't help with. Now then, get some rest. You're going to need it for tomorrow's training. The Uzumaki smiled, wondering how he could have been so lucky to have Kurama on his side now. Yes, sensei. Line break. The next day. The morning had been a rather productive one, and training was really starting to get into full swing. It felt strange to have someone who was teaching him how to be a ninja instead of just teaching him basic rules of society, in Tucci and Iam's case, or treating him like the scum of the earth in everyone else's case. He had set out to training ground 20 as instructed by his furry sensei, and was moving from one training ground to the next, systematically, every hour, and changed his pace and focus of training depending on what was there. The bijou wanted to test her theory on how Naruto learned to do things. Of course, he could learn things just like anyone else could, but something about that night when he was being chased by that rogue ninja struck a chord with her, and she was going to see for herself just how Naruto adapted to whatever she threw at him. She had him start off with his sword. The thing was like an extension of his arm for the most part, but he's still rather clumsy with it. It was like teaching a toddler how to use a fork or spoon. He really didn't know what he was doing. But that's what having a millennia-old demon fox for a sensei was for. She had seen and memorized hundreds of swordplay styles alone, and that was just the tip of the iceberg of what she had to offer her container. Interestingly enough, it seemed to her that Naruto had no dominant hand. When brought to his attention, Naruto noticed himself that he could use both hands to do pretty much everything. He was just so accustomed to just doing whatever came natural to him that he never noticed the way he didn't have a dominant hand that was primarily used for even trivial tasks. It was an interesting thing he found out about himself. Kurama had told him that it was actually a rare thing, that some people could learn how to be ambidextrous while most could only ever be comfortable with one hand to do things. In the end, she just thought it funny, and chalked it up as one more anomaly to add to his scorecard. He simply shrugged and decided to make the best of it. It wasn't like it would hurt or change anything. About halfway through the day and 9 training grounds later, Naruto stopped dead in his tracks while bringing out food and the rice balls Ino had made earlier in the morning that he hadn't gotten to enjoy yet. He couldn't quite pin it down. All he knew was that there was something wrong, that something wasn't right. For minutes he was looking from tree to tree, training ground off one way and forestry out to the other, looking for the source of this odd feeling. Just before he decided to let it go and dig into his meal, he got his answer. A slight tremor in the ground that barely had enough force to make a person notice if they weren't walking. He didn't understand. A few moments after that, all Naruto could hear was the struggling and failing attempt of one giant fox trying to hide her bursting laughter. What? Was all Naruto could really ask. He had no idea what had happened just now. Finally, unable to hold in the laughter that was threatening to make her burst, the bijou let it loose. Bahahaha, oh God, that's rich, ahahaha. The sudden boom of roaring, cackling laughter had the boy's head vibrating back and forth. He clasped onto the sides of his head to keep himself steady. What? What the hell is so funny? His head was starting to hurt from his tenant's volume excessive laughter. Now down to a deep chuckle, Kurama gave him his answer. It seems your feral senses are more prominent than we originally thought. You just sensed an earthquake before it happened. Only animals can sense a change in the earth such as that. You Naruto are truly my kit now. He. Pouting, Naruto didn't know if he should take that as a compliment or an insult to his character. He didn't fancy being literally called an animal to his liking. But then how could he deny the claim? He could see clearly on a solely starlit night as if he were only in a dimly lit room, and even then his vision was so sharp it didn't matter too much. He could hear a single bird chirp from a good 30 meters away, and he had a knack for sensing when he was being watched. Then there was his stealthy habits. When everything was laid out before him, he really was a miniature fox, just a lot less hairy and missing tails. It wasn't even noon yet and things were already getting weird. So I'm an animal now, what's next? Am I going to start hunting now? Elsewhere. So, he thinks he's going to strut about as if he is untouchable. So long as he keeps away from my daughters, I will allow him to feel safe. One Hayashi Hyuga was currently restraining himself from having a field day with a certain emissary from Kumogakure. Kumo and Konoha had been at feuding odds with each other ever since the Third Raikage had come into power. His thirst for making his village stronger made him enemies with Konoha after their many attempts at recruiting Kekkai Genkai wielders at every chance that presented itself. He saw people with Kekkai Genkai as weapons, and that he and his village had the right to both kidnap and exploit them by any means necessary. The current situation of having a retired infamous ninja from Kumo being sent to negotiate a treaty with Konoha, under the guise of staying under the all-seeing eyes of the Hyuga as a sign of good faith, had both Hayashi and his clan on edge. As I'm sure your Hokage has informed you, I will be staying under your clan's watchful eyes during my stay here in Konoha until an agreement is reached between our two great villages. My Raikage believes that the strong should group together to weed out and discipline the weak. A dark-haired man with a hardened body upholding an equally hardened face spoke in a tone very befitting for that of a politician, with every bit of arrogance and self-appointed hierarchy in his voice. A few scars could be seen on the parts of his body that weren't covered by the luxurious blue robes that he wore, coupled with a necklace that went down into his undershirt. Though this did not mean he wasn't a lethal ninja when he was in service, in fact, it meant quite the opposite. Bearing the title of the Slasher of Kumo, Hiroto Miura was an ex-head ninja of Kumo. His achievements during the Third Great Ninja War, when he was barely a teen, earned him his place in their ranks as one of the most ferocious and outlandish ninja in Kumo due to his years of service and the many bingo book ninja he had hunted down for his village. Little was known of his background and what he did outside of Kumo. His name allowed him such privacy. Hayashi stood like a mountain, daring any to try and reach its peak. He would make sure to be the one to gladly take the head of the man before him as a trophy if he eyed any of his kin the wrong way. Yes, I have been informed of your arrival, and might I add that you and your escorts will be staying in the guests' quarters under surveillance of no less than 5 guards at any given time, to ensure your safety and comfort during your stay in our village. If it weren't for his emotionless and near statue-like expression, the ex-Kumo nin could have sworn the pale-eyed man was sneering at his last sentence. The emissary nodded and openly smirked. He had understood the intended message and expected nothing less from the clan of noble ninjas. He would cease to live the moment they suspected any foul play. The guards were useless, however. He had a plan. He was there for a meeting regarding the peace of two warring villages, and had the upper hand because of that. He couldn't be touched or kept under watch at all times, even with the Hyuga and their eyes. There was one place he literally couldn't be watched by the law of their village: the Hokage Tower. He was there on official business and under the guise of an ambassador from a foreign village. Aside from the Hokage himself, none could be near their meeting because of the nature of sensitive information being shared between the representatives of each village. It was during his waiting period where he would make his strike. For when he attends the meetings, every guard ordered to watch him would be right where he wanted them to be. Close. Of course, Hyuga-sama, I thank you for the concern. Henceforth, I hope the next week will be a beneficial one to both of our villages. Now, if you'll excuse me, I am weary from my trek here, and must retire. The smile never left Hiroto as he talked the lingo of men in robes. It was hard to talk in a sophisticated manner. He was much more acclimated to the usual language of ninja in the field. He had been ordered to read books on proper etiquette and speech for this mission, and it was a pain with every minute he spent learning the ways of the people pulling the strings. It was far too difficult for him to deal with, and was actually missing his life of just being the slasher. Politics wasn't his gig. When it was all said and done, he would do this without question if it meant he could get back to his master. He needed the information that he had been waiting for the opportunity to get in order to go back to base without being made into a mince of meat. Failure was not an option, and this treaty business was the perfect way to get into Konoha. Hayashi didn't like how he was trying to get rid of him so soon, but then that could just be his caution of the Kumanin setting foot inside his compound, not 50 meters between him and his daughters or any other unsealed members within its walls for that matter. He would have him watched like a missing ninja for sure. I understand. It must have been a long journey. Motioning the guards that he had chosen to be the Kumanin's watchdogs, Hayashi sent him away from his sight before he did something he would regret. They will show you to your quarters, good day. And I don't believe I caught your name, he said just as Hiroto had taken a step. Without a pause, he nodded and chuckled a bit. Yes, I must be more tired than I had first thought. Forgive me, Hyuga-sama. I am Kaito Hizuna, humble councilman of Kumogakure. He bowed. I bid thee farewell. Kaito spoke in a playful tone, though he had meant the old-fashioned speech as a regard of disrespect for the man before him as well as his stature. Taking his leave and the 3 men that made up his escort along with him, the ninja from Kumogakure made their way to the guest home they would be staying at for the week while they negotiated the terms of a treaty with Konoha. Watching the filth of Kumo strut away from his presence, Hayashi sighed. It was going to be a very difficult week. What do you think, brother? Do you think they will try something? The seal-bearing twin asked in a halfway joking manner. It would surely be suicide if they tried anything, but then again the ninja from Kumo were just as crazy as their Kage was. The seal-less twin sighed. It is hard to say, Hizashi. They are daring enough to come this far. It is not hard to fathom that they would take that extra step. Both brothers looked to the clouds. So few were in the sky, and yet the ones that were there were so calm. Perhaps they just needed to be the same. We will see how things turn out. All the preparations have been put in place. Let us go about things as we normally would, and return to our children. Hizashi nodded with his brother. Niji still had much to learn, and he needed to be mentally prepared for the branding of the caged bird seal that he would receive when he turned 7. He was still 6, but nonetheless, he needed to know what was going to happen to him. Both brothers folded their arms in the sleeves of their robes and proceeded to go with their children. 3 days had passed, and Naruto was progressing under the stress of the survival training just as Kurama had predicted. Fast. His body was still a little underdeveloped for one his age, but the training she was having him do along with the new diet was quickly remedying that. The changes to his body were restoring his body to what it should have been and progressing it at a remarkable rate. As suspected, the pressure of a live-or-die scenario brought out his true potential, and he absorbed whatever he was taught like a sponge. The Bijou still didn't know what had been done to Naruto to give him such a frenzy learning habit, but that was of little concern to her since he was getting right into the swing of her training. The last conscious thought she gave to the strange occurrence was that maybe this strange training habit was centered around one of his baser instincts that he just so happened to be more in tune with than other humans. The impulse to stay alive in animals was a monstrously influential instinct that each animal possessed. Even Kurama had it. Humans had it also, but not at the level that the boy who carried her within did. He didn't hesitate to act immediately when he felt his life was threatened even on a minuscule level. Now on Training Ground 37, he took to alternating between running at full speed in every direction possible throughout the hills of the training grounds and fighting imaginary foes while doing the same thing. Kurama was having him getting used to moving about constantly changing terrain without a single stumble, and the same for when in combat. After about 2 hours of doing that for a half an hour without stopping and a 10-minute break, he repeated the process in the trees. Staring up into the sentinel-like trees, the boy groaned a little. Running and fighting on a bunch of hills was hard enough, now you want me to run and fight in trees too? His legs were tight from the strain of going up and down hills in the technical movements of his fighting and the simple exercise of running. Think about it, Kit. A predator is the master of the environment they're most suited for, so when their prey come near, they are superior and cannot be overtaken. Naruto nodded as he started to get the picture of what she was trying to do. If you master every terrain, you will be dominant in every environment, and no prey will be able to escape you no matter who or what it is, no matter where they are. They could come to you or you can go to them, either way they will still die. And with that, the mini blonde predator dove into the woods and proceeded to master them as his fluffy sensei instructed. Not really one to challenge her train of thought, since she was undoubtedly smarter than him. He pumped chakra throughout his body just as he had been practicing over the last 3 days and enhanced it. His body feeling lighter than air, his muscles feeling twice as strong, his nails now claws, and his eyes now the like of his tenants as his whisker marks darkened and were now defined as the mark of the being within him. It wasn't the same as when Kurama's chakra was flowing through him, but he was enhanced nonetheless. When he was operating off of her chakra, however, he felt invincible, as if nothing could withstand the power of his fury. But, seeing as how he didn't need that power for training, he reserved himself to using just his own chakra. Naruto was never satisfied with himself, and had every right not to be. He was just barely getting back to his approximation of normal after his attempt at his own life. As difficult as it was, he was learning how to multitask with a hurricane of emotions at the same time quite well. Then again, he had always done this. Even at his early age, he had to fight back the urge to pummel the villagers that tormented him, so last week was just a fluke. Shaking off the thoughts of the villagers, he would take great pleasure in digging his claws into. Naruto plunged himself into the thick foliage, immersing himself in nature. From the time that Naruto had spent in the woods surrounding Konoha, he found that animals were much more sensitive to the slightest vibrations and faintest of smells and sounds. No ninja could match them. So, he figured if he could master the art of stealth on animals, humans would be like stalking a toy doll just waiting to be tossed around. Taking his place amongst the shadows after about an hour of tracking, Naruto zeroed in on a deer. It was a magnificent buck with antlers to point. Scars could be seen from its many battles with other males, and a few were too straight to be from an antler's point. He had been hunted before. Keeping his body close to the ground, he stalked towards the unsuspecting deer as would a wolf. Body tight to the ground, paws caressing the earth as if it were a baby's cheek. He was silent. A few times he had critically avoided sticks and twigs that would have given him away otherwise, but he had moved about them like the agile fox that he was. Silent. The only things that could be heard in the dark thick of the forest were the rustling of the tips of the trees far above his head and the buck grazing just underneath one. The air was thick with the scent of the vegetation around, and the odor emitting from the deer in his sights. His scent was nowhere to be found, unable to be detected. His pores sealed with the chakra he kept flowing throughout his body, sealing off the scent, giving sweat glands on every inch of him. His heart was racing, but he could not feel its thundering pumps. He could not even hear the pulses in his ears. No, all he heard was the quiet of the forest, and the steady breaths of the deer in front of him. Adrenaline was coursing through every inch of his little body, the thrill of his first hunt making its realizing hit on his conscience. He was a hunter. All his focus was on the prey before him and what he had to do to make it his first kill. He couldn't feel his heart beat anymore. He only knew it was racing to keep up with his thrill. He was a hunter. He had prowled his way to just a few meters away from his prey. A silent approach. His mouth was filling with the anticipation of the hunt. He was careful not to let any excessive emotion to escape his thoughts. Animals could sense when they were being hunted. No, he was a ghost. He was a shadow. He was a predator. and he was about to take his prey. He had settled in between two overlapping bushes with a little opening in the middle of them. He was cloaked in the shadow of the forest and was within its thick brush as if he had always belonged. He was surprising himself more and more with how much he seemed to be accustomed to what he was doing. He could chalk it up to be his demonic partner rubbing off on him, but then that wouldn't be true. He had always had this side to him since he was born, if he had to guess. If anything, he was growing into it even more. The deer was oblivious to the predator in its midst. It was still standing there, grazing like it had done thousands of times before. Little did it know that this would be the last time it would ever taste the noble grass that grows even in the darkest of places, and the bloodiest of battlefields. Naruto was anxious, his body shivering from the heat of the stalk. His claws were clenching the dirt like vices. He couldn't wait any longer, but he chained himself down, allowing his prey one last moment of grazing. Such a simple thing life seemed to be. So complicated and full of sorrows. Yet, in the presence of one with the will to make it his own, it can be taken in a second. 10 seconds. 10 seconds was what he allowed the deer before his pounce. Time seemed to slow to a still. How could it be so easy to take the life of something? Mortal or not, how could it be so easy to take something's life and make it your own? These were the questions that began to run across his very young mind. Then it dawned on him. It was easy because it was meant to be. How difficult would it have been had he been stalking one such as him? Maybe not the same, but a ninja or a common man. It depended on who you chose as prey that makes the taking of life easy or difficult. Either way, it was done the same. Perhaps the journey to the ending moment would be hard for some, but the end altogether was the same. It was too easy for Naruto to take a life, and the thrill he was getting now was making it all the more enticing. Would he feel different if it were another person? Perhaps. But the fact was that his current prey was exactly that. Prey. One without voice and without name. One who had just run out of time. The 10 seconds he had given the honorable deer before him were now over. It was as much for the deer as it was for Naruto. He had never taken his eyes off of its side as its head dipped down and lifted occasionally, chewing the small grass that gave it life. He only saw this because it was in his sight. The impulse of the hunt was still ever present in him. He couldn't even hear himself breathe, hadn't been able to for a while. His breaths were slow, deep, full of patience. A stalker's breathe. His posture hadn't shifted. He was down low to the ground, arms and legs ready to pounce. Claws waiting to claim their first kill. He waited. He knew the slightest error would thwart all of his effort. As feral as he currently was, he couldn't think like a beast now, no. He had to think as a true animal, a true predator. He must be patient. Not all is as it seems, and he knew he had to wait for the right moment to strike. The deer's head was up chewing, paying no mind to its surroundings as it ate. Now it was back down to the ground, surveying its nutrition of choice. It was here where he didn't want to strike. Now its head was back up, and its gaze now relaxed as it enjoys its graze. He had surveyed his surroundings and found them safe for the moment. Now his ears were its line of defense. It was here where Naruto wanted to strike. Its head was back down, and his little heart sped up even further. He knew what was coming. It was just around the corner, just about time to finally release his claws from their aching prison of earth, dirt, and mud. The deer's head was going back up. Naruto could barely keep a hold on himself as the moment he had been waiting for, aching for, was now just but a second away. His head was still going up, up, up. Silence. Nothing but the cold dead of noiseless was in his ears. He had leaped just as the buck was about to finish its first chew. With his combination of chakra enhanced, adrenaline flooded, and instinctually uninhibited body dull of all other senses of pain, worry, sorrow, or doubt. The 8-meter distance closed in a flash when seen from another's eyes. But to Naruto it had taken eternity. He flew as if he were without weight, without worry, without any moral bindings holding him down and away from his prey. His claws were held just a little past his shoulders and spread, able to move about either which way if the deer made a momentous move. His body was completely level in the air, leaning a bit forward where his claws were awaiting their landing on the unsuspecting buck. He paid no mind as the buck's head began turning around as he let loose what he thought was a growl. He couldn't tell. Everything was so slow he thought it was the hum of a quake. He saw himself in the eyes of his prey. If it had been any other mortal, shock and fear would be all that he would find in those eyes. True to the heavy impulse that had taken his body into vice grip, he didn't appear normal off first glance. His teeth could no longer be classified as normal, their fang length extending far beyond the lengths of normal as his canines, and their seeming filed sharpness nearly touched his bottom lips while his mouth was wide open in his snarl. It was quick. The buck had turned its head all the way to the right to view its killer in full, its eyes going wide to the point of nearly popping out in the extreme of which they opened, completely stunned in fear of the predator about to take its life. Like clockwork, and with the ferocity not that of a normal human, the moment his claw-bearing left hand met the fur-coated exposed neck of the deer, his grip around it tightened like a vice and crushed the buck's windpipe as he swung around it. Reaching the opposite side of the buck with his iron grip in a simultaneous succession, he ripped out the buck's throat as his right hand clamped down on the back of its neck and muscled it down with the momentum of his swing, effectively pinning it down on its side as he agilely hopped over it once it hit the ground to avoid its kicking legs. It had happened so fast he had barely enough time to process what he was doing before he acted. He was running on instinct. Even now he was barely able to stop himself enough to where he could comprehend what he had done. Looking into the gasping face of the impressive buck beneath him, he could feel its life-blood soaking the patch of earth that they were both occupying. His thundering heart began to slow down as his sight widened from the narrow point they had sharpened themselves into. His breathing went from violent and fast breaths to calming and slowing. Everything was slowing and time came back into comprehension. He surveyed his surrounding. No one was around. Not even a squirrel. It was as if this lone deer was put here to test him. He looked back down to his prey and felt remorse. It wasn't his prey anymore. Its soundless screams of struggled strands of air had changed that label. It was in pain. Pain that only he knew. Without a second, though, he held up the claws of his left hand into a point, taking one last glance of himself from the eyes of the buck as they actually teared a bit, and plunged them into its chest, severing its heart and lungs from the rest of its internal works. His face was that of a statue, completely still and emotionless as the eyes of the buck glazed over and closed. Its body completely rested and still. It was no longer his prey. It was now his first kill. It was strange. He had felt guilt for a second, and in no less than a second it was gone, and he was now at peace with himself. The reason being, he had put the buck to rest. He felt neither joy nor sadness, but the calm like that of a still pond or lake. Even his head now felt cool, opposite of the flaming heat of the hunt that he had just experienced. He made sure the eyes of the buck were shut, so that it could sleep properly. He sat back against a nearby tree not 5 feet away from the deer, and looked at what just happened. He had killed, and he got the answer to the questions that were running through his head just before he had done the deed. He didn't know. He didn't know what he felt about the taking of life. The only thing he knew was that he did not enjoy it. He knew that he found no pleasure in killing. It could only be described by him as one thing: strange. You pass Naruto, his guardian, sounding off like his conscience. Pass what, Kurama? I killed it. I killed the deer. He replied just above a whisper, lifting his thick red glazed hands to where they could both see. Yes, you did. But let me ask you one thing. What? His body began to tremble ever so slightly, as if it were only the air that was vibrating. Did you enjoy it? Naruto paused. No, at least he didn't think so. It didn't feel like any kind of joy that he knew. It was sad. Sad in the sense where he had been the one to end something's life, taken away everything it had ever gained and damning anything it would ever get. No. No, I didn't. Kurama put a veil of her chakra over him, as if caressing him once more. It wasn't the flame that he was usually encased in. No, this was like the faintest of mists given color, as if the mist were made up of the tiniest embers and given a shape. The veil hugged Naruto and poured its caring warmth into his body, shielding him from the cold of the approaching night. Then you are a true hunter. Naruto was confused, though he didn't show it. The only thing he did was lift his hand to try and caress the brilliant yet dark aura surrounding him in return for its warmth. What does that mean? I still took a life. Even if it was an animal's, a life is a life. A tear began to roll down his small cheek before the ember-like illuminating aura turned it to steam. It means that you are not a killer. A killer takes a life for the sake of just taking it. A hunter takes a life because it has to, not because it wants to. You needed to know what it's like to take a life early so that you'll be able to protect the ones that will be on your team. You know, ninja get their first experience with death while on a mission. This was a mission given to you by me, and you have passed. You did not kill this deer for no reason. You killed it because this experience may just save you and those who will be on your team from a very probably danger of life or death situations on missions. Not only that, but you are out of food, and the week isn't complete. This deer will give you the life that its body once held to sustain yours. It is the circle of life, Naruto. As heartless as it may seem, it's just the way things go. The boy nodded very slowly, unable to tear his eyes away from the blood staining his hands that weren't his own. He understood everything that his guardian was telling him, and he knew it was true. He just needed time to let it sink in and process it. Though that time was cut short as the glittering of moonlight reflecting off of metal made quick work of his thoughts, with the shining of metal making its way straight towards his head. Naruto moved his head to the right, allowing the alien metal to hit the trunk of the tree with a clear DOK kunai. The blonde's mind kick started as he sprung up on all fours. Naruto hide. The blonde already knew the drill as he immersed himself once more into the thick of the forest, silent again. Already one with the wild growth of the forest, he couldn't be spotted even if he were wearing neon yellow. Like a shadow, he crept around the dense thick of the woods that was in his general location, searching for the one who had thrown that kunai. The scent he could get off of the handle of it was familiar, but he couldn't pin down who it was. He wasn't that good at tracking, yet. Stopping by the edge of the little clearing, he looked towards the almost non-existent sounds of feet treading on ground and the rustling of bushes. He could make out two figures, one in gray and one in tan, both hooded. What would be silent whispers was low talking in the dead of night for Naruto's enhanced hearing from both his already natural sensitive ears, and with the addition of chakra running through his body to keep him at peak performance. Damn! Lost that kid again. The hooded figure in gray spoke in a very hushed but annoyed whisper. The other replied with a glare that shot daggers. What do you mean again? You said you took care of it already. The one in gray shook his head frustrated. Not exactly. The fucking kid is impossible to catch. The ANBU of this village can barely keep track of him, let alone actually capture the little shit. He's as elusive as the fox he's got locked up inside of him. The one in black nearly jumped to his feet in surprise. You mean we're here to kill that? Shaking and the mysterious sound of warm liquid trickling down onto the cold earth bled out into the dark night. What did you think the boss sent us to do on this mission? Sneak around and tag on the walls? The black hooded figure shakily got out a kunai and readied it. The one in gray shook as well. He had gotten lucky the first time around. He figured we were the fastest way to get to him since we've been here the longest. God, I hope after this we can finally live in peace without him watching our every move. And just then, as if the last part of his sentence had called upon the person he was addressing, the air seemed to freeze with anger and killing intent as the hairs on both the gray and black figures' necks stood straight out with a chill of pure fear ran down their spine. A voice had sounded out after a seeming eternity of being stunned by fear under the oppression of such bloodlust. Only it wasn't a voice that they were expecting, which caught them off guard even more. It was a child's voice laced with something else. The whole forest seemed to grow colorless in the two assassins' eyes as the thick growling voice came out from seeming everywhere but mainly behind them. So it was you who tried to stake me. The growl held every bit of intimidating essence as the fox within the small blonde, even if it was that of a child. The fact that such a voice was coming from a child made it seem like a bad dream. The pressure in the air rose, as did the temperature seem to drop even more. Both males shivered where they were crouched, unable to move despite their attempts to do so. Cold sweat beating down their foreheads and back. In a weird way, I have to thank you for that. Both figures jumped up and stood back to back as unmuted shuffling could be heard, the sudden sound startling both assassins and forcing them into their guard. The moon was now shining brightly, putting down a gray light veil through the thickness of the trees overhead. Both men jumped from each other as three kunai embedded themselves down to the hilt in clear view to them. The one in gray shuddered in awe and fear. Don't tell me. Not a moment too soon. The shiver-inducing growl of the hidden little fox sounded again. "You can have your knives back." Both men looked at each other and reassumed their back-to-back position. "So, I take it you two work for somebody who wants me dead. Could you two kindly tell me who?" The shuffling sound was circling around them and changing directions, keeping them shifting about each other trying to keep up with where they thought the sound was coming from. "What's it matter to you, demon? You're going to be dead soon anyway. What difference does it make?" The one in black was quick to challenge the unseen body of bloodlust. He was scared to the bone. He had only seen the boy once, and it was something he never forgot since that night. Hell, learning of just who or what he had been sent along with his partner to dispatch of had made him, a man in his early 20s, piss his pants like a little kid being barked at by a large dog. But then he had good reason to be scared. He wasn't in the presence of a dog. Oh no, he was in the presence of something much more sinister and of the demonic type. The source of one of his only fears made itself heard again as its circling around the two assassins changed direction and speed once again, this time a little faster. "I have to know who to tell the Hokage to send your bodies to." The flat-out answer caught both hired men by surprise, though had it been said by anyone else, the promise of death would have done nothing but make them snort in amusement. They stepped back into each other so that their backs were pressed into the other as they both leaned forward, still in their guarding stances, though now they were having difficulty keeping up with the shuffling of the bushes that was now picking up in speed again. It was the one in gray that spoke up this time, and he was ready to get past this night as his fortitude was beginning to falter as well. He had been there to witness what the miniature monster in the bush had done too. "You should know, you did spend a lot of time with him and that friend of yours." As if flipping a switch off, the shuffling stopped. All sounds seemed to stop, along with their heartbeats. Both men could only hear their breaths in the cold, moonlit night in the veiled dark of the forest, the trees seeming to encase them for the situation that they were in, trapping them from any attempt at escape from the hidden demon in the bush. The sound of a sort of sizzling surrounded them. They had no idea what it was, but it was a sound that seemed to be just underneath their ears, burning in the back of their minds. The temperature literally dropped and their breaths could be seen clear as daylight, and they were shuddering in and out. The voice that much too deep to be a child's and yet still remained to be so sent ice-cold chills all throughout the assassin's spines. "Why are you here?" The deep growl wasn't loud, but the way it traveled about the dark murk of the forest made it seem as if the being that created the growl was right next to them. Having lost track of the shuffling, which they could only guess was the demonic blonde that they had been sent to kill long ago, they resulted to shifting clockwise every couple of seconds as the one in gray answered again. His partner in black too choked up to do anything but wheeze and shake. To finish what the boss started. Nothing but silence. The one in black continued to turn. A few seconds went by and he turned again. "Corey." Nothing. He looked right to left, and saw nothing but the dark and dimly gray light-lit surroundings of the forest. He began to panic, his eyes darting right and left rapidly. "Corey?" He shuffled to the left a bit. "Corey!" He shuffled to the right a bit, panic completely overtaking him. "Corey!" He spun to his right and tripped on something about the size of a hefty log on its side and fell back. The man in black fumbled to his feet and checked to see what he had tripped on. It was his partner lying face down in the stick-littered dirt.
"Corey, fuck man.
"You okay?" He checked his partner and shook his shoulder. "Corey!" He turned him over by the shoulders. However, after flipping his friend onto his back, the only thing to look him in the eye, the only thing that answered him was his own struggled croaks of attempted screams. His throat had shut at the amount of terror that was struck into his thundering heart. His partner's throat had been torn out along with his bottom jaw. He was dead before he hit the floor. If he even did hit the floor, the remaining assassin hadn't heard a thing which scarred him even more. "Oh God, Corey. Oh shit. Fuck me." He scrambled back away from his dead partner, who now sat on the ground lurching forward. What remained of the blood in his body poured out of the huge gorge in sloppy drips from where his bottom jaw used to be and ended a little past his now exposed and gashed atoms, Appel. Taking in the sight of his dead partner in crime, he couldn't help but practically lunge back almost instantly after seeing what had happened to Corey. Off a whim, and holding it as if it were a torch rather than a knife, the remaining assassin pulled out a kunai and was putting forth more effort to hold it without letting it fall from the shaking rather than making it look intimidating. It wasn't the fact that his partner had been killed that had him so frightened. It had happened a few times before in his line of business. It was the fact that a supposed child was the one who did it. Not only that, but it was a child that he had had a run-in with before. His mind was racing with different ways he could either escape or die trying to. His arms never stopped trembling, but froze when a snarl instead of a voice of the little blonde. They thought they were hunting completely shut down his bodily functions when he spoke. "Why are you here?" The low, resonating growling voice made the man in black quiver. A few moments were spent by the broken assassin trying to get the words to come out of his mouth, but his throat was clamped shut from fear. Again Naruto asked, but his patience were long gone. He didn't know why, but something about the ninja's presence infuriated him like no other. Something about the way he was trembling in what looked like past fear. Familiarity. Naruto was starting to think that the would-be assassin knew him for more than just the village pariah. "Why are you here?" Trying to make himself disappear into a nearby tree, but unable to move a single muscle aside from the ones that were convulsing uncontrollably from fear, finally, he mustered a choked reply. "We were sent to kill you as a distraction." A few seconds went by, or minutes, he couldn't honestly tell. But it registered instantly the moment he caught a glimpse of who and what had killed his partner, seemingly appearing out of the shadows in front of him. Surrounding the child's body was a blood-red chakra that seemed to have embers floating about inside of it. Every detail of the demonic child in front of him was burned into his memory. His slow approach wasn't any less intimidating than how the demonic chakra made him look already. If anything, his stalking-like approach made it all the more terrifying. As if he were just being allowed to see him stalk towards him. It was probably true. Soul-tearing red-slitted eyes met brown-white eyes as the blonde stopped just in front of the remaining assassin. Naruto crouched down onto one knee, eye level with the stunned prey before him. "What's your name?" It was a statement rather than a question. But then the assassin wasn't about to complain. He was incapacitated by fear alone.
Jijiro.
He answered obediently. The demonic boy wiped his clawed hands on the trembling man's jacket, ridding them of the pieces of his friend that he had stuck on them, blood and a few chunks sticking to the would-be assassin's shirt. "I see." Jiro, his blood-red eyes that were once looking down at the jacket and freshly cleaned claws drifted up to meet Jiro's wide brown ones. "What was I supposed to be a distraction for?" The already thin slits of his eyes narrowed even more, putting the reflection of his horror-struck face into view along with their eerie glow. His darkened whisker marks and protruding fangs making him all the less human or childlike in Jiro's eyes. Jiro's body started shaking again. "We were supposed to kill you, so that the other guys could get out with the lessened heat on them from your death." The shaking grew a bit. Naruto never broke his gaze. Instead, he dug it deeper. "And what are they here for?" Sensing that there was more to it than just him. Jiro gulped. They were sent in to take the Hyuga's clan leader's eldest daughter for her eyes. His shakes grew uncontrollable as the inhuman glow in Naruto's eyes flared in anger. He remembered this face all too well, though it wasn't as complete as it was when he had seen it before. It was still just as terrifying. "You wouldn't be lying to me, would you, Jiro?" The low growl turning to a snarl of pure hatred as the boy's voice thickened with rage and power. His clawed right hand reached up and held Jiro's face by the cheeks and squeezed them enough to just break skin with the ivory tips. Jiro couldn't believe that this was actually a kid. He was a demon in human form. I swear I'm telling the truth. I wouldn't lie to you. They're probably on their way to your village's forest of death right now." Fear overtaking every sense and bit of training he had ever received. He had seen many things in his life as a missing shinobi, but none of them matched up to him aside from the demon child, in every literal sense of the words, holding him by his claws. Naruto's fury was a maelstrom of raging emotion, and he was having trouble keeping his usage of Kurama's chakra in check. She had warned him that the ninja in the village would sense it in a heartbeat if he used too much. No matter, he had way more than enough to get rid of the filth in front of him. Jiro was helpless, and knew if he made the wrong move he'd be dead. He was, after all, just a grunt. He knew almost no ninjutsu at all, having ran away from Kiri because of the upstart of violence between its people. So, he just sat and put himself into Naruto's mercy with no other choice at hand. Naruto closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He knew something was going to happen. Nothing good ever happened to him without something equally bad or worse occurring as well. Thank you for the info. His demonic eyes opened halfway as he raised his right hand into a readied position. Jiro had served his purpose. The assassin gulped and felt his blood run cold as knew what was happening. Goodbye, Jiro, were the last words he would ever hear as the child pierced his claws into his chest, shattering the bones of his upper torso as the other hand followed suit and pried his chest cavity open. He would have screamed had Naruto not made a mince of meat out of his lungs. Unable to even choke on his own blood, he was dead in seconds. His heart was shredded and everything in close proximity of Naruto's claws were gashed into non-recognition of organs and bones. His freakishly enhanced strength coupled with dagger-like claws making quick work of him. Blood now nourishing the ground beneath both Naruto and his newest kill. He turned slowly to see where he was at, being lost in his focus of both staying alive and getting what information he could from the two assailants. He didn't know where he was exactly at. Naruto took a few steps away from the gore he had created, and shook a little. It was very different killing a human than it was killing an animal, and it was starting to take its toll on him. Naruto. Kurama had kept silent throughout the excursion. Naruto would have been too focused and her words would have been tuned out even if she did try to talk to him. But now, he was coming back to the rest of his senses, and she could now offer her aid. Are you okay? Her voice fell on cold ears. He didn't have the time to beat himself up for killing two men who were trying to kill him. He had found out very disturbing pieces of information from his attackers. Naruto shook his head and took more deep breaths. Yeah. I'm fine. He opened his hellish eyes and got into a readied stance, taking one last look back at the two men he had killed in vicious retaliation. But Hinata isn't. And with that, he sped off into the forest in pursuit of the other men who had kidnapped his newly made friend, one that he couldn't afford to lose after getting to know her. If only so he could repay the small debt of her willingness to be one of his only friends in a world that hated him and wished him dead. He hoped he could pick up their trail. He actually didn't know if they had taken her. But his gut was telling him otherwise, and he wasn't about to ignore the warning. Traveling at a pace far beyond the capabilities of one his size, the forest was speeding past his vision as he winded in and around the foliage. They deserved to die. You had every right to take their lives, Naruto. Kurama started to try and keep Naruto from having a mental breakdown after what he had done. She had made him get his taste of first blood on an animal to prepare him for that of a human, never intending or thinking that he would spill another mortal's blood so soon. Not even a half an hour after he had killed the doomed creature, no less. Naruto kept his pace. It's not them I'm worried about, Kurama. He didn't need to finish the statement. She knew who he was racing after. The moment they mentioned the possibility of the small Hyuga girl being in danger, she knew he wouldn't react any different than he was currently. All she could do was make sure he was mentally prepared to do what he could when he got close enough to help. Zipping through the trees like the forest was nothing but a field of grass, Naruto came upon the gates of the infamous Forest of Death, and stopped just shy of the massive gate surrounding the giant training ground and the overgrown and danger-filled forest within. Naruto was panting a little from the race there, and was taking steady breaths to prepare himself for whatever he would face inside the black sea of trees before him. The shadows are your home kit. Use them. Kurama wouldn't talk him out of it, nor did she want to. Saying it wasn't his affair wouldn't slow him down any more than the trials he had already passed to get to the fence line. She would, however, make sure he would make it out alive. Taking one last deep breath, the fiery chakra enveloping him receded back into his body and remained just under the sheath of his skin. He was concealed once more. With a huff, he hopped the fence and landed in a tree and began his chase into the dark of the forest. Death was a very suiting name for the training ground. There would be much of it on this night. The moon was shining like a lone star in a black sky as it cast its eerie light down through the dense leaves of the trees overhead. A small group of rogue ninja wearing all black and equipped with the standard ninja packs on their belts were bunched up in the dense of the trees a little ways away from a stream. Towards one edge of the group, a small figure was tied up and put off to the side as if it were another piece of equipment. There were 5 men in total, with one off getting water for the rest of them. Damn. This is too risky for my taste. One of them spoke. You're telling me we're going to have half the village on our asses if Kuri and Jiro don't take out that blonde brat the boss wanted out of the way. Another responded as the rest dug into rations while they could. The night was much too quiet and they all found it putting them on edge. Quiet! The one in the middle raised his voice, getting up, his necklace shifting about in his shirt. It was the ambassador sent from Kumo, Kaido. I got the girl. Now all we need to do is wait out the next 2 days and we're out of here. They won't think we're crazy enough to hide in their own village. So once the ninja they send out for us are well enough away, we'll be out of here. The ninjato strapped to his back clunked a bit as he got up. His open shirt revealing the top of a necklace. What was exposed couldn't be recognized right away as anything in particular. Yeah. No one would think we're stupid enough to hide in the village's training ground for the Chunin exams now, would they? Kaido ignored the man's antagonizing. He didn't really have anything to shut him up with anyway. They were in a very dangerous situation and they weren't very capable ninja. Hell, the best jutsu any of them knew were a few various fire jutsu that were only good for lighting fires to cook with. They were the bottom of the bottom ranks of the boss's forces. He probably sent them on this mission just to amuse himself with their struggle. The only one of them with any excessive skill was Kaido with his sword, and even that was highly exaggerated. His reputation had been falsified specifically for this assignment. Just shut up and keep your eyes open. We just have to get through these next 2 days without any fuck-ups and we're good to go. His words had no assurance to them. The group's entire aura was like that of a disheartened sports team who kept playing even though they knew they weren't going to win, just passing the time until the game was over. An hour passed by and their little captive was beginning to stir, but only because she was waking up. The moment she realized where she wasn't at anymore, she froze. Gagged and tied up, she couldn't speak outside of her mind. Not that she wanted to anyway. At this point, she wanted as little attention on herself as she could brush off. They took me. I am probably far away from Konoha by now. She closed her eyes as tears began to well in them. What could she do? She was still only a child. She had just barely started training with her father, but had no knowledge of what to do in this type of situation. It was hopeless. She couldn't move around because both her hands and feet were bound together. It was completely hopeless. I'm all alone now, she cried. Kaito noticed the whimpering of the little Hyuga heiress and walked over to her. Make a sound and he'll knock you out again. With that, she fell silent as a mouse. She was frozen in fear, not knowing the slightest thing to do but comply with whatever she was told. Kaito sighed and sat down against a nearby tree. He had pulled off the kidnapping perfectly. Now all he had to do was wait. When he had first gotten there, him and another one of his squad members had put on a high-level henge with the help of some seals their boss had given them. His teammate had posed as Kaido while he disguised himself one of the escorts. After a few days of doing that, when it was time for the big meeting, he stepped out of the guarding group outside of the Hokage tower for a lunch break while his partner kept up the act with the Hokage. He had to knock a guard at that patrolled the perimeter of the Hyuga estate with a poison dart. He couldn't risk any casualties or the whole thing was off. He climbed a tree and hopped over the wall with just enough time to conceal himself from sight. He knew once he was inside the walls of the estate he was golden. His contact in the Konoha ANBU had told him that use of the Byakugan was forbidden in the estate for privacy reasons, as users could see through walls and such. He had trouble making it to the roof of the main house but got there in time for his target to be put to bed for the night. He waited on the roof, sprawled out just above her bedroom window to avoid being detected, and when he felt the coast was clear, slipped and tied her up and bailed. He held up a kunai to her throat, saying that if she screamed he'd kill her. Seeing as how she was an ordinary 5-year-old, she was too scared to even blink. He bound her and made sure she wouldn't be able to make much noise and headed straight for Training Ground 43, where he rendezvoused with the others and dove into the 44th grounds. Now that they were there, things seemed to have gone way too smoothly. They all couldn't help but to feel as if it should have been much more difficult to successfully kidnap a clan leader's daughter, even if they were still hiding in the village. They all couldn't help but to feel as if something was coming. But they were all tired, and even though they should have been all on high alert, they allowed themselves sleep in intervals, taking turns of 2 men being awake and switching every hour. At least that's how it was supposed to have went. Naruto had picked up their scents easily enough, though it was difficult to make out the different smells, being rather inexperienced tracking by scent alone. There was one scent he couldn't mistake, however. It was Hinata's. She smelled of pleasant lavender, and his sensitive nose picked up on every trace of her scent. He focused on her floral trace to the point to where he didn't even need his nose close to the trail. He could tell which direction it was heading from a little ways away. He tried practicing the same with that of the other scent trails he was picking up, but was having trouble singling them out from each other. Deciding not to chance going off course with his friend at stake, he stuck to following the smell he knew. The smell of the kind girl who had spent a day with him out of her own accord. After about an hour of stealthing about the shadows while tracking his friend's kidnappers, Naruto was finally seeing signs of getting close. But it wasn't the kind of sign he was hoping for. The smell of blood filled his nostrils along with the lavender glaze that permeated the air. He hopped onto a large tree branch high off the ground and spotted the source of the familiar smell. It was a small, broken and jagged branch protruding from the trunk of the tree, on its tip, a torn strip of bloodied cloth that looked to have been acquired while moving. Damn, she's hurt! Unable to keep his anger under control, the embers of his chakra cloak began forming. It wasn't formed into its full cloak of fiery chakra yet. The predatory side that he had tapped into before had taken hold again, and he wasn't going to let anything happen to someone he cared about. Not if he could do something about it. 3 of the kidnappers were sound asleep while another 2 were patrolling the immediate area, and Kaito watched over their small indigo-haired captive. That is until Kaito kicked the 3 asleep men into alertness. "Get up!" he said in a hushed voice, making the 3 sleeping grunts spring up with a groan and readied kunai. "What? What is it, boss?" The one in the middle received a smack for yelling so loud in a dead quiet forest. "Shut up, moron. Something's coming," Kaito answered in a low voice. He noticed the regular singing of the crickets in the forest weren't quite right. Mainly because there were no circuits singing. That only happened when something was disturbing the still of the woods. The group of hired men got into a circle, ready for whatever it was that had the forest seem all the more like what its name implied. A forest of death. Minutes or eternity, they couldn't tell how long they stood there waiting for something, anything to come out and lunge at them. But nothing happened. The sound of rustling caught them all off guard, and one of the men ran towards it, kunai at the ready. Stopping a few feet away from the disturbance, the kidnapper who had went to investigate stopped on a dime and let out a held breath. "Ain't that a stretch? It was just the little shit we tied up." He leaned down to view her squirming child body, anger on his face for being startled by a kid. "You little bitch, stop moving," he mumbled as he motioned his kunai to shut her up. But when she only narrowed her eyes in response and attempted to kick him, he went to do more than just threaten her with his kunai. He approached slowly and without a worry in the world, but when the tip of his kunai came close to Hinata's small face, her eyes shot wide open in surprise as blood spurted onto her cheek. Her would-be body sculptor had the same look of surprise when he both heard and saw half of his hand fall off in a meaty pulp after a flash of blonde ran across his sight. He gripped his blood-squirting torn-up nub of a hand and screamed in dumbfounded surprise and agony at the loss of pretty much his whole hand. Crimson eyes glowed as the light from the moon reflected off of them. "You don't touch her. Ever!" What started off as a growling yell turned into a snarling roar as his left arm that was desperately holding the maimed right hand soon followed suit, and was torn off in a very vivid ripping sound as Naruto's claws viciously sank into the kidnapper's arm and gored their way through it. "Ah, fuwak. Shit!" The man was sprawled out on his back against the ground. The rest of the group turned at the moment he first screamed at the loss of his hand but took steps back when they saw what had followed next. The feral blonde stepped out of the shadows of the foliage and made his presence known with the fire-like red chakra engulfing his body from the stomach out. His animalistic features becoming even more prominent as his whisker marks turned into darkened lines on his face, his canines growing to fangs, his eyes that of the demon within him, and claws that showed what they clearly demonstrated not a moment before as the remaining blood on them dripped off. Paying no mind to the wailing of the blood-gushing man on the floor, the others backed away in shock and confusion as Naruto approached his friend. Hinata was at a loss for words, not knowing whether to be scared from what Naruto had done to one of her kidnappers, or be scared of the aura he was emitting. She was frightened at how he looked underneath his broiling chakra cloak, but she was more relieved than anything else that someone had come to save her. She had stirred the moment he showed his face to her through the thick bush next to her. She felt as if she had to do something with him being so close and in that dire situation. He held a finger to his mouth, signaling her to be quiet when one of the men came to check the disturbance she had made. But when she saw his eyes turn from deep sea blue to glowing crimson red, She stood completely still, not sure of what he was doing or what was going to happen next. When she saw what he had done, she was actually relieved that he didn't run away. The fact that he tore her assailant apart, literally, escaped her as he cut her bindings and mouthed the words, "Stay here." She couldn't hear what he had said to her. She just knew that's what he had told her to do. So, she did just that. She leaned against the nearest tree and watched what her newest and only real friend defend her. Naruto turned his head to where he could see the men both standing and the single wailing one on the ground. His back was facing them, but he wasn't worried in the least, not in this state. "You!" Naruto's demonic eye fell upon the struggling and whimpering man shivering on the floor from going into shock, blood soaking his clothes and the ground around him, and turned to face him. The man's eyes went wide as he knew what was coming. A raspy yelp sounded out as he tried to empty his lungs with one last gut-wrenching scream, just as his throat was ravaged by a swipe of the small fox's claws. "Be quiet." Naruto lifted his gaze and stood straight up, dropping the piece of throat he had in his left hand. The group of hired men were shaking despite their defensive stances. The amount of killing intent being directed their way made it hard for them to not soil themselves. "Which one of you will tell me why you were trying to take my friend?" His demonic-laced voice stated rather than asked. The group didn't move anything but their eyes as they looked at each other from the sides, all of them thinking the same thing. Is this really a kid? It was Kaido that answered him, taking one step forward from the group. "The same reason why we took you." His eyes as hard as steel. He had survived this kid's wrath before. He believed he could do it again. "Lord Orochimaru sends his regards." After finishing his sentence, he sent a kunai sailing straight towards the blonde's chest. Naruto was too stalled with anger to bother moving out of the way. Not only that, but he still had Hinata to look after and figured taking a hit would be the best option lest he risk further harm to her. A low thud mixed with a sort of splash-like sound reached all of their ears, and the temperature dropped. A look undiscernible as either shock or hate adorned Naruto's face as he viewed the hilt of the kunai. It was a ceremonial-looking knife with a serpent carved on the handle, and the bottom part of it was broken. He knew this kunai. He had no idea where he had seen the decorative blade before, but he knew in his being that he had seen it many times before. His face contorting with pain, he pulled out the kunai that he knew he despised with a feral growl, shakily palming it in his hand while his own blood dripped onto the forest floor. His hand shaking from the amount of rage that was engulfing him. He didn't know how, let alone why, he knew that name, but he did. And the name opened a Pandora's box of emotion after hearing it. Orochimaru. It seems like the experiment was a failure. Orochimaru-sama is going to enjoy studying you again. Kaido smiled through his hardened gaze. He also took some joy in watching the boy squirm when he was in their care. "You'll be by yourself this time around, though. We learned our lesson. Your friend over there will be kept far away from you." His smile turned to a grin as Naruto's hair began to raise and sway as his chakra cloak swirled about him violently. Though it stopped on dime along with his growling as his expression turned from that of a predator to that of a defeated little boy. Kaido looked down and noticed that his necklace had popped out into the open when he shuffled about, revealing what hung from the cord around his neck. A thong. He pointed to it. "Oh, you remember this?" He chuckled in a near-sadistic manner. "I can't believe you actually remember this." He laughed until he was out of breath, not worrying at all as Naruto was as still as stone. "I should probably tell you that you won't ever be seeing her again. Orochimaru-sama is starting to get bored of her, and it's only a matter of time before she's gone." He spoke in a detestable fashion, the last part ending with a sick smile. But as fast as his smile plastered itself onto its face, it disappeared from the shiver running down his spine caused by the massive wave of killing intent and downright bloodlust along with a huge drop in temperature. The once still cloak of chakra swirled about Naruto as if it were a hurricane of lava. "Where did you get that?" His voice was shaky and low, but the pressure of his anger mixed in with the bloodlust he was giving off discarded any thought that the demonic boy before them was defeated. He started to make his way towards Kaido, the dust on the ground lifting as a reaction to his incredible and demonic chakra. Realizing that he made a huge mistake, Kaido began to panic. Shit. Get him. What are you idiots waiting for? Kill him." One of the 4 remaining men excluding Kaido charged while the rest hesitated. He met his death as he swung a kunai intended for the little blonde's neck, but missed as Naruto ducked instantly and shot a clawed hand cleanly through the man's stomach and out his back, making a bit of his spine poke through the wound. The rest of the men gasped and forced their rations to remain in their stomachs. Where? And what do you mean I won't be seeing her again? Who won't I be seeing? Tell me. Naruto raised his voice to a hard tone. Determining if he was still a child by his voice was impossible since it thickened with the demonic chakra flowing through him. Kaido was shaking where he stood, completely unknowing of what to do now that he had literally woken up the demon in the boy. He looked to the rest of his men who were as equally stunned as he was. He shoved two in the shoulders. What are you waiting for? Go, go, kill Hyam. The two grunts stumbled a little but did as they were told. One went for the Naruto's torso while the other circled around to catch him from behind. Naruto surged forward as if propelled by a giant spring and tackled the one going for him with his body as he latched onto his chest. The man had no time to react as he was knocked onto the ground and watched as his chest was cleaved and bent outward before his very eyes until his world went dark. With a snarl, Naruto made a complete 180 turn and deflected the other man's intended strike to his back with his claws. He could hear every move they made and see in the moonlight as if it were day in this state. Although there was not much color, there was no escaping him. As soon as he brushed the man's attack aside, he swiped at his face in an X and gashed it to the point to where it wasn't possible to conceive that it had been a face at all. Kaido and the only other remaining kidnapper were nearly soiling their pants and were frozen solid at what they were witnessing being done, and exactly who was tearing their unit apart, in the most literal sense possible. Naruto was on all fours at this point and slowly turned as his cloak formed to his body, ear-like shapes forming over his head and a single tail manifesting where it would be if he really were a fox. His hands and feet were covered in chakra that formed into paw shape. He looked like a miniature glowing fox, minus the demonic menace and bloodlust that also covered his features. Naruto repeated himself, this time in a ferocious roar. Tell him. Kaido drew his sword as the only other man remaining lunged forward in a desperate attempt to kill the demon in the flesh crouched in front of him. The man futilely tried to land a blow on Naruto, his hand burning when getting close to Naruto's chakra cloak. He even dropped his kunai when the metal turned an angry red from making contact with the volatile chakra. The blonde then lifted a hand/paw and pointed it at his current attacker on instinct. A second later, the form around his hand extended out and snatched the man in a giant chakra hand with a crushing grip. Naruto hoisted the man into the air and cocked his head to the side a bit as if to study him. It only lasted for a second as his face twisted with rage and, with a growl, smashed the kidnapper in his grasp into the earth. The sound of ground-breaking pressure muffled the sound of the man's bones breaking, his insides spewing out from the holes made by what used to be his skeleton. Kaido knew he was a dead man. He wasn't stupid. He had 5 different reasons to show him why he wouldn't make it past this night, with the 6th reason staring him down like a piece of grass ready to be trampled on. He knew this was the reason why he had been sent on this mission, to see the results of his master's sick experiments. His only light in his now darkened world was that now he would soon be free upon death. He held up the simple thong necklace up a little off of his chest. You want this, right? It was a stupid question on his part, but then, what did he have to lose? He knew the little demon before him wanted to find out exactly who the necklace belonged to and what it meant to him, even if he didn't remember it. Well, not completely anyway. Although not showing any sort of reaction on the outside, Kaido snorted internally. At least there'd be a little justice served when the demon brat killed him. It was hers after all. She would want him to have it. Come and get it. The cloak engulfing Naruto swirled violently for a moment before it retreated back into him. His features were unchanged, however. The only thing different were his eyes. They glowed with the intensity of a madman, and the disturbed look within his fiery orbs did little to suggest anything other than madness. The temperature dropped even lower than it already was, and he clenched his claw-bearing fists as he started towards the last of his prey. Kaido stood firm, now calm and gathered. He knew his life was at an end, and he wanted it to end at least in a sliver in the way he wanted it to. Naruto sped up to a speed walk and then a run before going into a full-on sprint. Kaido just stood firm. Naruto lunged with a roar that vibrated the very air with the amount of anger he put into it. The two met with a shower of blood and sparks. Naruto's claws found flesh and steel just as Kaido's blade found flesh and pearly claws. The deep cut across Naruto's chest was already closing by the time they faced each other again, and Kaido had a grim look on his face. If it wasn't already known that he could not kill this boy, it was made even clearer when he saw what should have been an incapacitating wound fill with blood and close as fast as blood started to seep through the gash. Even Naruto noticed how fast he healed when operating off of Kurama's chakra. His own healing powers were incredible enough, but this was just unreal. Kaido looked to his weapon and frowned even deeper. There was only half of it left. It seemed to him that the chakra Naruto was using made his claws sharper and denser than your average metal. Seeing as how it was technically bone and organic, they could be repaired just as easily as his body, making them that much more reliable. Seeing that he might as well make use of it, Kaido held it just the same as before and redid himself. They charged each other again. This time would be the last. Naruto knocked Kaido on his back and on the ground with his claws dug into the collar of each shoulder. Growling at the blade that was now lodged in his stomach, he asked again in a voice that could be mistaken as the demon within, "Where is she?" Naruto had gathered from what Kaido had said about whom the necklace belonged to, that there was another girl involved in all of this. Although he had no recollection of this man personally, he knew who he was, as did anyone else in the shinobi world. Nor did he know whoever this girl was, but he felt an almost obsessive need to help her. He didn't understand it, and he couldn't really bring himself to care. All he needed was to help her. Save her. Kaido was already dying, but wouldn't give in at the last moment. He had more dignity than that. With a gurgling and weak voice, he looked Naruto in the eye as best he could as his vision was fading and spoke his last sentence with a bloody smile on his face. "Oh, out of your reach, P-Pup." His eyes glowing in intense crimson, Naruto roared and dug his right hand into Kaido's throat, his left into his chest, and simultaneously ripped out whatever was within his grasp. Naruto was breathing heavy, his lust for blood pounding in his head and heart. The whole ordeal had gone by just as fast as it had with the deer, but taken eternity at the same time. Claiming the necklace off of his dead foe, Naruto heaved himself to his feet. Still breathing heavy, he took deep whiffs of the air through his nose and turned his head to a tree that was taller than the rest and snarled. "You tell Orochimaru that his experiment isn't under his control." Naruto could only make out a slight outline of a figure hiding in a high part of the tall tree around 100 meters away. His vision being the only reason he could even make out a figure that defined at a distance like that, even with night vision. Naruto had no idea what he was supposedly involved with, but he knew that the person Kaido had mentioned was the one pulling all the strings, toying with people as if they were his playthings. And Naruto was not a plaything. He turned his whole body to face the mysterious figure and flared his blood-red chakra out again. "You tell Orochimaru that hell never control me." His chakra swirling and swishing violently as his voice began turning back into the demonic snarl that it was. He took a few more steps forward as his fox cloak came into shape and he resumed his demonic form. "You tell Orochimaru I'm coming for him." The figure stood until the end of Naruto's declaration and made a beeline for anywhere away from there. Naruto shook in place from the rage within him for a few moments before he shook his head and his chakra receded. He held up his right hand, whose claws were retreating as well, and locked his gaze on the Fang necklace in his palm as his claws disappeared. His body felt heavy, really heavy. For a moment, he did nothing but stand in place a bit and caress the Fang in his hand with his thumb. He broke the trance and looked around a bit before trotting over to where Hinata was at, and to his relief she was unharmed. She was shaken, but unharmed. "Hinata? You okay?" He figured she'd be scared. He was now debating whether she feared his very presence or not. Hinata leaned back at first, ever so lightly. Naruto caught this and looked down a little with a small smile of sadness. At least she's safe. He blinked and noticed something was wrong. Something was dampening his shirt. He looked down and noticed what Hinata had backed up from. In his heated frenzy of discovering a spectator and the whirlwind of emotions and discoveries, he had forgotten one very important thing. He still had the remaining half of Kaido's ninjato in his stomach, though it was more so higher up towards his chest area. "Oh," was all Naruto could really say in his current situation. He stumbled back a step and fell down to one knee. Oh my god. And Naruto, you're hurt badly? The thought a little slow to register in her young mind after everything that had just happened. She scrambled up to him and knelt down but a few inches away. Let me help you. Yuog, what do I do? What do you need me to do? Her hands were darting from his chest to around where the sword was lodged in him. Not a clue in her head of what to do. Naruto smiled a bit and put a bloodied hand onto her bare shoulder. She was still in her nightdress. It's okay, Hinata. I'll be fine. He squeezed her shoulder a bit as she locked eyes with his, a look of relief in hers now that his eyes were back to the deep blue that she was familiar with. That relief faded quickly as blood began to reach her knees. It was pooling from his wound and she knew by instinct that that wasn't good at all. But what about this? She asked frantically as she pointed shakily to the trail of blood leading down to the growing pool beneath them. Hinata had no idea how she was keeping herself together at this point. Had this been her any other time and she would have fainted at the sight of a single droplet of blood, let alone a sword lodged in her best friend. Perhaps it was that which kept her young mind operating. There was no way of telling. Naruto squeezed her shoulder again, gaining her attention in the process. Pull it out. Her eyes went wide at what he said, and she could do nothing but shake her head no in short and rapid movements as her lips quivered. Naruto smiled a little at Hinata and assured her, I'll be fine, I promise. His eyes sent her warmth since the terrain was still a bit chilly, and was slowly returning to normal. Hinata was hesitant. She knew it couldn't be good to pull out the sword, but then it was just as bad as leaving it in. No. What do I do? He could see the confusion on her face and put both hands on her shoulders. You trust me, don't you? He asked with a small smile. He was starting to feel woozy. Hinata was stunned from the touch momentarily but strengthened her resolve. He had just saved her from being kidnapped and Cammy knows what else. She wasn't going to question him more than necessary. She replied in a hushed voice, hesitantly, as if more men would come for them if she spoke too loud. Yes, I trust you, Naruto-kun. Hinata blushed despite herself as she calmed down under his gaze. Naruto nodded as he braced himself while Hinata shakily grabbed the sword, taking another glance up to him once it was in her grasp. He smiled again, and she nodded as she tried to still herself. She began to pull, and almost immediately Naruto tensed up and his eyes slammed shut while he clenched his hands into tight fists. I'm hurting him, she thought, alarmed. I'll make it as quick as I can for you, Naruto-kun. Straightening herself, Hinata pulled harder. The task was very hard to carry out with Naruto tensing up so badly though. After a moment Hinata stopped, feeling warm hands covering hers, and looked up to find Naruto gazing at her intently. He smiled again, though there was an obvious trace of pain included with it. With a nod from both of them, they started again, this time pulling on the sword together. Naruto gritted his teeth and groaned deeply as they started making slow progress. They picked up in pace and Naruto let out a yell of agony when they finally pried the sword free of his body. Naruto held his stomach and fell onto his back, panting hard as he tried his hardest to keep from screaming out in pain. Hinata had fallen back too with the bottom half of the ninjato in her hands. Looking over to see Naruto clutching his stomach, she scrambled up and discarded the broken sword as she raced to his side. Naruto, what now? What do I need to do? She was desperately trying to help her friend that had just saved her life, and who she thought might be losing his at the cost of hers. She pressed her hands onto his wound, figuring with her hands in the way it wouldn't bleed as bad, though she mostly did it off a whim, not really knowing what she was doing. Naruto took hold of her hands and lifted them gently even though she resisted, her eyes darting to every part of his body to see if he was bleeding from anywhere else. Hinata looked to his face and saw the same small and calm smile. You worry too much, Hinata-chan. He tapped next to where they had pulled the sword from. It had almost stopped bleeding already. See? It's getting better already thanks to you. He chuckled a bit before coughing up blood and holding his stomach in pain. Heh! Too soon for laughing. Hinata could do nothing but stare at him with wide eyes as pale as the moon that shone high above the sky. She had no idea what to do. She didn't know how to help. She looked to the wound and was trying to see what was wrong with it. It was still bleeding, having slowed a lot, but that was not good enough for her. She focused as hard as she could, trying to find any other cut that he may have had before her vision flashed white and her head felt like it was going to split. It was too sudden for her to have any reaction to it other than the few tears that welled up before she was rendered unconscious and fell next to the blonde she was so desperately trying to help. Naruto's sight was fading. He was slipping into sleep's embrace as well, and he knew it. Before the Sandman put him to rest, Naruto reached into his pocket and hoisted the Fang necklace into his view. Tears welled in his eyes as his thoughts stormed around what Kaido had said. "Who do you belong to?" His eyes became too heavy to keep open and they slammed shut as he slipped into the dark embrace of sleep. His hand still holding onto the necklace without any chance of dropping it, flopped down beside him and next to the hand of the small and unconscious Hyuga heiress beside him. He had saved her. The last things he heard before completely succumbing to sleep's trance were muffled sounds of what he thought were footsteps recklessly trampling through the bush at a very hastily pace, paying no mind to stealth, and the feel of a warm embrace lifting his tired body and carrying him off somewhere he had no idea of. The smell of the person holding him was familiar. Naruto was glad he found them, but would have to complain to him about his smoking habit. The smell of pipe tobacco burned his nose. Elsewhere, having successfully made his escape from Konoha, a hooded figure couldn't help but chuckle in the most sinister of ways. How easy it is to sneak in and stir up trouble in the old village. Thought of the hooded figure with gleaming yellow snake eyes that seemed to pierce anything they laid their gaze upon. Not like I must sneak in if I wish to enter Konoha, but my purpose there required a quiet approach. The pale-skinned man chuckled and though aloud, "Kukuku," and it was well worth it. He laughed again at the developments of one of his long-term investments. He then looked to his side. "Come Kabuto." A small boy appeared out of the shadows with spectacles gleaming in the moonlight. "Yes, master," was all the monotone boy spoke as he got onto one knee, earning a sinister smile from the reptilian-featured man before him. "I saw somebody that I think I'll keep an eye on for quite a while now. He's already progressed very nicely if I do say so myself." A slithering tongue licked his lips before he continued, "Oh, and he remembers you, my dear. Can you fathom that? He even misses you behind that repressed memory of his." The snake of a man cheered in a wicked and comical way as he called out another person. "He knew your little gift on first sight." The way he found it all so amusing was sickening, as if nothing was worth watching unless suffering was involved with those he was toying with. "Do you miss him? I'm curious to see," he asked with a disturbed-looking smile. At the beck and call of his question, a girl that looked to be around the age of 8 or 9 despite the very early signs of womanly development barely undergoing its way stepped out from the shadows and into the moonlit light. Slightly tall in stature, she walked and knelt beside the gray-haired and spectacled boy. Bowing her violet, fanned ponytail hairstyle head, she addressed him the same as the boy next to her as well. "No, master." The long black-haired snake man looked to the side of her neck where the seal he had placed on her was glowing, the 3 tomos similar to the Sharingan glowing a bright orangish red, signifying that it was indeed working as it was intended. The pale snake smiled. "That's so sad to hear," he commented in a mockingly sad voice. "Do you want to go to him?" he asked as the girl's head began to shake. Lifting her head to expose her fair face coupled with pupil-less light brown eyes and a sweating forehead as she struggled with her answer. The yellow-eyed man cocked his head a little as the girl gritted her teeth in struggled effort. "Yes, Orochimaru-sama." The Sannin smiled in amusement. Even in this state she still fights the cursed seal's hold on her. And there is an especially interesting reaction when the mention of the fox boy comes into play. How interesting indeed, he thought before addressing the girl in a loose-fitting jacket. "Kukuku, you still intend to keep your promise to him, don't you, Anko?" His smile grew into a sinister grin as her hands clenched into fists on the ground. In a second her seal flared and she was on the floor screaming in agony. "Not just yet, my beloved student. You must first teach young Kabuto here everything you know while I'm away. You may do what you wish afterwards. I'll have no need of you then." And with that, he turned around to head back to one of his many secret bases scattered all throughout the Land of Fire. "Come, we can pay a visit to your little fox friend another day." Orochimaru chuckled as both his students obediently followed him towards their next hideout, though one had to struggle to her feet to catch up since she was still feeling the effects of having the seal on her neck manipulated, while their master had a very amused look on his face. "Kukuku, the little fox of Konoha has grown a bit since the last time I saw him," He had Anko prepare the hand seals for their shunshin to their next base while he humored himself. He's grown into quite the little terror, covered in blood like that Kukuku, the little blood fox of Konoha. He could control his laughter no more as the product of his experimenting with his cursed seals had taken such an unexpected turn in the little blonde, considering the fact that his body was still rejecting them even with him being so small. His seals didn't even show up on the brat's skin. But he had a schedule to keep, and reluctantly standing around and laughing about the misery he causes wasn't on it. So, with the nod of approval, he and his 2 students shunshined out of Konoha territory as their bodies slowly engulfed in flames and smoke. The last thing to be seen from the group were the piercing yellow eyes, and the wicked smile of the snake Sannin. V Chapter 4. Decisions. It was as black as it could get in the dark forest on the outskirts of Konoha, the location being used as a ninja training ground and a rite of passage for the up and coming of the shinobi forces. Though on this night, 7 ninja whose skill and experience made the supposed Forest of Death seem like it were a walk in a very large park, were racing toward the source of a chakra they hadn't felt since the sealing of the Kyūbi no Yoko. Each looked completely distinctive from the other, though moved as one entity as their lifelong training and experience drilled into them once again sprang into action. When one jumped to one tree, another jumped above to cover his top, as the other 2 moved to either side, exposing their blind spots to each other in utter and complete trust in the person relatively next to him. One wore a dragon mask and umbu gear. Another was in a horrifying all-green spandex suit with orange leggings. One was in your standard jonin attire with blonde hair. Another 2 traveled on the sides of the group with identical long black hair apart from the wrap over one of their foreheads. And finally a very much older man in battle gear he hadn't worn in a very long time. The process of their seamless game of sneaky leapfrog kept on until a blast of incredible and downright maddening amount of killing intent and bloodlust fell upon them. The group stopped immediately, and everyone but the old man in battle gear and the dragon-masked man with gravity-defying gray hair beside him cringed at its nature. Everything seemed to go cold and silent at the malicious killing intent pounding on and throughout the forest. It was unnerving that a presence that far from the village had been enough to send off all of their warning senses. They had only stood there amongst the trees for only a moment before the old man spoke up in a worried and determined voice befitting of his title of Hokage. Naruto. The old war hero took off at a speed very much not befitting to his age, even for a ninja. And just as quickly the rest of the search and destroy squad took off after and along their fearless leader, ready to face whatever he would lead them to. He had earned much more than just their respect over his years of service. He had earned their unfaltering trust. Though in the old veteran's mind, he wouldn't be leading them to just a battle. No, this was now a rescue mission. The forest blurred around them as they sped through it as if there was a clear-cut path leading straight towards their destination. They stayed on that plotted course until their leader began to slow to a full stop once more. A smell had hit the group, a smell that they all knew much too well to miss even if they wanted to. Inoichi saw his mentor frenzy as he darted to the source of the smell, only to go white as death but just as red with rage at the same time. When they got close enough they had seen why. 2 bodies white from blood loss that looked as if a beast of some sort had ripped into them, lay dead in the dark of the forest. The wounds both bodies had sustained were centered at their throats and chests. The grisly nature and look of their gaping and exposed cavities would have made them think something more than a wild animal had done this to them even if they didn't feel the presence of a Biju's chakra. The way the 2 men were killed could have only been done by another human being. By the look of them, they hadn't been dead for long, no more than an hour or so. The dead men were also shinobi. The scattered remains of their ninja tools indicated that. The Hokage looked around, as if he were looking for something. It would seem that the boy got his first taste of blood on this night. That phrase alone would suggest that the Hokage thought Naruto was as his nickname Demon suggested, but that was not the case. Instead, sorrow was the tone in his voice as he looked about the young Uzumaki's work. The nature of the enemy's bodies suggests that mercy was nowhere to be found in Naruto's heart when it came down to the horror of battle. The mauled bodies of the would-be kidnappers was proof of that assumption. Alas, they had no time to sulk in the presence of the boy's first kills. This wasn't the source of the incredible killing intent that was still further ahead. Though pinpointing exactly where it was coming from was impossible to tell. The key was still growing. With that being said, Every man in the group was shivering at the fact that it was a boy nearly 6 years of age that did this. They wouldn't be sleeping comfortably for a few days after this night. Without a sound, the seasoned ninja took off as if they had never stopped. They were no strangers to death. The only thing that had made them spend as much time as they did was because of just who it was that had been the two men's end. The forest stayed quiet the entire time they ran, and it seemed to get colder the closer they got to their destination. Damn, I should have never let her out of my sight, was the only thing on young Ko's mind as he paced about the front of the Hokage building. Privacy law be damned, I should have just watched over her behind closed doors. His frustration at its peak. Ko slammed his fist into the nearest wall a few buildings down from the Hokage building as he attempted to make his way home, since it would be hours until Hayashi would return. He riddled the immediate area around his now reddened and shaking fist with distinctive cracks, and pulled back to continue to put deformities in the random building's wall. Panting, and only more infuriated from the attempted release of frustration, Ko whipped around at the sound of footsteps behind him. You know, I'm pretty sure putting dents and cracks into a wall just down the street from the Hokage Tower isn't a really good idea. An older man in gray robes with traditional sandals spoke with a soft smile, his eyes seeming to be closed as he walked towards him. What's troubling you, young man? Now that Ko was calmer and more coherent to what he was seeing, he noticed a white cap on his head. Where had he seen this man before? Said man reached into his pocket and pulled out a clean kitchen rag and motioned for Ko's hand. Nothing really, Mr. Forgive me, but I do not know your name. Ko bowed his head in embarrassment as the older man took his hand and bandaged it. Surely the man knew who he was if he was helping him out of the blue like that. The man with a kind face wrinkled with age gave a hearty laugh. Hey, it's no trouble, youngster. I don't know your name either. Ko was taken back at this, and smiled when he looked at the face the man was making. It was the distinctive ear-to-ear smile that Naruto often displayed when he was happy and the like. Of course, it would be you to show him kindness. Ko bowed deeper this time as he was given his hand back after the older man patched it up. Forgive my confusion, Tsuchi-sama. I didn't recognize you in my moment of weakness. Just then, the sound of a blunt object hitting flesh was registering in his ears as Ko shot up and held the top of his head as he rubbed the spot the older man had hit with a nunchuck. Ow! What gives? He continued to rub his head. That really hurt. Is that why Gaisen uses those? Tuchi's left eye opened wide, with a bright gleam of light reflecting off his pupil as if it were a light. I don't do that Sama nonsense, it's Tuchi or old man, you got that? He stated as he continued to point the half of the nunchuck in his hand at Ko while the other half was left dangling dangerously below its counterpart. Ko kept wide eyes on both Tuchi's threatening gaze and the hellish nunchaku in his hand. Why yeah, I got it. Just don't hit me with those Tuchi-san. He spoke urgently while waving his hands in front of him frantically, his pale eyes showing nothing but anxiety in their colorless expression. Tuchi's eye closed instantly and returned to his cheeseburger smile grin as he chuckled a bit. That's better. A friend of Naruto's is a friend of Ichiraku's. The older man emphasized the gesture by pointing back at himself with the deadly nunchuck that was suspiciously still in his grip. Ko shook his head in an attempt to push down a chuckle. Heh, you sure know how to make friends. He chuckled again, but kept his eye on the nunchucks still in Tuchi's hand. Why do you have those? He asked as he pointed in mock fear at the tan pieces of furnished and slightly chipped and dented wood connected by a thin chain, though one would be hard-pressed to guess if Ko was really faking it or not. Tuchi couldn't help but chuckle at the young Hyuga and the way he carried himself. He was very different from other Hyuga he had the honor of meeting. These, my boy, are for people who say or do anything bad to my little Naruto. He spoke with seriousness as he stroked a pose shifting from his Naruto-like smile to a guarding stance with a face of stone as he bent his knees and held his nunchucks in front of him, gripping them with both hands as if challenging imaginary foes to dare do anything to the young Uzumaki in his presence. The sight would have been intimidating if it were anyone else, but Tuchi just didn't look the type to harm anyone for no reason, though he did pull of the serious pose pretty convincingly. He even opened his eyes enough for the light to glint off of them as they did earlier, only this time like a would-be warrior. The sight had Ko barely containing his chest full of laughter. Tuchi noticed this and quirked an eyebrow. Oh? You dare underestimate my skill in the deadly arts of the nunchaku. He whipped it around his top right shoulder to position himself in a readied position. Feast your eyes on the legendary techniques of Ichiraku Tuchi. I felled many bullies in my day with these. He then began going through a series of fast hand movements with his nunchucks, making unnecessary and obnoxious-sounding yells with every significant movement. The display was actually pretty good, before he missed catching the flying half of the nunchuck and it struck him in the ribs on his left side, causing him to comically sink down to one knee as he cursed under his breath. A drop of sweat rolling down his forehead, Tuchi mumbling under his breath after Ko asked if he was okay through struggled chuckles. Something about the slip being nothing and that he hadn't practiced in a while. By the time Tuchi got up, Ko was on the verge of tears because he was holding in so much laughter and could no longer contain himself. Bah-ha-ha-ha-ha! The young Hyuga was holding his stomach because of the cramps brought on from the incredulous laughter. Please, forgive. He put a hand over his mouth as he tried to hold in his laughter. He slowly took it off and had back on his stoic face. He took one step toward the older man and stopped. Pwa-ha-ha-ha! Ko was now leaned up against the wall he had just punched because he was so out of breath and erupting with laughter. Tuchi simply grumbled as he stood up tall back on his feet again. After a few moments of Ko calming himself down and Tuchi rubbing his side and cursing himself that he didn't stretch first, the young Hyuga gained control of himself and relaxed. He folded his arms in the sleeves of his robes and stood before the older man. I see now where Naruto gets it from. He takes after you very much, Tuchi-san. The ramen shaman only smiled. Oh, whatever do you mean, Hyuga-san? The young white-eyed boy smiled back as he nonchalantly waved off the honorific. Please, sir, call me Ko. He stuck his thumb up signifying an okay, and continued. And what I meant was the way he can befriend someone for a minute, and it's as if he's known you all his life. Real friendship is the only way I can truly describe it. He was right. Whenever he saw his might-as-well-be little sister play with the little blonde, it was as if seeing childhood friends meet each other after being years apart from each other. The aura surrounding the boy just gave that kind of vibe. The kind of energy you couldn't help but want to be connected to. The boy was special, that much was clear. And the way little Hinata looks alongside him, well, the two were polar opposites but they fit perfectly. Like black and white, so distinctive from the other and yet so easy to be molded together. It was as if the two were destined to meet. Or maybe he was just overthinking it. Either way, he was glad the two had met. And I see that he's learned from the best. Ko finished as he smiled at Tuchi once more. He could tell the older man had a big positive influence on the boy. For a moment Tuchi seemed to be contemplating something, and the presence of a sad smile made itself visible on the middle-aged man. Ko was starting to get alarmed. Have I said something wrong? He had meant no jest at all. But upon closer inspection, he could see that the expression was not brought on by what he said exactly, but rather by something that was now floating across the older man's thoughts. There was sadness in his smile, but more interesting than that, there was pain in his eyes. Being a Hyuga, Ko was quite skilled in telling people's facial expressions, and from what he was reading off of Tuchi, whatever was ailing him was not caused from their recent exchange, but rather something from the older man's past. Speaking after a few moments of silence, and successfully breaking Ko out of his scanning trance, Tuchi spoke in a reminiscing tone, as if he were talking about an occurrence that had happened only a day prior. Hey, yes, Naruto has that vibe to him, doesn't he? The older man looked down a bit, almost as if he were looking the little blonde in the stead of Ko. He could almost see his whiskered face in the reflection of Tuchi's now opened, dark brown eyes. The young Hyuga nodded slowly. Yes, he has a very special way with people. Tuchi's smile only deepened, as if it were trying to conceal what would have been a sad frown. That he does, but most of the time, it's people who have a very special way with him. He wasn't always like that, you know. If a cricket were near, it never made itself known. Nothing but silence filled the part of the street that the two were then occupying. Only the subtle sound of an almost non-existent breeze could be heard overhead. Ko was silent, not knowing what he could say. He knew of the boy's reception of special attention, just like every other person in the village did. Though being a Chunin, Ko knew exactly why Naruto was treated the way he was. It was part of the reason why he respected the nigh 6-year-old more than he did most of his elders. He took a chance befriending the blonde, but in his eyes, it was a privilege rather than a leap of faith. From what he could recall, the boy was the very reason probably anybody in the village were still alive. Though the Hokage's order kept this fact from being public for reasons unknown. Either way, he thought it an honor to be friends with the boy, and he was very happy that Hinata had taken to his friendship also. Now if only Hinata could get rid of her shyness, they'd be quite the best of friends. I can only imagine what trouble the two will get themselves into in a few years. The thought made him smile on the inside. The older Hyuga was brought out of his thoughts by Tuchi as he continued. But he's like the son I never had, though only in a few ways. I'm more of an uncle or a best friend than anything else. I know he'll grow up to be a good man. He's too pure not to be. The older man nodded as he crossed his arms. Ko was taken back at this. It was as if Tuchi had absolute faith in the little boy. He could see in his eyes that even though he was an ordinary citizen, he would put his life in the stead of Naruto's if it came down to the worst. Though Ko couldn't honestly say he had the same faith, not yet. He had seen the look in the young blonde's eyes as he trained, having caught a glimpse here and there while training his Byakugan. Even from the few times he had seen him before they had become friends, Ko knew what the boy was capable of, even if Naruto's himself didn't know yet. He figured he was running off impulse this entire time. Little did he know that he couldn't have been more wrong. If that wasn't enough, the other thing Tuchi had also said struck a chord in him. Pure. But pure of what, Tuchi-san? Is he really the kind-hearted boy that you know? Or is his little heart pure with something else? Ko couldn't help but question how the boy would turn out, regardless of how he felt about him. He did, after all, have Hinata to worry about. As honorable as he may be, and as much promise as Naruto might show, ultimately Ko had to concern himself with Hinata's safety first. But that didn't keep him from hoping that Naruto would prove different. He was extremely resistant. He being alive up to this point was a testament to that. Ko just hoped that he would resist himself when it really mattered. But he couldn't be quick to judge the boy. He would contradict the whole reason he and his cousin had befriended him in the first place. I'm sure he will, Tuchi-san. Thank you for talking with me this evening. The Hyuga lowered his head a bit, distressed. He blamed himself entirely for Hinata's kidnapping, and was cursing himself by the second for not being able to be a part of the rescue party. Tuchi had heard the young man shuffling about the alleyway, and was even more shock-struck that it was, in fact, a Hyuga letting his emotions get the better of him. The usual statue-like clan members never let their emotions show unless it was too extreme to hold in, let alone punch a dent in a wall. I figured as much, he chuckled. But no worries. Naruto will fix that in a jiffy should you still feel that way in the morning. The older man replied with a smile and a thumbs up. The young Hyuga was confused. He didn't know what he meant by that. What do you mean, Tuchi-san? The humble ramen stand owner looked in the direction of where Naruto's apartment complex would be as he looked off to the right. The moon showed the works of age on his face. Naruto has a knack of healing people he cares about. The suddenly older male turned back and looked the teen in his pale eyes. Emotions and all, he finished with another smile. The long black-haired teen was both intrigued and oddly sad. Tuchi spoke with a tone that allowed just a crack of remorse. The older man looked down a bit and nodded ever so slightly. Slowly, he began to turn around. Alas, my boy, I must leave you now. This old man is getting tired. A quick wave of his hand followed suit and made to leave. Taking a few steps, the slightly slouching man stopped a little ways away from the teen who was currently at a loss of words from the sudden change in the elder's demeanor. Turning back to face him for one last exchange, Tuchi rose his gaze from the ground to meet the Hyuga eye to eye. You won't find another friend like Naruto. He'll lay down his life for you without skipping a heartbeat. And with that, Tuchi started making his way to his home, sending a wave as he walked away. As he watched the aging man head home, the young Hyuga could only stare at his back while he stood at his self-appointed post just outside the Hokage building after making his way there. Once the humble man was out of sight, his only solace was the vibrant moon shining overhead. Ko didn't know what to make of what the man had just told him. What had he meant by that? And now, he was once more stuck helplessly waiting at the Hokage building for news of his beloved cousin, who was entrusted under his watch. The conversation between he and the humble ramen shop owner had unexpectedly put him more at ease than he first thought possible for that kind of situation. Come to think of it, his hand was still throbbing from when he slammed it into the wall, reminding him why the man had approached him in the first place. He had hardly noticed it until Itachi left. The worried Hyuga stood silently at the door of the impressive tower, awaiting for the rescue squad to return with news, and hopefully, his younger cousin. Only one thought remained in his troubled mind while he stood there, or rather, one statement. "I won't ever find somebody like Naruto?" The statement given by the only other friend that he knew the blonde had was still as fresh as spring in his thoughts. From what he had seen so far from the boy, he was just like any other his age, normal in every way aside from having the being that was sealed inside of him. Perhaps that was what Itachi had meant, but then the rest of what the man had said to him replayed in his mind, causing him to wonder even more what was behind the mask that the boy wore. Ko wasn't fooled. Being a Hyuga, he knew when someone was wearing a mask. Mostly because he, along with the rest of his clan, all bore the same stoic face everywhere they went. Was it the fact that the small blonde had a mask more camouflaged than an elder Hyuga that had him wary of him? Leaning against the wall of the Hokage tower, just next to the entrance door, Ko folded his arms into the sleeves of his robe as he gazed up into the pitch-black sky. The only light in the black and cloudy sky was the eerie light of the moon, alone in the sky as the clouds blocked out any stars that might have shown themselves on that night. The moon seemed to offer him comfort as his next thought ran through his head. He'd lay down his life for his friends in a heartbeat. It was growing darker in the hazardous forest training ground, the clouds above shielding all light but that of the moon. The slight veil over the full moon made a magnificent shimmering ring of the clouds surrounding it. A beautiful night, but on such a dire day. It seems as if the night was beckoning them. The Sandaime at the head of his pack of war-hardened shinobi, he motioned them to stop. Landing on a branch halfway up a gigantic tree in the forest of death, the old warrior looked behind him to his left side. Landing one after another, Hisashi and a muscular ninja in an all-green jumpsuit with a bowl haircut halted not far behind their leader. Looking to the right, Hayashi and the ANBU with a dragon mask stopped at around the same distance as the other duo. Glancing in the middle of the two pairs, a flicker of blonde could be seen. Inoichi held up the rear of the group. The killing intent stopped, thought the old veteran as he motioned the ranks behind him to come forth. After the group reassembled, he motioned forward. "Whatever was going on, it's likely over now. I did not expect the source of that killing intent to be so deep in the forest. Whoever, or whatever was giving off all of that must have concealed itself." They had been traveling for 20 minutes at an impressive speed for moving through such a dense and overgrown forest. But at the lack of the incredible killing intent pounding down on their bodies, they stopped to think. He would have had the Hyuga in his squad use their bloodline limit to search for the source of the disturbance, but that was apparently useless. He had them try before, but with a groan of pain from both, he discovered that whatever was happening, the chakra being emitted was so pure and dense that it was hurting the chakra and light-sensitive eyes of the Hyuga in his group, even at whatever distance they were from the source. "I don't like this. This all seems too strange." Inoichi spoke up, voicing what they all had in their heads. "I do not like this at all. Why have we stopped?" Hayashi voiced his opinion as his agitation grew. "My daughter is still in the clutches of Kumo, and here we are talking." The glow of his Byakugan showing just how much his anger was boiling. Anger at his clan for the failure of protecting its heir, failure at the village for not heeding his warning of Kumo's betrayal, and anger at himself for allowing this to happen. Though it only glared for a moment before he was forced to deactivate his jutsu with a growl of both pain and frustration that his greatest tool was of no use to him on this night. Hiruzen raised his hand calling for silence. "We will get Hinata back, Hayashi. Do not fear. First we must dash." A huge spike of chakra caused all of their heads to turn as the feel of that kind of chakra had not been felt for a number of years, almost 6 by the group's count. Cutting their huddle short, all 6 ninja rushed to the source of the deadly chakra. Only 2 of them knew the true source of the dark chakra, however, and one of them, the tired and battle-worn Hokage, was already encumbered by fear. Fear that the worst had happened and that he would have to do something that he would haunt himself for the rest of his life. The rest of the group looked on in awe as their leader raced ahead on the ground and neared a clearing that they should have reached in another 10 minutes at the pace that they were going. Their usual calm-minded Kage had made it in 2. When the rest of the group caught up, they were dumbstruck by the sight of what had occurred in the clearing. Bodies and body parts littered the area and the ground was stained by blood. Pools of the dark liquid reflected the glow of the moonlight, giving the ground a hellish image, even for veteran shinobi. The worst of the carnage was at the opposite side of the small clearing, where what was once a full-grown man was now a body that lay with its throat and chest cavity completely torn open. To the right there were 3 more bodies and another to the far right of the clearing, all with similar wounds. Though the one to the far right was missing an arm, what was recognizable of it were scattered about the body. The smell of bloodshed and death permeated the air. Hinata was what broke the silence as the usual stoic clan leader of the Hyuga darted forward at the sight of his daughter laying still and curled next to a blonde boy. Almost immediately after coming close to the pair, no less than 8 feet from them, a flare of blood-red and embering chakra surrounded the boy as a large tendril lashed out just out of reach of the Hyuga clan head. "What the? Get away from my daughter!" He attempted once more to retrieve his beloved child, but the sentient tendril of demonic chakra lashed across where his waist would have been, successfully stopping his approach. "It's not letting me near her." Hayashi was about to attempt to approach the pair again, but a hand on his right shoulder stopped him with its comforting squeeze. He looked only to see Sarutobi with a sad look on his face. A look not befitting of a Kage, but earned just as well. "It's okay, Hayashi. He's protecting her." The Hyuga clan head looked in surprise and disbelief at his Hokage, and then back at the unconscious children before them. "It's not possible, isn't it?" He stepped towards them again slowly, and just like before, the crimson tendril that was once swishing slowly from side to side turned its point towards the approaching Hyuga and stayed pointed in his direction, waiting for him to get closer. He got the hint and backed off. "I'm being defended from approaching my own daughter. At least she's safe." Though he could not say the same for the boy, the pool of blood beneath him was steadily growing larger around his body and making its way towards his daughter. "It seems Naruto-kun called upon the power of the Kyūbi in his attempt to save your daughter, Hayashi." The old man looked around, taking note of the carnage the boy had wrought on the Kumo ninja. A frown was etched on his face. This was something the boy shouldn't have had to see, let alone do for what he hoped was years from now. Looking upon a field of battle with his surrogate grandson in the middle of it, the scene broke his heart as much as that hellish night he carried him to the hospital did. "He is still so young." "I see." Hayashi visibly calmed himself and shifted his attention elsewhere. "What do we do about that, Hokage-sama?" Hayashi motioned to the sentient tendril of chakra that stood guard over Naruto and Hinata. "Is it Naruto protecting them? Or is it the Kyūbi protecting itself?" On one hand, Hinata could have suddenly found the ultimate protector as a friend. Or the Kyūbi could have taken over the boy at some point and was now deterring anything from its unconscious vessel. He was unsure, and at the moment, he was already apologizing to the boy's deceased parents for failing yet again to protect their only son. The Sandaime seemed almost too comfortable with the fact that the Kyūbi, who was supposed to be sealed, was leaking its power out of the boy's body. Naruto is just protecting his friend. The whole of the group looked on with wide eyes as the old man simply walked next to the unconscious boy, the tendril of chakra turning and angling itself around the Sandaime just as nonchalantly, and resumed its watch like a hound recognizing family. "How?" Hayashi choked out, not at all feeling the comforting hand that his brother placed on his shoulder, while the rest of the rescue party watched in silence. Sarutobi had a worried frown as he checked Naruto's stomach. "It's still bleeding." He glanced down to the pool of blood underneath his grandson and the edge of it, which by that time had made its way onto the young Hyuga heiress's nightgown. "Keep him alive, Kyūbi-san." He picked up his grandson, for the second time, of which he thought was on the brink of death again. "Simply put, he doesn't know you. He has no reason to trust you." Sarutobi nodded in self-confirmation. Hayashi began to make his way to his daughter, but the tendril of chakra was in his way even still. "But I am her father." Whether he was saying that to Sarutobi, Naruto, the tendril itself, or a combination of the three, it could not be known. The old man simply shrugged. He doesn't know that. Almost immediately after speaking, his eyes darted down to the boy in his arms. His left hand had gripped the sleeve of his shirt as he cradled him in his arms. He can feel me, as if it were a creature of sentience. The tendril wrapped around Hinata and engulfed her entirely. At first Hayashi was immediately alarmed, but that was somewhat sated as his daughter was then lifted and drawn to his Hokage. Interesting, was all he could say to himself to manage. Sarutobi was a bit uncomfortable, to say the least. He didn't quite know what to make of the current situation. Sure, the Kyūbi had made a contract with Naruto and promised cooperation, but wasn't this a bit too good to be true? A myriad of thoughts ran through the old war veteran's head, but the moment the young Hyuga heiress was pressed onto his back and the tendril coiled around his waist and once more across his shoulder to secure her in place, all his doubts were obliterated. Instead, a small hidden smile replaced his frown. "There's more to you yet, Kyūbi-sama." The great Kitsune had earned his trust, partially. The old man then glanced down to see his surrogate grandson's eyes with a minuscule gap of an opening. He was completely out cold, and his eyes were blue from what he could see. It was indeed the Kyūbi acting on her own accord. The Sandaime had to admit he still couldn't get his head around that one. Turning to the rest of the team, the old war veteran spoke. "Let's get these two to the hospital." With nods from everyone, including Hayashi, they all set off.